Alright. Just gotta load. Every time I stream this game, this takes just a little bit longer. We're approaching the 12 megabyte, like, threshold for the save. I mean, nothing happens at that threshold, but it just ever so slowly has been increasing in size. We've kept it low, we've kept the save times reasonably good, but there's only so much you can do, and they don't seem to want to make a chunk-based save format, so we're kind of stuck with this. This is taking longer than it's supposed to, which is... Oh, there we go. Okay, nope, it unstuck. Alright, so, you might notice something a little bit different. So what we were doing last stream was, as you may or may not recall, because it was like 20 years ago, there was that funny, like, breakdown update or whatever, and we had to send burritos into space, and by golly, I made quite a mess while doing that event. And this is, I basically cleaned all of that up off stream. It took like a couple hours, but I had like 1,000 care packages that I had to shred. I got 1 billion packages. I collected a ton of like debris and various objects from underground that I had missed. We have a nice assortment of like various leftovers from the event over here, so I can make a museum later. And these are all the trading cards I got. So as you may recall, like after you put in enough burritos, you start getting these cool Pokemon cards, and these are what I ended up with after I sent in all of the leftover stuff that I could. That's kind of like the summary of that event and how that all worked out. How do I get you one? I don't know what the algorithm is for that. Like, I really don't. I didn't scroll down, I missed a message. You hear that? You like to hear that special flavor of anguish when I see you've done it. I hope that my response was worth the amount of money you spent on those gift subs then. If you enjoy it that much, I'll make sure to like react with agony every time you do it. You're a big fan of Ninja Steve 6925's work. Can't say I've ever heard of them, but you know what? I'm sure they're great, whoever they are. Whatever it is they do in the world. Or if they've even heard of my stream before, which is possible they have not. Had to put in a name. Now, gift subs... Okay, here's my understanding. My vague, like, lowly, unwashed affiliate understanding of how gift subs work. They prefer people who are, like, currently in your stream, but ARP sent it really early in the stream, so I may not have accumulated enough logged-in viewers for it to pick everyone. So I think what it does next is it picks people who, like, watch your stream a lot, so like somebody who's maybe been there before, spent some time watching, whether or not they like interacted with it. And then I think what it does after it runs out of people for that is that it starts picking people who would be recommended your stream. So like people who watch like the category that you're streaming in, or like you would show up on their recommended list in that feature on Twitch that nobody probably uses, where it just shows you a bunch of streamers, stuff you might like. I don't know if you, like, personally, Blue Piggy, have been lurking my streams or not, but you might have been caught up in that, or you might have just been one of the lurkers that just happened to get picked by it because you were logged in at the time. Either way, congratulations. You get a stock Twitch 1-month subscriber star because I am a degenerate and I still have not gotten actual images for that. So anyways, after the breakdown event stuff, I went and I found those tappers. You may recall we did a little bit more tapper science with like entanglement, and I went and I reverted the save before I like had the second tapper get banished to the Shadow Realm, and I found all of them. So we have all 4 of those tappers now. I don't remember where I put them, but oh, they're over. I think they're on this thing. They're not on this. I don't know where they are. I promise, chat. I found the tappers. They're somewhere over there. So that's all been cleaned up. We don't have to worry about like imminent data corruption or anything later from whatever happened to that one. And then besides that, I think that's about it. I expanded the base a little bit, but this is stuff I do off stream. The base wall used to be over here, like where I am now, and I expanded it out like this because I think we're gonna build something here. We're gonna be accumulating a lot of plants during this stream, and I want to make a garden. It's not going to look good, it's probably going to look terrible, but I needed some space to do that. So that's what this area is going to be. However, I ended up turning the area into a landfill instead. So I think the first order of business on today's stream is figure out what to do with all these. That sound like fun? That sounds like fun to me. So we're going to do that. You have no connection to me, but you might have been pulled in here from an auto host. Alright, well, I mean, if you want to watch, go for it. If this isn't your thing, all good. Don't feel guilty if you get a random gift sub just from out of goddamn nowhere for a streamer or a game you've never heard of, because I've had that happen to me too. I've gotten gift subs for like Fortnite streamers, and I'm like, I don't know who this person is. I don't watch Fortnite. I don't care about the game. It's just Twitch being Twitch. By the way, though, thank you for stopping by and chatting for a second here. It's interesting to see that that still happens. That might be the early gift sub thing. So I guess my advice for this situation, or for anyone who wants to do this, is like wait like 30 minutes or an hour or something for the regulars to come in, if you want to improve the odds of the regulars actually getting the gift subs. I think that's the only like reliable way that you can really play the system with Twitch, because Twitch does what Twitch does. So anyways, I want to get rid of these exo lids. I think what we're going to do is shred these, and the reason we're going to shred these is because we tried to make a tower out of them. We've made piles, we've accumulated them in various places, and these things are just unstable. I can't like make a pyramid out of these, because if I unload the area and come back in, the pyramid is just going to explode, because the physics engine really does not understand what to do with these damn things. So I think we're going to shred these, and I believe we need scrap for the like seasonal event or whatever that's happening anyways. So that's like my tentative plan for how we're going to do this. Now let me go check and see what exactly we need for this event. As usual, I look at these on stream, so I don't really know what I've gotten myself into here. Let's go ahead and call the thing down. But this is the usual business. Every few months they whip up one of these. This one I think has some new stuff on it. And I think they want you to send either debris or organic or something of that sort. Yeah, it's the usual like send scrap. And I think this one right here that I'm circling, I believe is a new like quote-unquote glitch item that it uses scrap and organic, and that's them probably encouraging you to use the tappers or whatever. So I think what we're going to end up doing is shredding that like landfill full of like exo capsule lids, and also farming organic. Oh, here's the tappers, that's where I put them, all safe and sound. But there are a few exo lids still left underground that I never found, and I want to show you all the process that I was going through to find all these, because they were just goddamn everywhere. Like, there are very few of them left, but it was definitely something. So let's grab a couple of these. We're going to use the flight mode that the little fox like capsule gives you, because nobody wants to see me fly around here with the jetpack for like 2 hours. We did a whole stream where I was flying around down there for 2 hours, so we're going to do this one quickly. Now let me see, I need to take these off so the game doesn't act all funky and weird while I'm moving around. Put that there. So we have like half an hour of creative mode flight now. I love this feature. I have been underutilizing it. Chat, you're free to yell at me if you see me doing something stupid and I could just be using like this flight mode feature, because I have like 20 of these like seeds that we can use on stream. I can get them off stream, so like you don't have to watch me flying around with the hoverboard for an eternity. I could do us all a favor. You open Twitch the second you get the gift, you're curious, you'll stick around. Game's pretty cool, but you never got into it enough to get past the mess of a starter base. Yeah, I know that feel. I've heard that story from people. They get overwhelmed by this game and don't really know what to do. But for me, it kind of stuck to me. And I played it way too much, and I got way too good at it. And eventually I decided I was just going to do a stream where I do essentially everything as a result. So that's the story there. Oh, thank you, Blue Piggy, for the follow. I'm glad you at least know what this game is. So you're not just like a completely like random gift sub. There we go. See, chat, this is what I was working with while I was looking for these. You remember how these things would fly up into space every time I opened one of those capsules? Well, they just stay up there. Like, they go outside of relevance and they stop updating. And this is where they ended up. And there are still a few of them down here, and I'm going to try to find the remaining ones before we shred all of these. And the easiest way to do this is just going to be to package them. I've been in your recommended for months. You watched me play roguelites. I think you've probably only watched me play Spelunky. I'm not sure if I've ever streamed another roguelite. Or maybe like I did a one-off at some point. You might have seen me playing Spelunky then. Well, that's good then. So that's actually confirmation that it is using like the recommended list. Well, I'm happy to have you here. Enjoy your sub. So that does make a lot more sense, that you're not just a completely like random person, and it is like a recommended system. That confirms what I suspected was going on there. We're getting more insight into the system, folks. How does Twitch actually figure out who to give these subs to? We've got insider knowledge now. Well, not insider knowledge, but knowledge from someone who got one of these subs. Stop. Stop. Whatever, these ones are gonna fall. I have to go down for them. I don't know why those sometimes update when you get near them. It's kind of weird. Yeah, Zozig, enjoy your gift sub. They kind of got shotgunned out all over the place, apparently. Oh, you know what else? Oh, I think I know what else happened. I think the gift subs that you did last time are still active. So it would have probably given them to those people, but they were still active, so it had to find like 10 more like regulars or recommended viewers to give them to. That's probably also the reason why it shotgunned them out everywhere. This is interesting though. It's actually interesting to see like who got these and who chooses to show up afterward. Okay, I don't remember how far out I went on this layer. I think there are a few more on the ground that I wasn't able to pick up. That's a normal one. We're not going to get that one. I'm specifically looking for like the loose event capsules that I opened up last time. I'm not like going for any of the new ones. I'm pretty sure there was at least... Yeah, here we are. I knew there were a few more. I saw these and I didn't have enough packages to pick them up at the time. Have I ever played... Chad, have I ever played any roguelites on stream besides Spelunky and Spelunky HD? Well, 2 and HD would be the games I'm thinking of. I know I've played like Power Wash Simulator and a few other things, but I don't think that's the reason why you got that recommendation. It's been a while. Wouldn't think it would increase the viewer base. I think just Twitch, it's mostly just Twitch being like, they can't like scam the person who did the gift sub, so they have to find somebody. And I think recommended viewers is probably like the next best thing that they could have done. Is just give it to someone who might enjoy the stream. So honestly, it's a dub for Twitch. It's a good way to handle that situation. I'm not sure if they picked like the most sensible assortment of people, but then again, maybe they did. I don't know, maybe you really are a recommended viewer. Like Twitch is just convinced that this is the perfect stream for you. You really never know with these things. Unless there's like a Twitch like dev in chat that could tell us what's going on there. Again, just a curiosity. Because I do like knowing how this kind of stuff works. Alright, let's see here. We got like, I think half a dozen of these. No, we got like 9 of these. I only have 3 more slots. I might have to do this in 2 trips if I keep finding these. Now, I know that I'm not going to find all of these. Like, oh yeah, we're going to have to do another trip. I'm not going to find all of these necessarily. I'm completely aware of that. But I'm trying to just find like most of them. So that I don't just have to deal with a bunch of these like later on. And it's just as well, these things are just more entities in the world that are part of the save file rather, because they're not being procedurally generated every time. So like it's good to clean this stuff up from like a performance standpoint. Why is this one, how did this one even get in the wall? This one must have fallen while I was outside relevance for some reason and just like didn't stop moving, so it clipped into the ground. Astroneer is a silly video game. Twitch really thinks that I'm the right stream for you. I don't understand why it does that. I know that I've had that situation with recommended streamers where sometimes it's just, it will just keep recommending a particular category or stream to me, like whether or not I actually care about it. I don't usually check those out, but that's because I generally just don't like look at random streams very often. I tend to spend my time doing other stuff, but maybe the feature is useful to some people. Maybe Twitch knows more than we realize. I'm looking for my elevator, by the way. I wandered off a little bit far, and I don't remember where it is. I think it might be over there. I think the gateway indicator, I think it's in that direction. Let's see, we need to go west to get those last 2. So I'm gonna go drop these off. How are the snails? The ones on my back are fine, and the ones on the ship are starving right now. You know, the usual story. Usagi will get fed when Usagi deserves it, is how we usually do things here. Did I miss the gateway? Oh god, chat, I'm lost. Is this it? Oh, we're under the wrong gateway. Alright, we're gonna be wandering around for a little while. Maybe it's in this direction. I'm probably not gonna be able to find those lids anymore. Give them some yummies. Oh my goodness. Yeah, okay, maybe just for you, I'll feed all the other snails, alright? I'm not gonna use them, but I suppose I could feed them. I could part with my infinite supply of plant seeds and feed them a bit. There it is, there's our elevator. Oh, I guess I had a couple packages down there too. Alright, we'll do one more trip, and then we'll go ahead and shred a bunch of these, and if I find any more off stream, I'll just quietly dispose of them at that point. But you get the gist of this. I do stuff off stream, but I want chat to know like what I've been doing, because I mean that's part of the experience. That's kind of the whole point of streaming this game. I just try to remove a lot of the tedium. Like, did anybody really want to watch me spend like 6 hours just flying around gathering all the crap from the event last stream? And there's at least one person that's going to say yes, but I think most people would like to pass on that, and I would not like to talk for 6 hours while I just gather useless garbage after a stream. So it works in my favor if I don't have to do that. But I try to keep the interesting stuff on stream, because that's, I think, really what people would want to come here for. This is not even, there's no collision on this one right here. Like, it literally just doesn't... I don't know what this game is doing. Can I go through this one? Okay, now it's solid. It's like, the game has like given up on these. Like, they're just falling through each other right now. It's not even trying. I would not be surprised, Chad, if this explodes at some point when I come back up here, and it'll be funny if it does, so I kind of want it to. Because there are so many of these things clipped into each other at this point. It might be some fallback mechanism. What's this messy pile? Making your brain hurt. Here, have a closer look. This, if you remember, we were doing the breakdown event last time, and there were millions of these like capsules that we had to open up to get random garbage to send burritos into space. That doesn't make any sense if you weren't here for it, but just take my word for it. It made sense at the time. The point is, I have like over 100 of these in this pile, I think, and we need to get rid of them somehow. That's what this is. This is all of the capsule lids that I could find during and after that particular stream, because they were absolutely everywhere. I'm gonna go feed the snails now, just for you, because I'm feeling nice. And we'll just give them these. Alright, here are the ones that never get fed because they just don't do anything useful. So here, you can have one. You get one. There's one for you. And then there's one more snail that's on a different platform. I wish I could see through these dust clouds. Devin, chat, please let me remove those. They made these non-solid, I think specifically for me. Thank you, Tristus, for that, but I really wish I could just get rid of these dust clouds. That's step 2. That's what I've like upgraded to complaining about now, is I want to get rid of these like floating dust clouds in the air. But there you go, Beck. I fed the snails just for you. You had to take regular breaks playing this game. And feed the snails for your girlfriend too. Well, Beck's not my girlfriend. I don't think you are. I hope not. I didn't know we were on a date if that was the case. But in any case, I guess that's a common trend of people wanting the snails to get fed. Oh, you got the singing cutscene. I'll be real. The singing cutscene was hella cute. Like, I liked that. I liked that content. The snail update was very nice and cute. It was a good mix of those two things without it just being like obnoxious or tedious. All right, we're going back down for a second run. I think I still prefer the train update though, to be fair, but that's because I have engineer brain, and the snails are nice because like I have 3 of them on all the time. I have the one for power, power, oxygen, and No, I don't have the. Do I have the power one? Which ones do I have? No, I have power, but I use an oxygenator, and then I have the light snail. I literally only use the snail that emits light for streams, because if I didn't have this snail, chat, you wouldn't be able to see anything. You gotta remember, this is what this game looks like if you do not have light all the time. The game looks like this. So that is why we use the light snail during my streams. It's not for me. I can see what's going on here. I have my monitor brightness high enough, but you, chat, probably cannot tell what the hell I'm looking at right now. And then the other one I use is the invincibility snail, so I just can't take any damage because I just don't want to deal with that. So I basically just can't die, is what it boils down to, until these snails get hungry, which they hopefully will not. And we've only died once, and it was off stream while I was doing something else, and it was because I took fall damage like literally like a quarter of a second after one of the snails got hungry, and the notifications for them getting hungry don't always work, and they didn't work, so I didn't know that it was going to happen, and I was falling, and I just hit the ground and died. And I was sad, and it wasn't even on stream, so it was just kind of lame and disappointing. Let's go see if we can find those last few capsules and any bonus ones that we see along the way. And if I run out of packagers, we'll also go up, but I think we have enough packagers to get all the ones that I could find here. I could have brought 2 silos. I honestly didn't think there were this many down here when I was doing this. I'm gonna be finding these forever. Like, I described this update, or the last update, as like glitter, because I'm gonna be finding the glitter in my carpet for like the remainder of my stream playthroughs for this game. Like, we're just gonna occasionally stumble across something from that goddamn breakdown update that's just sitting on the ground, like in the middle of nowhere, that nobody knew was there. It just flew off into the distance at some point, and it's just gonna show up in the future. You know, at least it'll be kind of funny when it happens. I'm looking for the, like, 2 of those that I left on the ground. If I can't find them, we'll just kind of loop back and head back to the surface. I'll go down to the core for a second as well, because there might be a couple down there. Is that a marble? Oh, let's go. We haven't found one of these in a while. Wait, what? Wait, did it just... That's dirty. That right there is dirty. It's literally in the ground. Devs, please. If it weren't for my potato settings... If it were not for my potato settings for my stream so that I can get 60 frames per second, we would have never found that. Devs, please fix. That's not even fair. How was I supposed to find this? Oh, literally potato settings came to the rescue there. We wouldn't have gotten that otherwise. I didn't even know that was possible for them to do that. I could barely even see the light coming off of it when I came up to it. That's weird. I thought they just kind of spawned those like half a like diameter into the surface. I don't know why I said half a diameter instead of a radius, but basically they just kind of spawn them embedded into the ground, and usually they're not that deep. Well, you learn something every time you play this game. Let's see here. I suppose I could keep a lookout, but I've been ignoring these. Anybody who's lurking or not familiar with how far my progression is, this is like a super endgame playthrough. I've just been ignoring these because there is nothing I could possibly do with a piece of copper and laterite that I don't already have back at the base. So like, there's just nothing valuable left in these like little set pieces anymore. That's why I've been ignoring those. So I apologize if anybody's OCD is getting set off because I refuse to clean these up, but they're everywhere and there's just no point in collecting them anymore. I do hope that the devs at some point like revisit the caves and like add a little more to them, because as it stands now, you kind of come down here like a couple times and you quickly realize that there's really nothing useful down here. Like, you find an ore deposit for like whatever material you're looking for. You collect some stuff if you're like at the very start of your playthrough, and then you realize like, yeah, there's nothing else down here. It's really just a bunch of the same. I'm not seeing any capsules here. Okay, I think we're just gonna head back. Let me find the elevator here. Should be in this direction. We're just gonna head back. If I spot anything along the way, I'll grab it, and then we're gonna go check the core real quick, and then we'll figure out what to do with all these capsules. Or capsule lids. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I knew there'd be a few. We found some glitter, chat. Let's get rid of this. I highly doubt that it's a coincidence that the devs made an update where you get millions of these like exo lids, and then literally the next like seasonal event is a scrap collection update where you need to package them and send them into space. Like, there's no way that that's like just a coincidence that they did that. Like, that had to have been their plan. They must have realized just how many of these things players are going to have after the event, and you know what? That's good. I like that. I want to get rid of these things. I don't know what to do with that giant pile otherwise. Alright, here we are. They should add diamonds and lava pools near the core. Well, you can already make diamonds in this game, and unlike in Minecraft, diamonds are basically useless in this game. So that wouldn't be terribly exciting. Now, if they added some, like, netherite or something down there, well, then I'd be listening. Alright, what do we got down here? Alright, one more of these. We have, looks like about 6 slots left. Something like that. I think the marble's taking one of them up, and you can't package the marble, so it's just kind of stuck like that. Let me take a real quick look around. I'm pretty sure I was more thorough when I was doing the event in this layer, so I got most of the ones that flew up to the ceiling, but I highly doubt I got all of them, so there's probably some loose garbage here that we're going to find later. Just more glitter to collect. But I'm just taking a quick skim to see if I got most of them. What is that? Oh, it's a research item. I was looking at this yellow looking thing here. It was just kind of weird looking. This would probably look better if my settings weren't on potato mode. Because right now it just looks very flat. And that's for the lava pools. Like, there's people on Reddit that keep asking them to add, like, water and lava to this game. And it's like, oh, it could flow into, like, lower cave levels and stuff. And I'm like, my child in Christ, do you realize how difficult it would be to add that to a game with procedurally generated three-dimensional terrain like this? It would be interesting to have, like, a water planet or to have lava or something in the core, but it is, I would go as far as to say it's basically impossible with the game engine that they currently have. They would have to completely rewrite it to do that. So if you're one of those people, just understand from like a software development standpoint, you can't actually do that. Now, Arp, I know you're memeing. Like, I 100% know you're memeing, but I'm just saying in general, that is not going to work. And I think I disturbed this capsule here. This is from the event, actually. I think I disturbed this one and then never opened it for some reason. So it didn't despawn unlike all the other ones. Well, let's see what was in this one. Yep, some things never change, chat. The rocket lids are as good as ever. Here's just a little taste of the breakdown event for anybody who didn't see it. It was basically just me doing that right there. Open a lid, stuff flies everywhere, collect the stuff, take it back to the surface, and craft it into burritos. That was the entire gist of that event. Alright, we have 4 more slots. Hello, Adrian. Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate that. I appreciate getting 1 hydrate before you wasted the rest of your money on the money hole. Ah, it's the stuff. Alright, let's see if there's anything else in this area. Probably not. Like, again, I think I was pretty thorough about this. I might find like 1 or 2 things. That one's closed. I also apologize if this is like nauseating to anybody. It's hopefully not too bad, but we're not going to be doing this for long if you are getting a little queasy as a result of me just whipping my camera around down here. I think it would be a lot worse if I didn't have the light at the very least, because then it would just be a bunch of blurry like bitrate crust with me flying around in the middle of it. If you want to see bitrate crust, just wait till we go to Silva today, because I think we are going to be going there. And we're going to see if my new stream settings are actually, like, going to prevent the bitrate crust, because last time I went to Silva, it was, like, unwatchable for a specific portion of the stream, because for some reason my computer just decided it could not, like, render that grass properly. We'll see if it does that again. Hopefully it won't be too bad. If it is bad, I can probably just kind of stay at a high altitude so they don't render, and it shouldn't be too awful after that. Yeah, I don't think we left much of anything else down here, so I'm gonna go ahead and head back to the base. It's this direction. Why do I have an Usagi indicator? This right here on the compass, like, look at the compass here, that's an Usagi indicator. Usagi is up on the rocket, on the surface. How does this even work? Do I not have to have the snail on me to get the bonus? Well, okay, I think Usagi is just pointing me at this, which isn't useful at all, but I'm confused now. Why did that happen? Huh. No, that's the usual height differential. It's definitely this. I think we just discovered something. I don't know if it's useful or not, but it looks like Usagi actually, you don't have to have the snail on you to get like the bonus, to get the effect of being shown like where like treasure stashes are. Do you just get it like no matter what? I'm not crazy, right? I don't have that snail on me. Yeah, I don't. It's on Usagi's on the rocket. Okay, that's interesting. I'm gonna make a note about this. I wonder if we could actually like feed that snail and then just go around without Usagi and see what happens. I'm just making a note here on my to-do list to look into this. I don't know if we'll look into that more during the stream today. Just add a marker. Cosine in the future. Look into Usagi working remotely. There we go. There's our stream marker. I'm using those features. Where was I going? Over there. Best snail behavior. That'd be awesome if that's how that works. I might actually use Usagi more if that's the case. Because, well, let's see. Okay, you know, no, maybe we are going to look into this for a second here. So, no, this is pretty far away. There's no way that Usagi would be able to, like... Actually, I don't know. Maybe if it's a cylindrical projection. So Usagi is up there. Where I'm looking, Usagi is up there at the surface of the planet in the rocket right now. I wonder if it's like a cylindrical projection straight down, all the way through the center of the planet. And this is inside of that range, and then Usagi says, oh, there's treasure here, and draws it on the compass. It could be that Usagi has an infinite vertical range, but not an infinite horizontal range. But it shows up on my compass regardless of whether or not I actually have the snail in my inventory. Because if that's the case, you could search the core with this fairly easily, since the core is so small that a huge portion of it's going to fall within that range. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know what I want to do with that yet. Maybe I'll think about that. But for now, let's go ahead and go back up to the surface. I think we're done down here. Yeah, those aren't opened. Alright, so let's head back up to the surface now. See, did I use my second... Yeah, I used my second, like, flight crystal or whatever, so we're gonna be flying around for another, like, 10 or 15 minutes before this runs out. I would use these more often, but they are kind of a pain to collect. So I'd like to not use these too much. Like, basically, you need a hybrid rose seed to get, I think, 15 minutes of creative mode flight using this feature. And it takes... You have to basically play a tedious mini game every time you want to get one hybrid rose seed. So it takes like 2 or 3 minutes to get a seed to get 15 minutes of flight. So I basically just have to invest a bunch of time into it. I don't particularly like the mini game, and 1/3 of the time it's one that I can't play because it requires digging holes in the ground, which increases your save file like nothing else. And again, I'm trying to keep the save file size low, so it's kind of like off limits for me to do that. And sometimes I have to redo the mini game like 3 or 4 times just for that. Honestly, I could show a little bit of that since we have the flight, and I haven't actually shown how this works yet. Let me grab my hoverboard as a backup, or maybe just my jetpack. Yeah, you know, we just put these in our inventory just in case. But let's do a little bit of this just to show what this minigame is for anybody who doesn't, like, who hasn't seen it yet. This is what I had to do for the creative mode flight. So first of all, let's top these bad boys off. Alright, I printed a bunch of these. Yeah, we just use this one here. So these fault finders, basically I'm not going to spoil the whole quest line, but there's a quest line that you do. You get these fault finders, you do some stuff, and your reward at the end of it all is that you get a little snail friend. It's not a snail, this one's different. But you get a little friend who will give you creative mode flight for 15 minutes in exchange for the reward you can get from these fault finders. But you have to play this horrible fault finder mini game to do it. And my technique off stream, what I have been doing occasionally, is I will deploy like 4 to 8 of these at the same time. I don't know why that one ejected. And just use them all at once and hope that I get lucky and they all pick approximately the same area, which they almost never do. And ideally I invest one of these like hybrid rose seeds in order to get the fault finder minigame done so that I can get a few more of these. And it's just tedious because there's no way to automate it. So what you're watching here is basically my off-stream process for getting more of these, because I need to burn through a little bit more of this creative mode flight before it runs out, because I don't want it to go to waste. Yeah, figures. They diverged in two directions. At the very least, it's much... Oh my goodness, that was fast. I didn't even have time to read that one. Is it just going to be the one, or do we need to do follower-only chat again? Alright, tentatively, I think we're good. I think we're good. We don't have to do follower-only chat. For anyone who isn't aware, last time I streamed, I had like 10 of those bots show up all at the same time and start spamming me about follows. And I didn't know how to get rid of them all, so I just had to go to follower-only mode, because they weren't even new accounts. I don't even know if like shield mode would have protected me from them. So I just had to turn them off by just going to follower-only mode, because the bots weren't following. Thank you, Twitch. Very cool. Most likely they were stolen accounts, if I had to guess, or at least some of them. Where I checked afterward, I'm pretty sure like all of them got banned. So use two-factor, folks, if you don't want to lose your account to that. Did I not use this one? There we go. These fault finders are taking me on a ride here. I don't know which ones I finished. Shield mode would protect me for first-time chatters. Oh, does it have that? I could have tried that, I suppose. I think they only ever send one message each, so I'll have to look into that next time. I don't know what my shield mode settings are. Can I access? Okay, this is a good thing. When this happens, it means the fault finder is being stupid, and it's on like the final step before it spawns the minigame. And you can just take it literally wherever you want and use it again, and it'll eventually just let you do it. So we can put it like over here, maybe. Except this one's being really uncooperative. How about here? Is that spot good? No? How about that spot? There we go. Alright, so let's fly around, collect all these. Okay, this is looking good. We haven't gotten the unearth minigame, which is the one where you have to dig them up out of the ground. And again, chat, what I'm doing here is I'm playing 4 instances of the Fault Finder minigame all at the same time. Like, that's what we're doing right now. This one is almost certainly going to fail. Nope, it didn't fail. I was hoping it would, because now it's going to spawn them in the mountains. But I'm just collecting like 20 of these things, so that I can deliver them back to the 4 fault finders. I'll figure out which ones need them later. That looks like unearth. Yeah, I don't know where that one is over there. Yeah, this one spawned the unearth minigame, where we have to dig holes in the terrain. Yeah, so we have to cancel this one. This is what I was talking about with a 1/3 chance. You thought the event was over. Well, the breakdown event is over. I guess I'm not sure what you're referring to here. The breakdown event is over, but there's a new one now. And the fault finders have always been here. That hasn't changed. Like, they left these in the game, so you can just always do this. Where's the last one of these? I have no idea where the last one is. I'll find it later. Yeah, there's a new event. I like how they basically have, not like complete, but mostly complete uptime on like the little like seasonal events. So there's usually something to do. Depending on how much they improvise with it, it might or might not be very interesting. Oh, there it is. This one I think has some new content. Yeah, by the way, I ran out of flight, so this is why I brought my jetpack. So we're gonna have to do this like a scrub for the remaining one. It's much faster with the flight. And I have not looked at like what the new event really is. This location will not work after all. Well, whose fault is that, game? You didn't scan the area properly. Alright, is this your card? Nope. How about over here? This seems to be a good spot. Like, if anybody knows how to game this system to be less tedious, I'm listening. I tried to figure out how to, like, manipulate this minigame to spawn them in better spots. Wait, did I cancel that one? Oh, I think I clicked on the wrong one. Alright, well, we have to do that one again, too. But yeah, if anyone knows a way to make this minigame less tedious, I picked on Earth again, then I would love to have a better version of this that doesn't take so long to do. Use the fault finder to figure out whose fault it is. I don't know, it's one of the devs who designed this, I think. Like, again, this is not terrible. To be clear about something, this is not like the worst thing I've ever done in my life. It's just not very fun or interesting. You just kind of, there's no way to automate this. It's just tedious if you want to do this a bunch. And I don't like tedium being the reason to not have nice things in a video game. I would rather that this was difficult, or that this required like a resource investment. But instead, it's just tedious, which is just not the kind of way I like content being gated in a video game. Like, I want creative mode flight. There should be like an investment you have to make to get creative mode flight, but that investment shouldn't just be my time. That's the thing I don't like about this minigame. It's just not very fun. It's just an investment of time. Okay, we have to gather. We're gonna be using a lot of hydrazine for this last bit. San Andreas fault. I don't think they're in Canada, right? I don't think their office is anywhere near that. I don't think we could blame San Andreas fault for this. The minigame was also fine in the context of the update because you also played this minigame like when you were actually doing the content for this like particular update, like the little like sub quest. But then they reused the same minigame for the Fault Finders, and that's kind of the problem. Is I was good playing that minigame like once. I don't want to play it every single time I want 15 minutes of flight. Yeah, you hate this minigame too. It really isn't that much fun. I would much prefer that I could invest resources in this. Did I not start this one? Am I a big dumb? I don't even know, Chad. I'm losing my mind. Maybe this is why I do these off stream, because I already lost focus, and I think I completely forgot to do one of these after I had to reset it. This was only 4 of these, Chad. Again, I do like 8 of these off stream at once. And it's chaotic, but I think it's more efficient because there's a pretty good chance that they're going to overlap their objectives together if you do a bunch at once. You're okay with your jetpacks? Yeah, I prefer to use the flight to do this faster. That's why I was doing this to begin with, but I had a little bit of extra, and it wasn't enough to finish it because I was a big dummy and I took too long. Don't be on Earth. Oh my god, it's on Earth for like the 3rd time in a row. Devs, please replace this. Give me another way to do this, I beg you. Or get rid of On Earth. On Earth is the worst one. You literally just have to dig craters all over the goddamn place for that one. Alright, so we're hoping that this one fails so that I can take it back over there. It did not fail. It's on Earth again. Just stop. Please. Please, I beg you. Alright, I think that's 4 on Earths in a row now. Alright. Is this one going to go into my base? They don't usually do that. Or is it going to turn right? It's probably going to turn right. Yeah, there it goes. It usually doesn't go into the base. I think it tries to avoid like a lot of structures or deformed terrain. But I'm not really sure how it works. Alright, Chad, that's I think 5 now? I think that's 5 on Earths in a row. Okay, let me finish this one while I'm here. I kind of just want to throw this particular one in the shredder. Wait, did I not... Wait, did I not finish this one? I thought I had delivered all the things to this one. Or was this one also on Earth? I don't even know anymore. I'm never going to do this on stream again. I clearly am not paying attention and cannot focus. I am not doing this on stream anymore. This is the last time you will ever have to see me do this. You're paying attention. Can you pay attention for me and yell at me when I do something stupid during this minigame? On Earth is a conspiracy to increase save file sizes to drive up storage drive sales. No, that drives up their support tickets. Because they... Oh my fucking god, it's on Earth again. Just please help me. But that just drives up their support tickets from people who play this game on the Nintendo Switch, which first of all, why would you play this game on the Nintendo Switch? You know better than that. But second of all, if you made the mistake of doing that, your save becomes unusable when it hits like, I think, 20 to 30 megabytes in size. And what better way to make that happen and force people to reset their save or post on Reddit about it than to make a mini game that literally requires you to create pockmarks all over the terrain outside your base. Really good for whatever data structure they're using to store the deformations, I'm sure. You just get rid of On Earth, it's bad. Alright, I don't even know how many On Earths we're up to now. Look, I know you could do it here. Just do it. Look, I literally moved you like 2 meters and it worked that time. Oh! If anyone doesn't know what I'm looking at, by the way, It's the detection method under the title Fault Finder. That's what I'm looking at. The Unearth minigame is bad, and we just got it again. Let me get rid of the ones that are behind me. I think it's over here. I think it's this one. Okay. Use. There we go. Alright, we did this one properly. You gotta figure out what I'm doing first. I have to play this one of 3 mini games with these fault finders to get hybrid rose seeds so that I can use creative mode flight. And I'm showing chat and potentially dev in chat that this is not a very fun mini game and that they should seriously reconsider the way they designed this. Apparently I had another one of these that I didn't finish. It was probably also on Earth. Don't give me that. I know this location is fine. Just do it. There you go. What is this pointing at? Okay, that one. Well, these two are following each other along. They're probably both gonna turn right. Like, I have some theories for, like, the algorithm that they use to generate these, and I'm pretty sure what happens is when you place it, it does a few attempts to create a path where it spawns in, like, 3 of these, like, initial, like, follow the trail, like, path items. And then at the end of it, it does a different one that checks if it can find like 5 spots to put these. And if it can't find them, then it gives you this like useless error message that basically says try a different spot. If you get try a different spot for phase 2, you can just take it wherever you want. Otherwise, you have to do it in whatever awful spot it picked for you. And the way that you would hypothetically game this like system to spawn them in predictable spots is to have like a long runway for it to do phase 1, and then a large open space at the end of like the narrow like runway for it to do phase 2. Like hypothetically, I think that's how you would do this, but in practice, I tried this in creative mode for a while, and I could not find like an ideal layout that would get these things to cooperate and spawn them in reasonable locations. It was like super finicky. It would just refuse to do anything even when I like thought it had a sufficiently large platform. And we have 4 of each. Okay, where are the last 2? Oh, there they are. But the point is I couldn't figure out how to game the system like efficiently enough, because I think what happens is it only tries a few times and then it gives up. So you end up just standing there, reusing it over and over and over and over again until it eventually decides that you're allowed to play the minigame in that spot. And it just, I don't know like what the optimal trade-off is. But hard on the random number generator, yeah, it feels that way. I think it pre-computes like the 3 or 4 spots or whatever that you need to do for phase 1, but I'm not entirely sure like how it does it. I think it pre-computes those spots, but then it rolls randomly for phase 2 again. It would be great to know how this works, but I don't know. I don't know if Dev in chat wants to give me like secret intel on how to like play this more efficiently. I would rather they just fix it. Which mobile has great UX? Go into landscape, tap the button to display the chat overlay. It shows the overlay for 200 milliseconds and goes back into portrait view. Yeah, that's a Twitch L right there. I basically only use the mobile app on Twitch to see who is streaming so that I can then open their stream on my PC. Like, that is the only thing I do with it. You know what, actually, let's go ahead and cache these in just to show, again, anybody who hasn't seen this, anyone who's lurking, this is what this looks like. What I'm doing right here was getting the creative mode flight. So the final step is you go to your trade platform. After you do that quest, you could trade in your fault finders for various things that I'm not going to spoil, but most importantly, the one I am going to spoil is hybrid rose seeds. Just take my word for it, this is probably the only useful thing that you could trade these for, but you're free to trade them in for all the other stuff that it lets you have. But when it comes back, we're going to get hybrid rose seeds. Each of those rose seeds is 15 minutes of creative mode flight. That's the reward, and this is like the sunroom quest. I don't know like what the quest line is actually called. I think I can actually find it. Just for anyone who's like curious and wants to have this feature, I'm trying to find the first one. It's this one. If you have help on your quest line, I don't know what unlocks it. If you have this one here, or like if you progress that it's a fault in the stars, that's the quest line that you need to do to get this. Who's dev in chat? It's usually Tristis, but I don't actually know if I have a dev in chat right now. I'm just a memer and a dumb idiot streamer, and I will just say dev in chat like whenever something goes wrong, in the hopes that maybe there's actually a dev in my chat that can like assist me with the dilemma, or listen to me complain, because usually that's what it boils down to. Oh, there we go. Hey, hello Tristis. Hey, there's our dev in chat. Welcome to the stream. I haven't been doing too much complaining this time, I think. I think dev in chat is almost certainly taken, probably with 2 T's with underscores. Like it's not my meme. I don't know who started that meme. I first saw it with like, I think Vinesauce or Germa, probably Vinesauce. I don't know who came up with that meme, but I use it because I don't have creative ideas for my own stream, so I just take them from other popular ones apparently. But hello, Dev in chat. Where's my... Oh, I don't usually put the hoverboard there. It looked really weird. I always have it in this slot. I like to have this top right slot for rail posts, so I tend to leave it empty. Anyways, we're done with flight for now. We need to figure out what to do with these lids. Also, Tristis, did my support ticket go through? Like, last time I streamed this game, like 4 years ago, you asked me for the one for the offset, like, trains. And I want to make sure that actually went through. I did send that, like, 2 days afterward. But I only got the automated response. So just as long as you got that is all I need to know. I don't need to know, like, if or when it's going to get fixed. I just want to make sure you received that. Because I did report that bug to the support email a couple days after the stream. And let's see. Alright, I think we're done cleaning up here. Okay, so you don't like directly look at those. As long as it got to where it needs to be, that's all I'm interested in. Like, I don't expect you or anybody on the team to violate your development policies and like your bug fixing and like QA process just for one dumb idiot on Twitch. I just wanted to make sure you actually received that. Like, that it's somewhere in your system, and that I did everything right, and it didn't get, like, filtered or something weird like that. It just had a save file and, like, 2 images in it, so I would assume that it didn't get filtered out for any reason. Yeah, I was afraid I was going to be finding more, like, random stuff. Hail clang. Are you talking about the sound that these things make? I'm honestly surprised that this heap hasn't exploded yet. I don't want these to fall through the ground. Let me get a medium storage for these. I'll be right back real quick. I just don't want those to fall through the floor while I'm busy dicking around with the physics engine. Hello, Adam.
Happy 34-month anniversary, Cosigny. A marriage this long deserves to be celebrated, and just in time for Mother's Day. Bouquet.
Okay, that is a loaded subscription message. Thank you for the resub, but I didn't know we were married. I didn't know that's how this worked. I thought you were just giving me money because you like my streams. I mean, I don't know if I'm ready for this kind of commitment. I also don't know what Mother's Day has to do with this. Are you hitting on me, Adam? Either way, thank you for the resub. I didn't even realize I'd been streaming for 34 months, probably because I only stream like twice a month. So it doesn't feel like 34 months. I'm legitimately disappointed that this pile hasn't exploded yet. But let's go look at the event now, chat. I'm going to stop lollygagging. So here's our event platform. What do we need to do for this event to finish it? And do we have enough scrap in this one place? I suspect we need organic to do this properly, in which case we're going to be going on a side quest with the tappers. I've been cheating with Beck. I don't know which of my chat members are hitting on me anymore. I'm not very good at being receptive to that kind of thing. I don't do good with social cues, alright? This is why I stream on the internet. I don't understand how to talk to like real humans in the real world. So we need nuts, a DNA, or boxes. I'm assuming that one of these is like a small scrap box. Let's see, how does this work? Let me get a little bit of scrap. Do I have any on this rover? I think we're going to be using these Krusty Krab shredders in a moment here, but do I have any scrap sitting on this rover? No, I do not. Let's go get some. These nuts? Oh, no, those nuts. No, how long you can hang out. All right, that's all good. I'm just mostly curious if you got the thing or not. If you got the bug report. Like, as in it actually got where it needed to be. I know that the support, like, line received it because it sent the automated response. That's all good, though, if you don't have time or don't want to hang out right now. That's always fine. I don't expect people to, like, stick around in my chat if they've got other things that they want to do or need to do. Okay, apparently that's not what a nut is. What the heck is this, then? Or are these, like, the little scrap packages? Okay, what are these? Maybe this is a better... Okay, that's a little scrap package. Debris bundle. Okay, that's what the nut is. This is when you pick up, like, tiny little bits of debris on the ground, and they automatically get turned into a stack of gears. And just looking at these gears makes me wish the Factorio update would come out already. God, I need that update so badly. But besides that, what do we have? Small debris pack, another bundle, the Hana, I think, that's like leech speak. I think that's Hana or Hana or something. I'm gonna call it Hana because I don't know, I just want to. And then medium debris pack is most likely this. And then I'm not sure which of these is which, so let's see. Okay, so these are worth 300. Let's see, the Hana or whatever is worth 50. The little debris packs, we don't have a way to make those, and we also don't have a way to make debris bundles. Let's do the interesting one, because I think this one is the one that requires the tappers. So let's go ahead and look at that. Yeah, you too, yeah, you're talking about Factorio. Factorio stream, I do not know if I'm going to stream that Factorio update. I make no promises on that. Factorio is kind of like a cozy game for me. And the fact of the matter is, I want to play like 500 hours of Factorio when that update comes out. And having to live stream 500 hours of Factorio to like progress through the content is probably going to be stressful enough for me that I wouldn't like enjoy it as much as I would just playing it alone on my own time. Like that's probably why I wouldn't stream it, at least on a first playthrough. I'll probably talk about it for whatever it is I am doing. Like, I was going to stream Oxygen Not Included, for instance, because, like, I know enough about that game that I don't think I'm going to just want to binge it. But for Factorio, I think I would legitimately just enjoy the game less by streaming it. Not because I don't enjoy streaming, but because I want to play the game way more than I want to stream before I get stressed out by it. Because live streaming is ultimately stressful if you do it for too long. Like, I do it infrequently for long periods of time. And that's just what works best for me. If I had to live stream Factorio for 6 hours every day to play Factorio as much as I wanted to, I would not be enjoying Factorio very much as a result of that. What am I doing? We need to get a printer. So you make Hana on a printer. And I think it's a small printer here. Scrap and organic. Alright, so we could get... I think this is the only way that I want to do this event because it's interesting, but I wonder like what the exchange rate is on this. Because 1 scrap and 1 organic for 50, or I could use one of these lids and immediately get the full like 300. So these lids are worth 6 times as much. I get the feeling it's actually more efficient to just scrap the lids and send them, or to package the lids and send them instead. I wonder how much scrap I produce with these. So let's go ahead and do this. It looks like all of these... Here we go. Okay, we have 1 scrap nugget in there. Don't have any extras sitting around. Okay, so let's go ahead and put one of these in. I'm curious how much scrap these actually produce. Just a single one of these lids. Last time you hit on me, you weren't subtle. You shot a proximity scatter rocket. Oh, is that what that was? Was that our first date? Yeah, it didn't last very long. I honestly, Severn, I think we should see other people if that was your idea of a first date right there. Because I did not enjoy that rocket at all. That was extremely painful. Okay, these are worth a lot. That's 1. Yeah, eating through every automation game. I started playing Factorio mods is what I was doing. I did like a Crastorio playthrough. That was pretty fun. I wish I'd played that mod at some point earlier, but you know what, it's holding me over, so maybe it was a good thing I never looked into that mod. But like, I'm going through like the overhaul mods for Factorio in the meantime, while we're just waiting for that update to come out because I need it. I need that update so badly. Okay, so that's 2. Is it gonna be 3? I don't know how well they rounded off these numbers. I feel like it's gonna be 3 or 2.5. It might be 2.5. Oh, come on, you can do it. Come on, you can finish this one. Alright, it's exactly 3. Okay, so we have like a benchmark for this. Though it was mostly just curiosity, because again, I'm pretty sure I already know how I want to do this, but I was curious how much you actually get from this. You crave a true metabolic pathway automation game. I'm actually not sure what you mean by that. What the heck is a metabolic pathway? So let's see here. So one of these lids is worth 3 scrap, which we can combine with 3 organic to get the... it's a scam by the look of things. Oh, biochemistry. Okay, I wasn't sure if that's what you meant by metabolic. I didn't want to just, like, jump to that assumption. Isn't that pathway, like, insanely complicated, though? Or are you a person who just wants it to be insanely complicated? Like, I've looked into, like, enough biology to know that I'm glad that's not the field I decided to pursue, because, my god, everything is just an absolute nightmare. Just enormous, like, just chains of reactions and compounds and molecules. It is something, to say the least. Half of which I suspect I still don't fully understand. From glycolysis to lipid biogenesis. Alright, well... You know what? If anybody makes a game like that, I suppose I'll let you know. I certainly haven't seen anything of the sort, though. So we have the easy way out, chat. We have the ability to send these into space. In order to finish this event, it looks like we need 14,000 of these. I mean, it is a beautiful automation factory if you don't count all the defects and things that go wrong along the way. But anyways, this means I need to send 47 medium debris packs into space. We have enough here to finish this event like twice over, but that's boring. That's not what anybody here came for. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to investigate making Hana and using tappers, because that is the thing that we did not do last time I streamed the game. So that's, I think, what we're actually going to be here to do. So let's get our tappers and let's explore the content that I completely glossed over last month when I was doing this, because I got distracted when I found out about, like, tapper entanglement. Which, by the way, I think tapper entanglement is still in the game, but I didn't find anything particularly useful that I could do with it. I'll show what tapper entanglement is later when we get there. By get there, I mean we're going to go to another planet. And actually, you know, let's go to Silva. Here's our chance to show the space elevator for the stream. Let's go to Silva. So what they did during this update is they added a bunch of seeds for, like, trees, not just the usual plants, but you can make tree seeds now, or you can get tree seeds. I don't know why it won't let me put this here. Hold on. We're gonna go to Silva, and we could use a rocket, but you know how I am. We're not gonna use a rocket. We're gonna do something more interesting than that, because I like to show this off at least once every stream. So let me add a few train cars. And let me grab this, because this is my everything storage. I don't know what we're going to need. We might have to go back and forth a little bit. Let me grab... Do I have another... Yeah, let me grab one more train car so I can get some zinc while I'm there. Okay, there we go. That should be good to go. We fed our snails. I'm going to get one more container of hydrazine, just in case I need to jetpack around a bunch. And we're going to hope that my bitrate cooperates while I'm on Silva. We shouldn't need the OTG for anything. Yeah, let's go. It still works. I mean, it works, but could be better. I don't know, as far as my life is concerned, I don't have too many metabolic issues, but I know there's some people that just, like, rolled a 1 when they were born, and they are just inundated with, like, problems, like diabetes. The whole process could use a little bit of work, to say the least. Anyways, folks, we're going to Silva. We have 4 tappers, and we want to go collect some seeds. I don't remember what planets they said they put all the seeds on, but I'm almost certain that there are some on Silva, and I want to collect all the plants. I don't know if they have like different tapping speeds or other like attributes, and I want to collect them anyways because I'm a video gamer, and I just, you have to collect things. I'm playing video games. Like, obviously, I'm just going to gather them all. That's how my brain works. So this is a collectathon right now. We're going to get all of the seeds, and we're going to see which ones are the fastest to put tappers on. And then that's what we're going to make our organic out of. And as for how we're going to do it, we're going to use the space elevator. Almost everybody here has seen this, but for like the 2 lurkers that haven't seen this yet, you could do this. I have a whole stream of it. It is on my channel. There's an Astroneer like playlist or whatever, or collection on Twitch, and I spent 6 hours building this space elevator. You could do this in adventure mode. Should you do this? Probably not. It took forever. It was tedious. It was using a very weird exploit involving placing things in space and saving and loading your game. But anytime you see a Reddit post where people are all like, yeah, no, you can't go between the planets, there's a build limit. Did you show them this? There is a build limit. You cannot build between planets with terrain, but that doesn't mean that you can't get really creative with platforms and do it anyways. And that's exactly what this is here. Oh, by the way, that right there, that's Silva. That is the little like orbiting rocket over Silva. Now you don't have to clip this. I already have like a highlight of this space elevator like as a whole. Like, I don't expect anybody to actually like be a martyr for me on Reddit. I'm just saying that I constantly see Reddit posts where people still don't understand how the planets are arranged in this game. But once you know how they work, what I'm doing here is actually going to make a lot of sense, and I'll show my little diagram after I get to Silva. But the planets do not orbit each other in this video game. They do not orbit the sun, they do not circle each other, there are no moons. Everything just has a position in the game engine, and it's just not rendered until you get close to it. Like, everything has an area of influence. And it just so happens that Calidor is directly to the south of Silva. And my base is on Calidor, so I built a space elevator off the north pole of Calidor. And if you just use that space elevator, it'll take you to Silva. So in theory, if I wanted to do it, I could automate getting zinc across the space elevator from a planet that doesn't have it. It is technically possible to automate every resource if they would fix the auto extractors to not require resetting. You could get every resource automatically on one planet without having to actually leave and manually pick them up. You would have to build a space elevator, I think, to 4 planets from Silva in order to do it. I think 4 is the minimum to get every material. Maybe 5 actually, because you need to get the helium for Matrox. It's 4 or 5, I don't remember. Maybe it's 4 planets, but Silva counts as one of them. Whatever the case is, you have to build a lot of space elevators. And that is not something that I want to commit the time to do right now, because I had to save and load my game like 60 times to build the space elevator. And that took forever. And my save file size was even smaller than it is now, and that still took absolutely forever to save and load my game 60 times to place the rail posts in interplanetary space between Calidor and Silva. And yes, that is Calidor. All those rails that you see over there, and all the little specks, that is just stuff rendering on Calidor. It's honestly a miracle that it works at all. 3 minimum if you only count gas. Yeah, I guess that's true. You could trade for the other materials, so it would be 3 planets if you just do gases. Yeah, I forgot about that because I said I wasn't going to do that during this playthrough because I thought using auto extractors would be more interesting. But yeah, you could trade for all of your base materials, and it would only be gases. And I believe that it's 3 minimum. You would need like Aatrox, probably Aatrox, like Silva, and then a planet with like sulfur and methane, I guess. But I'm not sure if that would work. The meta is Astronium. Well, I thought the meta is Astronium to solid fuel thrusters to scrap to like raw resources, right? I thought that's what the meta is. Yeah, I ran out of zinc again. I don't even know anymore. I don't know what the meta is. I'm deliberately not playing the meta because I think the way I'm doing it is more interesting. Okay, there we go. I need to go reset my zinc real quick. I need to find a better zinc deposit down here because this one has been running out very fast. It's not very big. But yeah, you just pick it up and place it again, and it just starts working again. I don't think anybody knows what exactly the devs were going for with this, but I talk about this like every time I look at an auto extractor. They need to nerf the auto extractors and then make them last forever. That's the solution to this problem. Make them last forever, but then reduce the speed and make it scale based on how good the deposit that you put the extractor on is. That would be way more fun than having to go over there and pick them up and place them down again due to a bug that the devs haven't fixed. Presumably they haven't fixed the bug because even they realized that it would suck if the materials actually ran out and you had to keep finding new ones. Because then everybody would just make scrap factories again, and that's not terribly interesting. It's not the meta, no one does what we do. Well, I thought the meta is the actual good solution, or is there like a stupid meta and then an actual good meta? What do people do to make every resource? I thought the everything factory meta is supposed to be solid fuel thrusters from Astronium. Is there like something else that people tend to do? So I'm looking for the tappable trees, by the way, now. So I think there's supposed to be like a new plant of some sort out in the woods that I could use tappers on. Like I don't like I should be able to get seeds from it, is my understanding, for the new trees. Or I don't know if it's a tree, it might be a bush of some sort. Usually playing casually is the meta. And that's not the definition of meta that I would use. Maybe I need to reread the notes. Yeah, okay, hold on, chat. Before I do anything stupid, let's go have a look at the patch notes. Like, way back then. Alright, so first of all, since I happen to have this up right now, I don't know why that pixel at the bottom is there, by the way. This is a full screen window. There we go, that fixed it. This is what I did. Calidor to Silva. This is where the planets actually are. They're not rendered until you're closer to them, yada yada. You've all heard this before, but for whoever hasn't heard this before, I rode a space elevator from the North Pole of Calidor to the South Pole of Silva. That's how we did that. You could do this at home. Just be prepared to set aside 6 or more hours of your life to build it, and only if you know what you're doing, which again, you can look through my collections on Twitch. I have a VOD of the stream where I did this. Good luck and Godspeed. So, let's go see if I could find the patch. What did they actually add in that update? Breakdown, farm. What is... Okay, look, whoever did the UI for this, can you reconsider how you did the UI for this? Where's the Verdant update? Am I dumb? Did I miss it? We have the limited time event, we have the breakdown update, Project Cheer, Year of the Glitch, Exo Cares. Isn't there supposed to be one here for the Verdant update? Oh, it's up at the top. It's at the very top. It's on the hero image. Okay. I was looking at the other ones. They're not in any particular order. This one is from March, but it was above the most recent one, so I wasn't expecting it to be at the top. This website could use a little bit of work here. That's my critique. Oops, I didn't mean to click on that. Alright, so what did they add in this update? We never explored any of this, because I was being an idiot. The tapper. Any tappable plant. Does that mean that these trees are just tappable now without any changes? Like I could just dig up any of these? Let me zoom this in for anybody who's on mobile. That was a little too much. Alright, so tappable plants. They can be uprooted, they can give you seeds. This just looks like a normal tree on Silva, so I wonder if they repurpose these and they actually drop seeds now. We'll try that in a moment. Multiple tappers is pointless, yada yada. New flora. Okay, here we go. This is what I was looking for. All existing hazards and harmless flora are tappable. Okay, and then there's 5 new tappable ones. We've seen the cacti on Calidor, but I've never actually looked into them. They spawned in around my base. It looks like they added 1 to every planet except the Solo, which I'm guessing the Solo just doesn't have anything because that place sucks. Oh, and Novus either had a plant that got repurposed, or they don't have any new, or they don't have any at all. We'll go to both of those to see if there's anything new there as well. And then there's something about future updates. Devs, please add this. Add this right now. Just put this in the game right here. I'm assuming that this is an XL resource canister. Please, 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 please add this to the game. I want this. I need this in my life. I need to be able to jump into a XL resource canister full of nanocarbon alloy like Scrooge McDuck. I need that in my life. Alright, so we know what we're looking for here. Let's go find some. I'm probably going to want to carry my platform around. Well, I don't have a platform, but I'm going to want to carry a storage around to hold onto these seeds. So just pick this one up. I don't think I'm going to have to go too far unless multiple plants here can be tapped. But one of the ways that we could find out is we could just put a tapper on it and see if it like lets me do anything with it. So let me grab one tapper. So the tapper shows a little red indicator if you attach it to something that it won't work on. Hopefully it's turned off right now so it won't get locked on. Yeah, so it can't tap that. Okay, Devs, why did you show a picture of the tapper on one of these trees if this doesn't even work? What am I missing here? Yeah, the little red, it's turned off. I cannot tap any of these trees. Or is there a new tree that I need to go further away for? Okay, so this would work, but I think we have those already. Do we have those? Now, well, I'll worry about the hostile plants later. I think I have like a couple seeds for that somewhere in the base. We'll test the hostile plants too. I don't know if they're going to be any different. Oh, it's a ground. Yeah, I don't know. That picture literally had one of these trees with a tapper on it, and they do not appear to work. Let me go like all the way over here and see if this one's any different. Like something that's far away enough that it probably is like naturally generated and isn't something that's in my save file. I don't think you can do it with these little bushes either. Yeah, you can't tap these like little resource bushes or these research bushes either. These are nothing special. Is there anything in the mountains? I don't think there's any plants in the mountains on Silva. No, it doesn't look like it. Alright, I think the last thing I haven't tried here then is these trees here, the one with the little hole in the middle. Yeah, those aren't tappable either. Okay, I'm not really sure why they had a picture of this for their like splash image for the update when you literally cannot tap the thing in the picture. Devs, please fix. Or I'm an idiot and completely missing something, or the game failed to generate like new ones for some reason. The heck? I'm not, Chad, I'm not doing any, I'm literally not moving my cursor right now. I'm not holding it, I'm not doing anything. Like this is just happening on its own. Okay, I'm moving it now. What? Look, I don't know what this is either, dude. It just spins. It just spins. Like I placed it on a bunch of trees and then I moved out of relevance. And now the tapper is just like in free fall while it's on my cursor. Sort of. Like, it's kind of, it's like, it's moving a little bit. It's like trying to fall a little bit. And then it goes back up. I don't understand. Just find the one that's a plume fur. You could tell which one because it has feathers for leaves. Isn't that what these are? These have names. Tapper entanglement. I think this is a new entanglement glitch. I think one of the things I attached it to going out of relevance caused the tapper to like wig out. Okay, I let go of it and it didn't go onto the ground. It just flew out of my cursor. I think I need to destroy this tapper. Like this one is like tainted now. I don't know what is going on with this tapper. Like it picked up an STD from one of these plants and now it just like is going to act weird or something. I don't know what's going on with it. So what is a plume fur? Which of these doesn't have feathers for leaves? Because those look like feathers to me. And none of these, I cannot tap any of these. And I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss something here. Can I dig these up? Like, do I need to destroy one of these trees and place it again? Let me do it anyways. Do a little bit of deforming. No, I don't see any seeds dropping. I think these are going to despawn. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on here. I don't know what I could tap. How much spoiler do I want? I just want to know if any of these trees can be tapped. Because there is a picture of that in the update, and I want to know if I'm being a big dumb and completely like glossing over what I'm supposed to be doing here. Oh, I didn't know that gravity globe was there. I just want to know if I'm being a big dumb. Certain of those trees can be tapped. Oh, so this one right here. Hold on. So were there? I see it now. Were there just none of those over here? Maybe I was like too close to my base, so the game didn't generate any in. Why am I now seeing them? Like, you literally say this message in chat. Did you like go into my game and just edit these in while I wasn't looking? So there's one there. Were there just not any over here? Why am I able to? I was right next to one. I'm so this is the ultimate like streamer blindness right here. There's no way that these were here. I'm losing my mind. Skill issue? This might be a skill issue. I'm losing my mind. How in the world did I fly through this entire forest and not see that they were literally right here? So I went in this direction. All right, look, I'll take the L on this one, okay? I'll take the L on this one. It's like when you learn the Toyota symbol and then you see Toyotas everywhere. Yeah, you know, this is maybe this one's on me, and that one is indeed tappable. The tree is also. I don't think this is how roots work. I'm pretty sure trees aren't supposed to sway independently of their root system. You thought I was trolling? I wish I was trolling. That would have been way funnier. All right, we got the seeds. Nope, this is me being stupid. We got our plum bloom seeds. We're fine now. All right, so it spawned 2 seeds, so I'm assuming then that I can get more trees from this, and I don't need to like do a one-to-one like collection of these. So we got our plume fir seeds. That is what I came here for. So it looks like they did like kind of repurpose these trees. They added a new variant that you could pick up. Yeah, recall failed. Not exactly recall failed. It was blind. It was mostly just streamer blind is what happened there. It's like grad students on their first Batesian mimicry tour. Is that the thing where like one plant or animal like looks really similar to another one to like make predators think it's the other one? I don't know. I ain't no biologist. I don't know for sure. I don't know how smart or stupid I sound right now. Anyways, let's go back home. I don't want to talk about what happened there. We got the seeds, and we're gonna do better on the other planets. Yeah, okay. Whatever incoherent message I said right there seems to have been mostly correct. Hydrate. Yeah, that's a good time for that. Coral snakes and king snakes. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Because I'm in the place where coral snakes exist, and you know they got all these cool like mnemonics and like red on yellow is a friendly fellow. Just don't touch them. Don't touch the snakes. That is the lesson of the story. It's not to figure out which ones are coral snakes and which ones aren't. Just do not touch the fucking snakes. That is the best advice I can give if you live in a place that has dangerous snakes in it. It's not worth it. You have no reason to touch a king snake. They're not going to enjoy it. And if it's a coral snake and you get bitten, it's going to suck for you too. So just don't do that. But I am familiar with that one. Like I live in Arizona. It's basically it's like America's Australia. We got scorpions, we got rattlesnakes, we got all sorts of cool things here. And it's hot and miserable all the time. It is just the outback of the United States as far as I'm concerned. But you know what? At least the rent is cheap. I'm so glad that the space elevators are a thing you could build in this game. Like, for all the problems that it has caused the devs of this game to have the planets in the same, like, physical space with, like, the floating point precision problems and getting stuck on the ground, it is so nice that you could do this, because traveling between planets with things other than shuttles is hella cool. I think I'm willing to, like, take the downsides of this just for the ability to do this kind of thing. I forgot sand spurs. What are those? Are those like the devil's claw things, or are you talking about like the shitty little prickling ones that get stuck in your socks? Like the tiny little like sticky ones. There's a big version of that, and those are awesome, and I have a couple of those. And then there's also these horrible like little tiny ones where if you like rub your foot through a bush, you get like 70 of them stuck to your shoelaces, and it takes like an hour to get them off. Because yeah, those things are horrible and I hate them. Good thing I never go outside, so I have had very few encounters with those. You can also do butterflies. Yeah, butterflies are lame though. No, I want to talk about snake mimicry. Snakes are pretty cool, right? Yeah, I'm assuming that's what sand spurs are. And I'm pretty sure I've had first-hand encounters with those things. What a beautiful ride. Just taking the scenery, taking the desert. See, this is why I built my base on Caldor. It reminds me of home. Which I, in retrospect, don't know why I would want to be reminded of home, but... what are you gonna do? Really, though, the reason I picked Caldor was because I didn't want to put a base on Silva, and I wanted a planet with hydrogen. Those were the criteria, and this was the most interesting one of the bunch. One has a surprisingly painful bite. Cicadas. I have never, like, found a cicada in my damn life. I don't know how you're getting bitten by them. Like, how hard do you have to try to actually find a cicada and get bitten by it? I've seen dead ones. I have seen, like, a couple live ones. I didn't even know they could bite, honestly. That's useful advice. Should I ever decide that I want to touch a cicada for some reason, I'll not do that. But if they're anything like the ones we have around here, good luck finding them. It's just invisible. They're the loudest. Cicadas are just the loudest thing in the universe that you will never be able to find, no matter how much noise they make. They have been specifically, like, optimized by nature to be incredibly obnoxious. Thank you, nature. Very cool. You got stabbed with a dagger. Oh god. That feels even worse to me than just getting bitten by it. Like, if it just stabs you. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Thank you for telling me about that. I have something to put on my list of things to never do now. I mean, if I find a cicada, I'm killing that thing anyway, so I'll keep in mind not to touch it before I do that. We can just use this silo. We're gonna use the rocket for the rest of these planets here. Maybe we'll use the flying machine for one of them, but let's use the rocket for a little while. Save a bit of time. Let me grab the other tappers. Oh, here they are. Alright, so we've got plenty of storage space for whatever nonsense I'm going to be doing here. I'm probably not going to have to do too much flying around, so I'll just use the jetpack for this. I'm not going to use creative flight. Now, we're doing pretty good on snail food. We should be able to get back. Arizona has some good ant queens. I never messed around with like ant queens specifically. I would just mess around with the colony like at the ant hill, and I never like dug into them or anything to see what was in there. You found it. Okay. The technical name is as follows. I'm looking at this right now. Hold on. That did not open in the correct window. Let me make sure this captured correctly. Oh god, what the fuck? No, this is worse. This looks more terrifying than what I was thinking of. I don't think they have these in the area I'm in. I don't think I've ever seen these. Or is this, wait, is this zoomed in? Hold on, is this zoomed in? Maybe maybe we do have these. Oh, okay, nope, these are them. Yeah, this is it. 1 millimeter. These, I hate these things. Like, I haven't like stepped on these per se. I haven't had these like embedded in my flesh. But what happens is these things get stuck to any part of your clothing or shoes that touch the plant that produces them. And you have to pick them out like one at a time. I do not like these things. And you see they've got these like little hairs all over them. So like they stick in there too. They do not like come back out. You have to like rip them out and they'll break in parts. Yeah, I don't like these things. They look way more terrifying when they're zoomed in like this though. Cool plants. Thank you, Arizona. Very cool. I think my stale's just 8, so let me top them off real quick. Did I get a follow-up email? I did not, unless it got sent. I will check my emails literally right now. No, the last email I have gotten was, thank you for contacting System Arrow support. That was it. I got that like pretty much immediately after I sent it. There was no follow-up email after that. Yeah, thanks for submitting your support request. We do our best, yada yada. Feel free to check out these links. And that was it. And then I have a ticket ID. I have not received any correspondence beyond that, and I don't have anything in my spam bucket. So that was the end of that. I'm hoping that got where it needed to be. What's the ID? Hold on. Yeah, for tracking purposes, your ticket ID is 14347. And if those are numeric, then I'm surprised that you've only gotten 14,000 support emails, unless you like reset the count at some point. I would have honestly thought you get way more of those than that. What is my frame rate doing? Astroneer, stop. Come on. Quit it. We good now? No, we're not good yet. I don't know why my frame rate just dropped when I tabbed out there. Whatever. Hopefully that'll go away when I leave the planet. Let me top off the snails here real quick. Let's go to DeSolo. Let's see if they put any plants on DeSolo that we could farm. They didn't like mention any new ones in those notes there, but there might be something there anyways. So let me look at that again. Did they mention anything? Okay, Silva had the plume furs. Calidor, we don't care about. Glacio. Oh, hold on. Wait, these are backwards. Wow, this is literally unplayable game. Plant name and then planet. Planet name and then plant. Incredible. Unreadable. I'm just memeing, but yeah, these two are swapped. That was why I was a little bit confused, I think, when I was scanning through this. So it looks like DeSolo and Novus are the only 2 planets on this list that aren't mentioned, which I'm assuming means that they didn't put anything here. I'm guessing that's what's going on there. Anyways, let's go to DeSolo and check real quick. If I don't see anything obvious, we'll just go to the next planet. Do I have enough fuel? Yeah, we have plenty of fuel. We'll be fine. Let's go. Goat head. It's gonna be a long stream. Just look at Wikipedia live on stream. I mean, it could be these as well. Where are these native to? Central and South America. Up to southwestern United States. It could be these as well. I don't know. I don't like legitimately know which of these it is. I think it's the first one that you linked. What is that? I want to click on that. Enhanced. Why are we doing this? Yeah, these, I've seen these. I have absolutely seen these. Like, they've got like a few spines on them. I like how the enhanced image is very clearly just like an upscaled like 720p image because it's just blurry and out of focus. Like, what's the point in zooming it in this much if it's just blurry anyways? Yeah, I reset my zoom already. It's just enhanced. It's just blurry. Oh, what a meme. Your dog steps. Oh god, you're right, yeah. Yeah, that sucks for like dogs and stuff. They just gotta like tank it. It never stays on the trail. I know that. I'm familiar with that problem. Like, I don't have a dog, but my parents have had dogs. And those dogs will sometimes just walk through spiky things. and then they come back to you with a limp, and you have to figure out like which paw it is and pull out whatever it is they stepped on. This is not an ideal place that I live in for that either, because my god, there's a lot of things to step on here that you probably don't want to be doing with your bare feet. Dogs are silly. You know, they usually walk it off after you pull it out, so it's not too bad. Your bike got many flats from this. I don't think I ever had that happen to me. I usually would stay on the road, though. I didn't do, like, off-trail biking or anything. I just did it when I was in a university. I don't know if I really care where I land. Just go over here, I guess. I think this is my landing pad. Oh, hold on. I didn't even read your response. Should have gone a follow-up. No one at the company works on weekends. Well, yeah, I know. I sent it. I don't know when I sent it, actually, but I figured that it was just going into the system somewhere. I didn't know if I would get, like, a confirmation or not, since it wasn't an issue that they needed to fix for me. It was just like, yeah, here's a problem for you guys to know about. So I was assuming that it found the way where it found where it needed to go, is what I was assuming happened. Send a follow-up email to support referencing your ticket number if you don't hear back in a couple of business days. All right, I'm gonna just make a note of that. Make sure that goes where it needs to be. Yeah, just go ahead and check, see if it like just ended up in a bin somewhere or didn't get like prioritized or whatever. Like I just made that because you asked me for it specifically. So as long as it finds you specifically or whoever was going to fix that, then I'm good. I don't like need a detailed response or a drawn out thank you or anything. I'm just doing my part here to try to get things fixed because I would very much like to have that bug fixed. So I'm helping you help me. I don't see any plants in this wretched place, so it's looking unlikely that we're going to have anything. I'm assuming I could tap these horrible plants. Yeah, I could tap these if I wanted to. I don't know if they're any good or not. We'll find out. Your Zendesk queue has 1.5 year old support tickets that haven't been responded to or resolved. Well, that's going to vary for like every company. I am not going to make any like critical assumptions about how SES like manages their support tickets because I simply do not know. It is not my place to be like, oh wow, I can't believe they didn't get back to me. I'll just wait and let things play out. We'll see if I get anything now, since now somebody knows that I sent that in, so you can look at it on Monday and see what happens. You love DeSolo. Isn't DeSolo great how there's just nothing here? Yeah, I don't see anything that could possibly qualify as a tappable plant in this wretched place. Like, all of these are just like little shrubs and stuff that you would not be able to tap normally. So I'm going to assume that there is nothing on DeSolo, and we're going to move on to the next planet. Let's try Novus. Novus also didn't have anything listed, so I'm guessing there's not going to be anything on Novus. Those amazing dead trees, yeah, no, those are just pointy rocks. Or they're like really well-disguised trees, because they sure look like pointy rocks. Oh my god, I came down right on top of this. That doesn't usually happen. I don't think I need lithium, so I'm not even going to bother collecting it. I could do that another time. I do like resource trips off stream usually. Alright, so this has all the hybrid rose, like, not hybrid rose plants. These are the normal, yeah, fractal roses. These are the ones that only give you like 5 minutes of flight, and they're non-renewable, and you have to collect them here. So I'm not going to be using those. Where'd I put that fourth tapper? I think I stuck it in the wrong slot. Is it in my backpack? Or did I leave it on that plant on DeSolo, and it's just gone forever? I might have just left it on that plant on DeSolo. Alright, well, I can just look at the VOD and find it later if it comes to that. You can tap these, interestingly enough. Yeah, I don't know where I put it. Oh, wait, no, that's not it. I thought I saw it. God damn it. Entangle it back. It wasn't on a slot, it was on the plant. I don't know where the tapper is. There's nothing I can entangle. I don't know where it is. I'm going to make another note. I'll find it off stream because my OCD is going to kill me. I could just retrace my steps and find it off stream, but I'm not going to do that right now. It's not very interesting. There's another stream marker. Cosine, go rewatch the VOD. Find the tapper you left on the solo. Probably. Alright, moving on. So we got some hostile plants. So this one does have some trees, but they didn't mention anything in their notes, so I'm guessing that they didn't, like, you can't do anything with these trees. I'll go dig one up. Yeah, it would have, like, burst and dropped seeds immediately, I think. Like, I could probably still tap it. I suppose I should check to see if the slot has a tapper on it. Yeah, no, there's nothing in that slot. I don't even know at this point. Yeah, you can't even tap these. And I believe this is like the only plant that they have on this planet, really. I don't see any of those little, like, green flowers either, which I think they all have. Dead tree, ancient seed, star fruit. I don't think that's the video game that we're playing right now. Also, I didn't know dead. What is that like? Is that from the new Stardew update? I didn't know dead trees had anything to do with that cycle. Unless they added like a new way to get ancient seeds. I mean, you don't have to spoil it or anything if there's like a story explanation behind that. I have not played the new Stardew Valley update, like the 1.6 or whatever. I don't know what's in it exactly. At some point, I'm gonna do that. That's another game I probably won't stream because it's just a cozy game that I don't really want to stream. I just want to like play it when I feel like it. Just when I'm tired and I want a chill experience. Yeah, like I don't care about any of this stuff. There's just no reason for me to pick those up and disturb them. Novus is Meg. Yeah, that's the vibe I'm getting. I'm gonna go back now. All right, so we know that the other planets have something on them. We got 4 more to check. See if we lose another tapper in the process. Let's just go to Aatrox. Why not? Let's just go here. I don't know why I'm looking for my landing pad. I don't need to. I have no reason to look for this. I can land, like, literally anywhere. Because this is all I've ever built on Aatrox. It's just this little, like, helium base. That's all I've needed. Now that tappers are in the game, though, it's probably very viable to make an automated base on Aatrox that just uses tappers for power instead of RTGs. So you could theoretically come here, like, immediately and use this as your base of operations. I'm just at the point in the playthrough where I have no reason to use tappers for power. They're based on all Reddit posts. They're apparently overpowered. I don't know if they are. I'm not going to be able to properly judge that. Yeah, you could start with small generators, and then you could start smelting the organic into carbon and using medium generators, which you could find functional medium generators if you look around long enough, so you could get that fairly early in your playthrough and use that for your power source. So there was like an acid pod or something. I forget what they called it. Okay, I need to slow down and pay attention here. Let's see if we can not fly past like 60 instances of the plant I'm looking for. Stop gassing me. Is this thing new? What the hell? I didn't know elegant... Chad, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know elegant spew flowers did this. Aren't they, like, supposed to be extended when they spread their gas? Is this a bug? Or was it a bug that they didn't go back into their little hidey hole? They never used to do this. They would always stay out while spewing. I didn't know that those do that. I don't know, maybe I'm just insane. Okay, so these don't appear to be tappable at all. Oh, there is that horrible corruption biome. I wonder if that's the spot where they put the new plant. We have a bunch of these, like, oh, there we go, there it is. Alright, I see it. It's these things. Yeah, okay, so they all have these little, like, green flowers on them. And you can just uproot them, and you get 2 seeds. So that's excellent. We got what we wanted here. It looks like I could figure this out without the tapper. So let me put this back on the rocket. What if it always did that? I don't know. I mean, maybe I just never got close to them, but I swear I feel like they didn't used to do that. Maybe they did. I don't know. I mean, nobody would explore those things all that much. Like, you don't want to go close to them after the first time they damage you. Alright. So we got the Aatrox plant. Next up, Glacia. Or whatever planet I see first. Glacia. And I think Visani is the last one we haven't done yet. I can do the cool thing while I'm here. It's just for anyone who doesn't know that you could do this. Let's see if I can find it. You could see other planets in this view if you know where to look. So here's the home base on Calidor. This is actually useful if you like lose a rover or something underground, and maybe not a rover, but like any large object, and you can't find it. If you know where the planets are on the grid, you could fly to another planet that is like diagonally away from it in the game engine. It's like, remember this image here? You could, not this image, here we are, this one. So I'm on Glacia right now, looking at Calidor. My camera is floating over here behind Calidor, pointing at Glacia at this angle. So you could just look at your base from another planet, and the distance is about like 1.4 like planet distances apart is where the camera will hover if you zoom it in like that. I think you could do it with Silva from the satellite or the sunroom. So you could do this for basically all the planets if you want to, for whatever reason. I've actually used this to find a few like underground objects. And it's always fun to look at your base like this without the terrain, especially if you have like multiple layers. You can see the underground area like right here. 1.4. Wonder where it comes from. Yeah, square root of 2. As in, like, the distance between these planets is like 816,000 like engine units or something, but those units are essentially meaningless for the purposes of the player because they're never shown to you. So I usually measure things in like voxel tiles, or between the planets I measure them in planet distances, like on that grid that I was showing there. And it's the diagonal distance. So this is as close to Glacia as I can get my zoom. And as you can see here, it is almost on the core. Like that beach ball right there that I dropped into the core like 10 streams ago, that is the core of Calidor right now. That's the minimum zoom. And then the maximum zoom is way out here, which I'm not sure how far this is. This looks like it might be like 4 or 5 like planet distances apart from each other. Astronomical units. Yeah, basically an astronomical unit. But for this game, it's just the distance between two celestial bodies on that grid. But yeah, you could do this for any of these planets, and if you have rails, as you can see here, chat, it's really, really easy to actually do this if you have rails on the planet. Because I'm just looking at my space elevator right now, and I could follow it down to Calidor. You could also find like marbles and stuff like this, though it's very hard to like go to a spot that you find like this if you don't have like a landmark near it. But it's cool, and I like to show this. This is another one of those things where this is a bug. This might get fixed at some point, but it's really cool. And I'm going to enjoy it while it lasts, because it's a really neat feature and it doesn't really hurt anything. Anyways, we were going to actually land on Glacia, so it's just... Oh, there's my base. Just land here. Measured in radians. How do you measure distance in radians? I don't think that's how it works. I'm not gonna measure a distance like that. Let's see what we got a new plant for. There's 2 biomes that are going to probably have this. It's either going to be this like weird mountain biome. We can actually find out what the name of this is. It's going to be either in here or it's going to be in like those hot pits. Rock garden. Okay, so it could be in the rock garden, though I don't see anything. And it could be down in those like hot pits or whatever these are called. Can if you try hard enough. Maybe I'm just not trying hard enough. This biome is called tundra. Okay. No, it's not. I saw something green. I thought that was it. Well, radians are a dimensionless unit, aren't they? Like, if you don't know the radius, you don't know like the distance to associate with a radian. But you need more information to be able to like get a distance out of radians. Otherwise, they're just an angle. Like they don't provide like any additional information to you. I'm getting sticky terrain big time right now. I don't know why the planets are 816,000 units apart, because that is like pushing the floating point boundary. I think it's 816,000. I could be wrong. I'm just remembering that number off the top of my head. But yeah, it's causing the sticky terrain. It's 32-bit flow precision. It was way worse when the planets were all strung out in a line, and you were up in like the millions of units if you were on Aatrox. So it's definitely better. Hello, Abstract. I honestly didn't even notice you weren't here before. Hello. Always in relation to the radius. Yeah, it's just an angle by itself. So I didn't have much to go off of for measuring the distance between planets and radians here. I think I'm not blinding this time. Let me go check another rock garden. Maybe that one was too close to my base. Yeah, floating points. Despite having the name cosine, my expertise is more computer science than math, but I just also enjoy like geometry and mathematics that you could apply in computers and like video games and stuff. That's where the 256 comes from. That's the computer science part of things. I'm not seeing anything here. I'm looking for those little like green flowers that all the other ones had, and I'm not really seeing anything. Let's slow down and look a little more closely. Let me also look at what it was called real quick. I'm just checking the blog post. It was Prickle Pod is what it was called, so maybe it's gonna be prickly. I don't know if that's going to help or not. It could be underground as well. None of these have been underground so far, but they didn't say that it wasn't, so it could be underground somewhere. I'm going to check a bigger tundra, and if I don't find one there, I think we'll go into the caves and see if we can spot anything. Cute plants. Angles are... Oh, I didn't read that message. Angles are sort of a fake unit. It's pretty cool. Angles are more useful for, like, comprehension for just normal people. Like, radians... Even with what I do, like, radians aren't, like, any more or less useful to me than, like, angles under most circumstances. Like, I know there are a lot of mathematical properties for radians that make them a useful, like, angle. But for the most part, 90 degrees is more comprehensible than pi over 4. Like, even for what I do, I will think of things in terms of 90-degree angles, and then if the math library I'm using is using radians, which they usually are, I will just, like, I can just convert that to radians for whatever it is that I'm doing. I didn't go into math theory, like, particularly, so there's probably a lot of things that I'm missing that would make that a better way to do it. So I don't have a good explanation for why radians are considered superior to degrees. Like, radians are kind of more grounded, I guess, in like a coherent, like, geometric value than like angles, which angles are just 360 units, and they're not based on anything. Radians are actually based on a property of the circle, and that's probably why they like to use radians instead of just an arbitrary 360. Because the fact that there are 2 pi radians is just a consequence of the ratio between the radius and the circumference on the circle. So like there's a reason why that exists, as opposed to just arbitrarily choosing 360 because it's a highly composite number. There's one. Okay, I think we're good. We don't have to go underground for this. I think what I just said there was correct and made sense, but if there's any like cringing mathematicians in the chat, or wincing I guess would be the word, I apologize. I'm not as good at this as I probably should be, but I think I know what I'm talking about. That only dropped 1 seed. Is there like RNG to this? Is it like 1 to 2? And I've just gotten lucky. Let me get another one, just in case I have to actually do that. I'm using sine and cosine. It's me. It's useful there, but in those cases where since everyone learns about degrees, it's easier to think about angles as degrees. Well, I think just in general, it's easier, like thinking about angles, it is easier in my mind to use to just use degrees, because again, it's highly composite, it's very divisible. You can get eighths, you can get twelfths, you can get halves, you can get basically any fraction that most people would care about for the purposes of a circle, until you start making like septagons and stuff, and or heptagons, I guess. Heptagons are cringe though, so like why would you do that? Now here's another one. Does this only drop one? I wonder if maybe like the more powerful ones only drop one. Well, that doesn't make any sense though, unless the Aatrox ones aren't more powerful. I got 2 from that. It's either that or it's 1 or 2. I'm gonna go look for 1 more of these, and then we'll go back, and if we need to collect more for whatever I end up doing, we could just go back and collect more. They seem to be fairly rare though, like I only have 2 here. I'm not really spotting anything else. That is a fully functioning wind turbine, by the way, and I am so like just jaded to the whole thing that I'm not even gonna collect it. I don't even think I care. Actually, can I collect it? Hold on, I might collect it. You know what, yeah, we're gonna collect it because I have a spot for it. Otherwise, I was just gonna leave it here. But I actually have a spot on the rocket for it, so let's just go ahead and take it. That's enough that I would like to bring that back to the base. Okay, we did get 2 seeds, so it must just be RNG. So I think we have eventually enough seeds to produce as many of these as we want. Where's my base? Am I near it? I don't have a rover. Okay, it's over there. Let's go ahead and drop off the wind turbine at the base. Tau makes radians make more sense. What is... I don't remember what tau is. Isn't tau half of like what we call pi now? I remember like seeing a video about this, and tau was like oh, it's 2 pi. Okay, tau is the full one. It was either half or 2 pi. I wasn't sure which one it was. This is something where somebody looked at like some document that like Euler or Euclid or whoever made. I mixed the 2 of them up because they both have everything named after them. Somebody looked at like something that the guy was making, and he essentially just picked a Greek letter and said, this is pi or this is 2 pi, like under like different circumstances. And for some fucking reason, they picked the version of pi that we have now that is half of the circumference instead of the whole circumference, and it results in just having to divide pi by... It results in having to do 2 pi all over the place instead of pi just being the full circumference. Like, it's confusing for me to say this because pi is the word for the number 3.14159 whatever. But pi could have been 6.29 something something. I don't know what the full value is. It just isn't for some reason. It was just chosen to be the number that makes less sense, and we have to deal with it now in the math field. And I say we, even though it is definitely not my problem, because I rarely have to be inconvenienced by it as much as like actual mathematicians. But it was, I think in retrospect, stupid that it was chosen to be the number that it was. It should have just been the full radius to circumference and not like half of the circumference. That's the most coherent way that I can make that statement. As somebody who has almost no dog in this race and may or may not know exactly what they're talking about, that is my opinion on the hot controversy of tau being pi versus 2 pi. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I'm gonna go back to playing the video game now. I'm just picking up the iron while I'm here because why not? Could always use more iron. 6.28. Okay, yeah, it doesn't round. I was actually thinking of 2 to the 31st versus 32nd, because that's the one that has a 2.9 in it. Interesting. You know, I've never pieced that together, actually. Like max signed int is like 2.14 billion, but then max unsigned int is 4.29 billion. So that's where the 1.4 to 29 came from in my head. But yeah, it's 6.28 approximately is 2 pi. Well, let me read chat for a second here. Let's see if I'm missing anything. We're having a good mathematical conversation here to scare away all the people that don't like math. Might as well just lean into it. Oh, that is true. Yeah, area. Okay, so there is an argument to be made for the other one. Volume of the sphere would be 2/3. I mean, that honestly... 4/3 versus 2/3 doesn't make much of a difference. But yeah, I can see the area being a little bit annoying. It's a problem for some things, and it's convenient for others. I don't know which one I would prefer. Like, I do not do math theory. I don't like write algorithms. I don't really know. When Cosine goes to the dog racing track, he always puts his money on the one named Pi. There has to have been at least one racing dog named Pi. Whether or not that dog was any good, I have no idea. I don't gamble. That has to have happened at least once. Like, somebody has to have been enough of a nerd, but they also liked dog racing. And they just used, like, either pi or they used the Greek letter pi, which, I mean, you could just use it in that context as well. Alright, so I know that you could stack all these wind turbines on literally the same spot and they will work just fine, but that, like, triggers me big time to have them clipping into each other, so I'm going to put this one down here. The reality is I could literally place these like upside down, embedded into the floor, and they would work just as well as they do like this. The game does not care, but I care. Alright, there we go. Look at that. I think I already have plenty of power here, but you know what? Might as well just get a little bit more. I could take it to another planet, but I don't really have anywhere to put them. Throw them perpendicular to the floor. You mean upright? I assume, not like at a 90-degree angle to the side. I assume that's what you mean, perpendicular to the floor would be straight up. But I'm just saying it could look kind of cool to put them sideways on the gateway or something. It'd be very silly, and they would still work just as well. But in my case, I like the natural look of the wind turbine, so I'm definitely putting them perpendicular to the ground. Or the gravitational pull, I guess, parallel to that, however you want to word it. I think my titanium train... No, my titanium train is stuck. Okay. I thought I fixed this, and it's still happening. This train sometimes just gets stuck. I have a full or empty storage sensor on it, and for some reason, it will just sometimes not go after it gets unloaded by the rail station, and I think I need to switch this to be a side pylon on both ends. I don't know what the bugs are with these rail stations. I don't know if Tristus is still lurking in chat, but I don't have a good explanation, but rail stations are unreliable, and I don't know why. I've never figured it out. Okay, you're lurking. This is just something, I don't have a bug report for you here. I'm just saying that rail stations are super finicky for some reason. I've had situations where auto arms refuse to grab things off of the train or off of the station itself. And I have a train car here that gets stuck occasionally after it gets emptied out, where this storage sensor doesn't send it back down like it's supposed to. And I just don't know what is wrong with them. Like, rail stations have been consistently frustrating all the time that I use them. Use the rail station input as the trigger. I could try to do that, like when something gets put on the rail station, then send the train away. I don't know if there's like an inherent advantage to one or the other. I've been doing it like this for all my other bases, but the difference here with Glacio is I used 2 rail stations. And I had a setup with 1 rail station and a side pylon on the other end, and on the end with the side pylon, the game like stubbornly refused to interact with the train with auto arms at the side pylon station. Like, the auto arm could not see the train for some reason. And I switched it to a rail station, and now the auto arm can see the rail station, but for some reason it refuses to actually consistently send itself back when it's done like depositing at the rail station. And I think it happens outside of relevance, so I'm never here when it happens. I just like can come back after the fact, and my titanium train is just stuck for some reason. Like, I don't know what's going on with it. The trains, as great as they are, all the little things about the trains that don't work make it super frustrating to actually automate these systems. Because now you can see it actually works correctly. It hit the station, it unloaded, it immediately left. If I keep noticing that happen, I might like look into it more and try to figure out what's going on with that. But for now, I don't really understand what the problem is. I just have not figured it out. Either way, we get a little bit of titanium out of that. Yeah, your rails need to be foolproof, it's self-correcting. Yeah, mine need that too. And this is the only one... Actually, no, the lithium station also uses, like, rail stations. Like, the one I'm using for lithium on Novus also uses 2 rail stations. And I've never had this happen with that station. It's only the one on Glacio that's causing me problems for some reason. It could be something as stupid... Yeah, speaking of trains, the playlist on point. It could be something as stupid as rotating this rail station 180 degrees, because I have that's the bug that I reported to support that I was talking about earlier was related to that kind of problem. It's an issue with like the rotations of the train and the rail posts, like some interaction between them. It could be as simple as rotating this rail station 180 degrees, causing the train to like go in a forward direction outside of relevance. I don't know. I would have to do more research on this, see if it actually has anything to do with relevance, but trains have some problems with like directionality, and I think that results in a lot of bugs that are very difficult to test and feel really inconsistent, because you could think that you're building the same exact setup again when you're testing the bug, and then it won't happen anymore. And it's because the invisible directionality on trains and rails is causing it to not occur. So like, if you're gonna look into anything related to any of these train bugs, look into the directionality of the trains and the rail posts, including the rail cars, the ones that seem to be the same facing forward or backwards, because they are absolutely not the same. There's actually a difference. Where's Basania? Oh, it's behind Novus. Okay, there we go. But yeah, there's something wrong with the directionality of the trains. I think that's a big part of the issues that they have. I don't know if that's the reason why rail posts are also unreliable in tight spaces outside of relevance. There may be a lot of issues going on here. And I have research to do before I can report any of them, because I don't properly understand what the issues are. Or at least I feel like I should do my own homework before I report them as bugs. At the very least, it might be more likely to fix it if I can give them a save file that just has the bug 100% of the time, instead of just saying it sometimes doesn't work for me. So I don't know what we're looking for on this planet. I'm just going to assume it's in the forested area, because that seems to be the pattern for the other ones. That's actually not the pattern at all now that I think about it. Yeah, I don't know what the pattern is, so let's just hope that I find it in here. I'm running out of hydrazine. It's okay, that's why we have the extras. There we go. Just gotta remember to top that off at some point. Is that it? I don't think so. It doesn't have the little flowers on it. Let me check it anyways. Actually, yeah, I should be able to harvest it if that was it. So that's not it. It doesn't have the green flowers. Let's see what biomes are on this planet. We've got hills. I hate. Those aren't it either. Then we've got those mutant like cancer potatoes. And I hate those even more. And I think there's another biome. I think it's the ones with these like spaghetti noodles, which I despise. Visania is a terrible planet, Chad, if you didn't like pick up on it. Driving a rover across this planet is like an actual nightmare. Every biome in this planet sucks to explore. It is just full of pits and giant potatoes and like just ravioli and spaghetti noodles and just all sorts of things in the way that you don't want to deal with. I hate this planet. It's just so miserable. Yeah, we're collecting plants. Oh, I'm a bad streamer. You asked earlier what the goal of the stream was. Yeah, we're collecting the plants. Yeah, if I'm being a bad streamer and I like completely do not respond to your chat message, just post it again. I'm not gonna be upset. I'll only be upset if I did respond to the message and then you posted it again. But yeah, we're collecting plants. We're looking for the one on Basania. Let me look at what it's called. Maybe that'll help. But if I'm being a bad streamer, tell me I'm a bad streamer. Stretch petal. That is what we have to work with. It is a stretch petal. That doesn't really help me. I'm assuming it's on the surface because all the other ones have been on the surface. And I'm just looking for those like little green flowers that all the other ones have had, but I don't see it. They were fairly rare on Glacia though, so it's possible that I'm missing them. I'm gonna actually slow down a little bit and take a closer look. I might not be able to see them if I'm just going too fast. And there's unfortunately a lot of green plants on this planet that don't seem to be it. Like, yeah, that's a research plant. Bad streamer, yeah, bad streamer alert. Yeah, get used to it. I'm sure I'm going to miss more chat messages at some point. It happens. Just post them again. I don't intend to miss your chat messages. but it's hard to like not have to stop. Like I've seen this before, and I have to pick my streaming style to satisfy like some audience. I've seen streamers do this. Not that right there. Hold on, let me land. I've seen streamers do this where they're moving around and then they will do this. And they will look over, I don't have a face cam, but they will look over at their chat and they will be like, Arpinity, speaking of trains, yeah, that's right, thank you playlist for doing that. And they'll read, Lil Madge, AK Dance, that's a good emote. Are we collecting plants? Yes, we are collecting plants, Abstract. Not sure anymore. Yeah, yeah, we're still collecting plants. Yeah, bad streamer, I know, I'm a bad streamer. And you'll notice how uninteresting this is. If you don't care what I'm talking about, hello, Costy Frosty. If you don't know what I'm talking about and I just stop to do this like every couple minutes to read chat, I feel like I don't like this. Like, I don't like watching streams where people do this, where they literally stop interacting with the game and they look over at chat. So like at the risk of kind of like looking absent-minded and just sort of missing things, I feel like that's a better viewing experience than completely stopping what I'm doing to read chat every couple minutes. So unfortunately, that means I tend to miss chat messages, which I've gotten a little bit better at over time. But it still happens, and I think that's a better trade-off than just stopping what I'm doing in the game to read chat. Because ultimately, my streams have always been about the game, and I'm like the secondary part. I want my streams to be about the video game that I'm playing and what I am doing, what I am showing in it. I'm not even going to bother collecting those. I don't care about those. And then the secondary goal is to like try to be an interesting person and have like engaging conversations with chat. So as a result, I will continue to play the game and I will sort of look over at chat occasionally and try to like continue doing what I was doing in the game. There they are, I found them. I will continue doing what I was doing in the game and then kind of look over at chat. Yeah, wow, when did this great streamer show up? This may not be the stream for you. Because I just don't like doing that. And that's one of those things where I'm not going to go into somebody's stream and get mad at them for doing that. I'm just going to close their stream. Like, I'm just going to be like, okay, maybe they're a nice streamer, but I don't care for that particular style. That's just kind of my personal preference. And I try to build my stream around the gameplay more so than the commentary. Anyways, you've been gifted a sub and have never entered. Oh, congratulations, you're the second person that got one of those random gift subs. Like, Twitch didn't know who to give those to for some reason, so it just gave it to just a bunch of people, apparently. Like, you're the second one who's come in that got one of those random gift subs from ARP at the start of the stream. Presumably, like, my stream was being recommended to you at some point, though. I mean, you might have had that turned off if you had, like, an ad blocker or something and just turned off that section. I wouldn't blame you, because I don't usually pay attention to Twitch recommendations. I think we got all the seeds we need here. We got, like, 6 or 5 of these. I think we hit every planet except Calidor. I'm pretty sure we can go then, so let's head back home. Gameplay. Look, I don't know what you want from me if that wasn't gameplay. Maybe this isn't the stream for you, Captain, because that's what we're doing. We're looking for plants, and I successfully found the plants while interacting with my Twitch chat. I think that qualifies as at least like a C- on like the streamer like tier list for being able to read chat and also play the video game, and I actually found the plant I was looking for instead of wandering around for an hour. That's pretty good for me. You've not opened Twitch at all today. Just in general, my stream might have been like on your recommended list on the front page. And again, you may not know that because I ignore my recommended streamer list, and you might be ignoring it too. But you got the gift sub like just at random. Like, nobody like picked you specifically. Twitch just ran out of people to give that gift sub to. And you are our lucky contestant who was chosen for the gift sub. Am I missing another tapper? Or is it my inventory? Oh my god, we lost 2 tappers. Oh no. Alright, well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find these tappers. I wonder if these are getting detached by that same bug where I had the tapper like wigging out on my cursor. Oh, Costy Frosty, thank you for the follow. I hope you at least like know what this game is, and you didn't get like a completely like unhinged like gift sub for a game that you wouldn't want to watch. Because the other person who had that happen, they apparently did like have some interest in Astroneer. I don't know if they're still here or not, but they had some interest in Astroneer. I don't know if you know anything about this game. You've never heard of this game before. Twitch, what are you doing? Twitch, please. Oh well, enjoy your gift sub. I don't know if those emotes are of any interest to you, because the only other game I play is Spelunky 2. But there you go. Thank you for the follow in any case. Never feel like compelled to watch the stream if this is legitimately not interesting to you. If this is just a game that you don't care about. Like, let Twitch be Twitch. It wasn't a wasted gift sub. Like, I still got the support from the chat member that did it. I still appreciate it. Maybe you'll enjoy the emotes. It happens. Twitch is weird like that. Alright, so we got 2 tappers out of that whole situation somehow. You click if their icon is cool looking, you've mistaken me for Point Crow. I wonder if there's ever gonna be the legendary cosine Point Crow like crossover, if I ever like hit it really big. Hasn't happened yet, probably won't because I'm not pushing for partner at all, but that would certainly be interesting if that ever happened. Oh my god. It just... No, not Fortnite and I. Not Fortnite. I can't say that. Not Fortnite Guy 69. Anything but that. Does that exist? That has to exist, right? Like you just typed that in, and there was somebody on Twitch that had that name, right? Like I don't think we've ever had a Fortnite guy on our stream. Yeah, no, that was deliberate. That was a deliberate gift sub to Fortnite Guy 69, and inevitably somebody has that name. Okay, yeah, it doesn't let you gift it. That's what I thought. It'd be weird. But like at this point, that name was basically guaranteed to exist. That's what it looks like if you do a single gift sub. If you do multiple, however, I don't think you can pick like who you give it to. Thank you for the sub, by the way. I appreciate it. But I don't think you get to pick any of the people you give it to if you do multiple gift subs all at once. You have to it just basically shotguns it out to people that Twitch thinks deserve the subs. And as we discovered, it will give it to people who have never heard of the game or the streamer that the gift sub was for. I don't know why. Twitch is silly like that. Either way, thank you for the gift subs. Are we running out of hydrazine? Oh, we're out of hydrazine. Okay, hold on, chat. Before we go back to working on the tappers, I need to figure out why we're out of hydrazine. Am I out of ammonium? That right there, that is why we're out of hydrazine. So we're going to pick it up and place it again, and it is going to magically work again. The miracle of incomplete content. What is this game about? Alright, so this is basically a sandbox, like... I'm trying to think how to describe it in terms of other games. This is like a sandbox exploration game with base building mechanics. What you're looking at here is an endgame base. Like, almost nobody makes a base this big in this game because you do not need to do this in order to beat this game. However, my goal with my stream playthrough of this game was to do everything that I thought would be reasonably entertaining in this game, and that included making a mega base with like automation for all these materials. It's kind of space Minecraft, but it has less of an emphasis on building and more of an emphasis on exploration and adventure. But you can do base building in this game. That's what I've been doing here. I've been doing both of those things, but the game is kind of driven by like quests, sort of. Like it kind of tells you like, it gives you suggestions like with a mission log of like where to go next, what to do next, and it culminates in like in credits. Like you can beat the game, quote unquote, but then you just go back to your save, kind of like in Minecraft or a lot of these other games. You beat the game, you go back to your save, and then you can just do whatever you want. And I'm in the do whatever I want phase. I technically haven't beaten the game on this playthrough. I've just been like just stalling it until I'm like quote unquote done with my playthrough. But I am long past like actually winning this game, so to speak. I'm just like basically milking it for all the content that it's got. That's the best description I could give for this game. You're going fishing. Hopefully a fish will randomly appear within a few months. Hold on, wait, I'm trying to understand that message. Or are you just saying you're gonna randomly like give gift subs and see if one of them shows up? Like one of those accounts? Like is Fortnite Guy 69 going to ever show up on my stream wondering why they got a gift sub? Because that would be kind of hilarious if that happens. Yeah, item conversion, making complex components. Yeah, it has a progression concept to it as well. Like as you do the missions, you get better tech. You get higher tier resources, which you can construct into hoverboards, jetpacks. You don't get like any of this stuff when you start the game. And you await the arrival of Fortnite Guy 69. It could happen. There's a chance. If you pick an active account, they may show up confused about why they got a gift sub for a random stream that they've never heard of before. It could be kind of funny if it happens. I mean, you don't have any obligation to keep doing that, while the game really gave up on the physics for these things. Except for the player, apparently. But, like, these objects are just clipping through each other at this point. I wonder if there's a failsafe for this situation where the game says, like... The game's like, yeah, you know what? We're not going to do that anymore. These objects are just going to fall through each other, because that looks like what's going on here. I think there might be a failsafe in the game's physics engine that just says give up and let the objects clip into each other, which would explain why when I was making that panicular tower on top of that gateway over there, eventually they started falling through each other. I think we know why now. I think this is a failsafe mechanic. The question is, are these ever going to wake up at some point and explode? Because I really, really want this pile of like capsule lids to explode at some point, because I think it'd be really funny. But they just don't seem to want to do it for some reason. I don't know, maybe at some point they'll do it. If not, we'll clean up the mess either way. Alright, I think I'm all caught up on chat. So, what are we doing now, chat? We now have a bunch of plants. I need to know which of these plants is like the most efficient for tapping. And we're going to do this in like the most scientific way possible. We're going to place them all in a row, and we're going to put tappers on them, and we're just going to see how long it takes the tappers to like produce like organic. So let's get like a couple of each, or maybe just one of each. And we'll just see if we could like assemble like how long it takes these. I assume that they're different. I get the impression that there's an optimal plant. Oh, we didn't get the one on Calidar. Let me do that real quick. It's right over here. I've seen these while I was moving around the base. But then let's find out which of these is fastest, because obviously we're going to use the best one. Yeah, this thing right here, you've probably seen this a couple times. We're going to harvest it now, get the last seed, and we're going to go find out what the optimal strategy is for this. And enjoy your fishing. Just every now and then, just give a random gift sub to like a shitpost name and see if anything happens. It'll be magical when it does. Where am I holding my plants? Here we are. Wait, no, here we aren't. I had a silo full of a bunch of hostile plants. Oh, here it is. Okay, I was facing the wrong direction. I'll grab one of these as well. I think this is like at least one of every hostile plant in the game, if I recall correctly. So we'll be doing a bit of digging and flattening over in this area. Let me just put them like out here in the open. Oh, my frame rate. What is my frame rate doing? I'm gonna just avoid looking in the middle of the base. I think it's all the particle effects coming off of these batteries as they like update in the middle of the night. So what have we got here? We got some hostile plants. If anybody like can think off the top of their head if I missed a particular plant, I would like to try it. I'm not gonna like catalog exactly how long all these take. I'm mostly just interested in like figuring it out, like what the rank of each plant is, like which ones are the best ones to use is what I'm interested in figuring out right now. Or is this a... This is the mutant one. Alright, I guess I should get some of the mutant plants as well. Eat the snails while we're at it. Here you go, buddies. These are snails for anybody who doesn't know why I keep saying feed the snails. You just can't see them because they're always at that weird camera angle. But we're feeding them now. Right, I guess there's two variants of that plant. That's why I have a couple of them. Alright, so then we got these. We got this one. I guess I need another one of these. Am I gonna measure it? I'm not sure yet. I have to see if they're like very obviously different. I'm gonna eyeball it and see if they're very different. And if they're like very close to each other, I'm gonna probably have to come up with something better than that. Basically, my short answer to your question is I don't know. I'm figuring this out as I go. I am, however, going to keep them like grouped up by category. Alright, so that's a duplicate cactus. Put that over there. But we have 5. It was just the 5 of these. So these are the 5 like new plants that they added with the Tapper update. And then we have the mutant plants. These are hostile plants that have a variant that isn't hostile. And that's these ones here. And there's 2 variants of these like Attactus seeds. And I think I'm missing one, right? Yeah, I'm missing the volatile cataplant. Did I not pick one of those up? Might not have picked one of those up. This one right here. Okay, so there's 6 of those. We're only farming 5 of them because the 6th one is like redundant and I didn't need a snail for it at all. Or rather, none of the snails have that as their favorite food, so I never bothered farming that one. And then there's these here. These are expensive. I have to spend like 5 minutes of my life to get these. So hopefully this is going to be worth it. This is different from the other like rose seed. This is a fractal rose seed. This is a hybrid one. So this is another variant of plant that we're going to try. And then these are the like the hostile plants that don't have mutant variants. I don't think there is any way to get the hostile variants of these plants because when you kill them, they always drop the mutant seeds instead of the regular ones. So the only way that I could utilize these with tappers would be to actually find them in the field, which I mean, I could do at some point, but it's not very useful for what we're trying to accomplish here because I can't bring them back home. So for now, I'm not going to worry about those because even if they end up being faster, they're not useful because they're like aren't any here. And they're also bad because like these are the ones that like explode or shoot at you. These are essentially the destructive or like ranged lethal plants are what these ones are here. But these are the mutant variations that don't do anything. So that's why I guess that's why they made mutant seeds. It's just weird to me that you can't plant the non-mutant variant, like, ever. And then as for these, Lash Leaf, Bounce Vine... I think we're missing Spine Lilies. Yeah, I think we're missing one. Hold on. We're missing Spine Lily. Do I have those? These things. Alright, off the top of my head, I think this is all of them. I hope it is. So let's go ahead and line them up. And we'll start with these ones. Now let me get a proximity repeater as well, because I could use that to plant and harvest these in bulk, which will be much more efficient. I have a proximity repeater on this, I think. Yeah, I do. I see it. It's on this. They used to be able to be planted, but for multiplayer reasons, they were scrapped. I mean, they haven't considered multiplayer for most of the other problems with this game, so I'm not sure why those specifically qualify to get scrapped. I mean, I could see people griefing with them, but I mean, it's not hard to grief in multiplayer in this game. Like, I'm not sure why the plants were the threshold for that. I guess people spawn camping with them would be the biggest issue, but nothing is preventing you from spawn camping with dagger roots. Like, nothing prevents you from putting a dagger root right outside of the respawn point and just having it instantly kill people that come out of the door. So, I'm not really sure, like, what they were trying to accomplish, if that's the reason why they turned those off. It could be wrong. I don't know. It's speculation. You're speculating, I'm speculating. I don't know. Maybe at some point we'll find out. Oh god. Oh, they're disappearing. Hold on. I forgot this happens. I need to plant these now. Yeah, I put them on the ground, but I didn't plant them at all. Okay, we'll worry about the mess that I made there later. I don't want to lose any more of these. So I lost all of the hybrid ones by the look of things. So let me go get another batch of those. Yeah, it's going to be annoying. I got to remember that they're going to despawn if I do that. We need that. And I should have another one. I think I have the last hybrid plant over there. Which one's exploded? I think it was only the hybrid ones. Actually, there are a couple more plants that we could try, so hold on, we're not quite done yet. I believe it was the hybrid ones, and there are 6 hybrid plants to my knowledge. I'm just going to plant them immediately so that I don't lose them. Alright, then the last one, the variant on the Attactus, which I hopefully had more than one. Yeah, I got another one here. Perfect. Yeah, the squash variants, that's what I was talking about. Why bother with hybrid? Oh god. Let the Texas speech
Why bother
read it.
with hybrid when you can go full electric?
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, no, good, valid point, but I don't think that Eva likes the electric, like, rose seeds as much. And by that I mean there are no electric rose seeds. Oh, this is gonna suck. I don't want to farm it until I get this particular variant of the sturdy squash, so what I'm gonna do, I think, is I'm gonna actually use these ones here. Are there any other plants in this game that anybody could think of? Like, any, like, weird event plants? What the heck are these doing? Why are these out here? These don't usually explode out that far. I'll have to clean that up. Whatever. Can anybody think of any other event plants? I think the harvest event with the pumpkins is like the only event that has ever had plants associated with it, right? So there shouldn't be any others besides the pumpkin seeds. So I suppose I could get myself I'm gonna bring a pumpkin seed over there. I don't care about the sturdy squash, like, sample. I'll let that go away. But I don't know if there's gonna be any differences with these. Let's bring one over here for now and plant it, and we'll mess around with those separately. This is like a reminder for me. Alright, I believe we have everything now. So these explode when you dig them up. That's all they do. This one, is it not done growing? Oh, it's still germinating. Well, when it's done growing, it'll boot me back. This one knocks you into the air. This one, like, claws you. This one stabs you. And this one also knocks you up in the air. I can't think off the top of my head of any plants that I missed here that I could get in my base right now, besides the hostile variants of these ones here. So I'm pretty sure we're good to go. These two shoot you. This one shoots gas. This one shoots little, like, explodey balls at you. Are there two variants of the volatile cataplant? I thought there's one that shoots exploding balls and one of them that just shoots normal ones. I feel like there's two variants of that. Hold on. Yeah, there's one that shoots regular and explodey ones. That's the difference between these two Attactus plants. Is it on Visania? Does anybody... I want to go get that one. I want to be thorough about this. Does anybody remember where the other variant of this plant is? Or do they both drop the same seed for some reason? Because it's these things here. The mutant volatile cataplants. Is there a mutant version for the other type? Germination. Wait, what happened? What happened to German? Why is this germination? Oh, germination. But it's Germa 985 instead. I get it. Like, they germinate. Huh. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, these aren't showing me what the names are. So let's see. Yeah, we have mutant volatile Attactus. And then the other one is mutant spiny Attactus. I don't know if there's another variant. I think it's on Visania. Let's go to Visania real quick. We're not going to do any dicking around with the flying machine. We're just going to use the rocket. Let's go over there real quick. We don't need the tappers for this. I'm going to go back to Visania and see if I can find the other variants of that plant. I think this is the planet that has those on the surface. I think this is where the exploding ones are. Because I think Glacio... Oh! I need to hydrate. Hold on. There we go. I think Glacio is the planet that has the version that doesn't explode. Just land anywhere, doesn't matter. Yeah, thank you. I'll hydrate again. Thank you for that. You may resume your lurk. You have done a service to the stream. Glacio explodes? Do they... So Glacio has the exploding balloon plants. Do they also have... Wait, oh, we don't have these either. Okay, well, I'm glad I came here. We don't have these either. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is the Glacio ones. We don't have Thistle Whip. Okay, so this was definitely worth coming here then, because I also was missing this one. Might as well get them all while I'm here. Where'd the sample go? I know it dropped a little research sample. I don't need the bytes at all, but I really want to research it. There it is. Alright, so we have thistle whips here. What else have we got? Let's be thorough about this. Alright, so those are normal. Those explode when you mine them out. You see those on the first planet. We got those gross, like, lickitung plants. Friendly reminder that I do have the God Mode snail. I cannot die. Yeah, it might be Glacia. I might go back and check. Or I'm insane and there isn't a variant that doesn't explode, but I'm pretty sure there's a version that doesn't explode and one that does. Yeah, maybe it wasn't here. I could have sworn this planet has something that shoots at you. I mean, I could look at the wiki. Oh, there it is. Okay, hold on. Is this the exploding variant? Let me have it not shoot at the rocket. So, come over here. Shoot at me. Okay. I don't think it exploded. I think this is just the one that damages you. Okay, I think that's the version that we have. Yeah, this is just the one that damages you. This appears to be the version we have already. Might as well dig up the research item while I'm here. I'll get the onion. Got layers. It's an onion as far as I'm concerned. You think my voice is so beautiful. It's just the melatonin there. And I'll take that. Thank you, melatonin, for thinking my voice is beautiful. And also maybe Maple Moon. Good night if you gotta go. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the hydrate. So I think that's the version that I have now for the snails, right? Yeah, they both exist though. Look at the favored foods for Rogal there. Mutant, noxious, or mutant volatile. So there is a volatile version, and maybe that one's on Glacia. I don't know which version I've been feeding them, so let's just go get both while we're out here. Actually, no, wait a minute. Hold on. No, I do know which version. We already have it. That's the volatile. That's the noxious one. All right, we got them both. Is it Glacia that explode? I think you're right. Yeah, I think it's Glacia. And that's where I would have gotten the volatile ones. And these are the noxious ones that just damage you if they like blow up near you, but they don't damage terrain and they don't blow up hydrazine. But you can see here we have both variants now. So I think we've got it. Yeah, oh, I'm extremely attractive. I'm so attractive that I can't use a face cam. Because I would just be so beautiful that they would just basically think that it's a porn stream at that point. Like I can't show my face on Twitch. I'm that handsome. And am I laying that on too hard? No, I look like the default character that you get when you play an RPG. Like the default like character creator. That's what I look like in real life. I don't have a face cam on my streams because A, I don't want a camera pointed at my face, and B, I don't think it adds anything to the type of streams that I make. I don't react like visibly to things. It doesn't like contribute anything to the stream really. So I try to let my behavior in the game like kind of emote like whatever emotion I'm feeling along with whatever I'm saying. I'm not gonna say like never, but it's unlikely that I'm going to do face cam streams like at any point. It's not impossible, but it's pretty unlikely. It just isn't my style. I don't think it adds anything to my type of streaming. We got what we came for. So let's go ahead and drop these off now. I don't believe there are any more plants. Maybe there's like a one-off that I'm forgetting about. At this point, I don't think it matters that much. We've got just about all the information that we need. So let's plant the thistle whip. Keep the backup seed here. And now we have these noxious cat plants. This is the one that we were missing, the alternate variant for that plant. I think there's only one version of this. Keep it hidden to ramp up the anticipation like Dream. I don't want to be associated with Dream, please no. No, we're not doing that. I'm not trying to play a mind game here to create hype over like the face cam reveal. Again, I'm not gonna say never because that would be like a very limiting thing to do. Like I could have like an incentive or a charity or something where I do a face cam reveal. But at this point, I don't think it adds much to the stream, so I don't have any plans to do that at any point in the future. And it goes against how I would like to stream, so it's also less likely to happen just because I don't particularly want to do a face cam on my stream. Or a VTuber avatar, because I also don't think those add a whole lot to the stream. Like, it's fine. You can do that if you want. It's not like a reason I'm not going to watch your stream, but I do not want to have a VTuber avatar on my stream. I think it's just distracting and doesn't really do anything for the viewer experience for what I like to stream. So that's also unlikely to happen. Again, it could happen as like a joke or something. Like if I made a VTuber avatar, it would just be like a JPEG of something. And I would do it for like one stream probably and then stop. I'm not gonna be like Nebgoal and have like the hired hand VTuber and then just like lean into it too much. Which is hilarious. Most of you might not know what I'm talking about here, but there's another streamer I watch who added a VTuber avatar as a joke, and then it became his thing, and it was actually really amusing, like the way he was using that avatar. Like, I liked it. That was a good use of the VTuber avatar because it was just a meme, like during his streams. What about a sock puppet? I just have a hand cam and I'm just wearing a sock puppet. It just has to turn around to talk because I'm using mouse and keyboard right now. It's awful. That's a terrible idea, but it's like a good idea for just like a joke stream. VTubers are the future, old man. I mean, it's less stressful than having a face cam on you, I'm pretty sure. But I mean, I just don't want to. I just don't like it particularly. I think we're good to go here, right? We have all the seeds that I could think of, except for the rare version of the pumpkins. I think we have all the other ones, and these unfortunately only drop one sturdy squash like seed. I could go get the silo over there. Maybe I should just do that. Yeah, you know, let's plant a few more of these and see if we can get one while I test the first ones. I don't believe that the graphical differences between the seed types actually matter. I think it's just random chance whether you get the purple one. So let's see if that does any good. I'm just gonna plant a bunch of these. Actually, I'll use the other thing. I'll use the proximity repeater to spawn a bunch of these. As long as I don't leave them in the ground and forget about them, I don't have to worry about losing them. And worst case scenario, apparently the pumpkin shelter creates more of these, which I did not know until recently. So I could get more if I needed them. Except a GIF on loop when it detects voice activity. I think that's what a lot of people do. There's two kinds of VTuber avatars. There's the ones you're talking about that are expensive, where they get like a full like animated 3D model with rigging, and like there's detection software that'll look at your face and try to figure out like, does it need to blink? Is it laughing? Is it looking somewhere? Those are expensive. I'm definitely not doing that. Like at any point in the future, possibly just never would I do that, even as a joke, because that is like way too much of an investment. Then there's like the so-called PNG tuber avatars, and those are the ones that just have like a few frames that they switch between. I think they use similar software to detect like if you're talking, like by listening to audio or like facial cues, but they don't do much else. That's the kind that Nebgoal used. He had whatever the software is for a PNG tuber that would switch through like a few different frames. Those are presumably a lot cheaper to get. I'm trying to get a purple pumpkin, by the way. That's why I'm doing this. So just bear with me for a moment. We could keep cycling these until we actually get one if I need to. But hopefully I just get lucky. I don't know what the spawn rate on is it. What the spawn rate is on it. I feel like it's like 1 in 50, but I'm not entirely sure. Oh no. How are you finding these? Like, why do people have these names? Like, are these people active in somebody's chat? Sexy Shrek Uwu 69. Thank you, Soviet, for the gift sub to Sexy Shrek Uwu 69. I can't wait to have them show up in the chat. Very confused. But yeah, PNG tubers are the other type. And in either case, I have my like pet peeves with like streams that have them. Like if your VTuber or PNG tuber avatar is way too big, I am very unlikely to watch your stream. Like if it's covering like a quarter of the screen, I've seen streams that do that. Like I'm not gonna watch that stream. It's just annoying. It's blocking the gameplay. I don't want to deal with that. If your avatar has like a really obnoxious animation every time you talk, like if it's calibrated wrong and it like lights up and bounces every single time you scratch your nose and your mic picks that up, I'm also unlikely to watch your stream because again, it's visually distracting from like what the actual game is that you're streaming. Like, there are quality things that you could do with it, and I watch people that have these avatars, and they have them calibrated correctly, and it's completely fine, but if you're an aspiring, like, content creator who has one of these avatars, keep in mind you may have players who like what you're doing and what your stream is, but are annoyed by the VTuber avatar. Because it's like, it's just too big, or it animates way too much, or it's calibrated incorrectly and it picks up like random nonsense. Do keep that in mind if you're going to do that. Oh, this one has, you know what? Okay, hold on. Maybe I can like, I want to like separate this one out. I want to get like the various different shapes of sturdy squash while I do this. I'm going to do like a few at a time. I'm not going to print a tapper for every single one of these. You know, loud clicking mouse or keyboard. Yeah, that's a no-go for me too. I know that it picks it up a little bit on my stream. I am trying settings on OBS to reduce it. I have a noise gate and noise cancellation turned on. Like, you could probably hear it. If I'm talking and I'm like pressing spacebar, you will occasionally hear that come through, but like the people who have that constantly all the time, I cannot watch their streams. It is super agitating to me. So like it's I wouldn't say it's nice to see somebody else who has that problem, because it sucks, and I wish I did not have whatever brain disorder causes that kind of agitation. I cannot watch streams with loud controller or like keyboard clicking. I just close them. Like, it's super annoying, and OBS literally comes with a feature called like noise canceling. I don't remember what it is, but they have a noise canceling feature that will eliminate background noise and like prevent almost all of that from happening. Please turn that on. Like, I beg you to turn that on. I see partner channels that do things I would like to watch, but they don't have that turned on, and their stream is just a click fest, and I can't watch their streams. It just gets too agitating to me. I think that's called misophonia, and people who don't have it don't understand the agony of someone who does have it. But keep that in mind also. Like, if you're trying to do everything you can to get people to actually stick around on your stream, then besides the obvious, like, do interesting things, do a bit of networking, have a good, like, audio quality on your stream, and have a good, like, visual quality. If you're going to do a face cam or a VTuber avatar, for the love of God, don't put it over the HUD when in whatever game it is that you're playing. And all those things will help you. And in the case of people like me, make sure that you have some kind of noise canceling enabled so that your stream isn't just a click fest. I'm kind of annoyed that I have not gotten a purple one yet. I'm going to separate out this like this Astroneer emblem pumpkin here, and I'm trying to get like the other variant, which is the purple one, which I'm assuming you could still get off season. I hope you can, because otherwise I'm wasting my time here. And I am deliberately letting all these like pumpkin samples despawn. I can't do anything with the sturdy squash samples. I'm just letting them despawn. Make your stream accessible. I guess I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. What do you mean by like accessible? Okay, if you're gonna stream, if your stream is going to give someone with epilepsy a seizure, that's one of those things where I'm aware of like accessibility in the sense of epilepsy. If I'm gonna do something that I know is gonna be extremely like seizure inducing, wait, I don't know if that seed's gonna do. Let me put it over here. If I'm gonna do something that I know is gonna be super flashy, I will put a warning. But you kind of have to know what you're getting yourself into if you're watching a Twitch stream. Like, things happen, games bug out, graphical glitches occur. And as a viewer, it is like, it's your responsibility to like be aware that that can happen on Twitch when you least expect it, because the streamer is not going to be able to just prevent the epilepsy from happening if the game they're playing just wigs out for some reason. Like, I try not to, I do not like sudden noises. I don't know if that's like an accessibility thing. I do not like streams that have like ridiculously loud sound alerts. I don't even have sound alerts on my streams, like, at all. I don't like that. If I ever do sound alerts, I'm going to calibrate them to be roughly the same volume as the games that I play. But I do not like loud noises and sound alerts, and I also have a limiter on my stream, so that if I make a really loud noise, I'm not going to do it like just because it's unpleasant, but if I make a really loud noise on my stream... Oh, I destroyed the wrong pumpkin. This is not working. Chad, I'm going to come back to this. Let me do the other seeds. But anyways, if I make a really loud noise on my stream, it does have a limiter on it. So it shouldn't be like ear-splittingly loud. It shouldn't like pique your your headset or whatever you're wearing. I don't like that. I have a if anybody's actually taking notes, I don't know if they are. Let me look at OBS real quick and just tell you what I have on my audio, because you could literally do this with OBS right now. I have noise suppression. The method is RN noise, good quality, more CPU usage. I have a noise gate. You're going to have to calibrate your threshold based on what your volume is. I can't help you with that. But the noise gate is responsible for not picking up like quiet noises, like me like breathing or something, like would not get picked up if it gets through the noise suppression. That's the noise gate will prevent that from getting through the noise suppression. And then I have a limiter. The limiter is the thing where if you make an extremely loud noise on your mic, either intentionally or accidentally, the limiter will like cap it at a certain number of decibels, so it will not like just be like ear-piercingly loud. Like it'll sound like yelling, but it'll sound like muffled yelling. It'll lower the volume of the yelling before it gets through. So noise suppression, noise gate, limiter. Those are the three things you should have on your stream if you want like remotely passable quality. You can also get noise suppression through other things. There is software out there to give you noise suppression. Some headsets come with it. I think Nvidia has like a noise suppression audio device that they can like run your headset mic through, or like a stand mic. But OBS comes with these for free. You can do it. There is nothing preventing you. If you're using OBS, there is nothing preventing you from putting these three things on your stream. Noise suppression, noise gate, limiter. I would highly recommend it. This is not going to be the thing that makes your stream get huge, but it will definitely help scaring away viewers that are looking at your like 1 or 2 viewer stream and then they click off of it immediately because your stream is just unpleasant to watch or listen to. That's my recommendation there as a lowly affiliate. That said, I have people watching my stream, I think, because I do interesting stuff, but mostly because when I started out the stream, people already knew who I was from Spelunky 2, and people were basically just asking me to do streams, and that's why I started streaming. Like, that's where I started it off, but I knew from the start that I wanted to have decent stream quality. So, like, obviously my graphics aren't the best, my frame rate goes down to 30 when I look over there, but I at least try to make a presentable viewing experience for people. People should, like, at the very least, please put those like audio settings on your stream. And if you're using a stream software that doesn't have that, there's no reason to not use OBS. OBS is great. OBS is free. OBS is well documented. Use OBS. Love OBS. I need to make more tappers. Let's do this with like maybe like 8 tappers or something. I think they're made of aluminum if I recall correctly. So let me just grab a silo and put them on it. Yeah, this has enough room. So let's make 6 more tappers. We're probably going to lose half of these by the end of the stream, but you know what? I've come to accept that at this point. That we may never see a lot of these tappers again. Okay, I was rambling for a while. Did I miss anything in chat? Yeah, okay, hold on. I missed a couple chat messages. Let me start printing these, and then I'll look at chat real quick. Wait, where is it? Tapper. Okay, so... Yeah, okay, epilepsy, again, there's not much you can do about that. You only watch streams with loud controller clicking, otherwise it's proof the speedrun is fake. I mean, that's honestly a valid point. Like, low effort, like Super Mario 64 streams that just... They're streaming not because they expect anybody to watch, but because they want a recording. If they get a world record or something, or a PB, and they don't have any audio settings, and it's just insanely loud controller clicking. And at that point, I mean, you do you, is all I could say to that. Like, if you're not streaming for an audience, if you're just using Twitch as like a VOD recorder, which I understand, there are reasons why you might want to do that, you do whatever. Like, it would be better, if you ever do get a world record, it would be nice to people watching your stream, but, oh well. Why do I have that seed there? That's not where that goes. Alright, what else? Yeah, closed captions. I mean, I'm doing a live stream. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with closed captions. If I was ever making like high effort videos, I would absolutely like want to write captions for it. But as it stands, I haven't really like made enough video content to justify taking the time to do that. Where's the last tapper? I think it's on the other silo. There it is. Okay, we got 8 tappers. Let's see how many of these we have by the end of this. We've already lost 2, and we haven't even started yet. Hold on. How am I gonna do this? So proximity repeater is going to automatically... Oh, they're all automatically turned on. Okay, I think I know how I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna turn them all off in a moment here. I think I know what I'm gonna do. Let me keep reading chat. Let's see. What stuff? Crosscut. Oh, are you talking about crosscut streams being really loud? I think I know what you're talking about. I can't watch crosscut either because the streams are super, like, visually loud and distracting. I don't mind crosscut, but I cannot watch their streams because of that. It's just too visually and, like, audibly distracting and irritating to watch them. And again, don't go into somebody's stream to criticize their style. But like, it's okay, I think, to give like a little bit of feedback, especially to a newer streamer if they like don't seem to be aware of how bad their stream quality is and their audio quality. But you don't need to be, don't be rude about it. And if they're not like receptive to that, then just let them be. It is what it is. But in my case, if my stream has a problem, I like to know about that because I want my stream to be like a good production quality and not have a lot of like background noise and clicking and distractions. Again, I am aware that my keyboard gets occasionally picked up while I play games if I'm also talking at the same time, and I don't have a setup where I can easily fix that right now. I'm going to need to get some external software, so I'm doing what I can with the settings that I have available to me. I'm going to get a canister, by the way, so that I can put this organic away, because something tells me we're going to have a lot of organic by the end of this. So let me just get this ahead of time. Okay, so what else have we got? Yeah, limiter. You're taking notes. Okay, so yeah, notes. Here's the lessons learned from my stream. Yeah, get a VTuber. Have a huge scroll that shows donations. Put it right on the middle of your screen and make sure each donation is up for the entire stream. Like literally just blocking it for the whole time. Yeah, and then just throw in a Raid Shadow Legends ad just for good measure. This is, after all, a Raid Shadow Legends stream, and not an AFK Arena stream. My brain just turned off. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was gonna go get a button repeater. In fact, let me haul this whole thing over here too, because I'm pretty sure we're gonna need it. Yeah, face reveal at 1,000 OnlyFans subs. I don't think I would make an OnlyFans account even as a joke. That's pushing it a little bit too far. I don't know why I fell over. What quality of life do I want in Astroneer? The ability to lock some blueprints so it won't show on printer. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I think you... Okay, let me see if there's any other low-hanging fruit. We're going to talk about Astroneer again. Let me read these other messages first. You were doing... Okay, so you were using Twitch to record, like, no gold passy low and Spelunky. Spelunky 2, for anyone who's wondering. No gold pacifist low percent is a category in that game. The categories in Spelunky 2 are unhinged. Yeah, you made the audio and other settings be nice. That's what I do, because it's like somebody might watch that at some point. Like, you never know, especially if you're like a mid-tier speedrunner. What I always recommend, if you're going to speedrun any video game, do not watch the world record to learn how to speedrun a video game. Go to the middle of the list and watch somebody who is okay at the speedrun, because you are going to see how they actually play it. The world record runners are just going balls to the wall, like all in, taking every risk available to try to beat the game as fast as possible. You're not going to learn much from that. You're going to learn to be reckless. Pick somebody who is a little bit better at the game than you and watch their speedrun. And if that video has clicky controller or keyboard audio, then it's going to be a shitty experience. That's the reason why you should like do a minimum effort like quality pass to make your videos at least watchable if you're going to present them to anybody. What is that thumping noise? It sounds like a door break. That's the pumpkin goo that was on the ground, like timing out and breaking. That's what that sound is. Again, I'm sorry, I'm catching up on chat. Remember that thing I said earlier about holding still and not reading chat? We're doing that now. So let's have a look here. You stopped playing AFK Arena a while ago. Now finally, you've seen the light. You can become a true Raid Shadow Legends gamer. But yeah, that's what that noise was. That's the pumpkin goo breaking. Yeah, read the tutorials. I think we're talking about the speedruns now. Yeah, also obviously watch, if anybody has made a tutorial on how to do a speedrun, watch that. It'll help you. Yeah, also, if you're really good, please make the audio good, because you're going to be in a summoning salt video, and when you get the world record in the summoning salt video, there are two things you can be. You could be the shrieking soy jack man-child who is screaming for like 2 minutes straight about getting a world record and like banging your hands on the keyboard or your controller. Or you could be the sophisticated like Giga Chad speedrunner who just like nods and quietly says, "I did it. I got the world record, chat." And then you do like a thumbs up to the face cam. Which of those do you want to be, aspiring world record holder? Because to say the least, I don't think I want to be the soy jack in that situation. And if you're actually good at what you're doing and you get the world record, you might be in a summoning salt video. Just give the face cam a nod and a thumbs up. Like, obviously you're gonna be tense, you're gonna be exasperated. You don't have to shriek and freak out when you get the world record. Play it off cool, it'll look much better on the video. That's my recommendation. As somebody who had the 2-player slow percent world record in Spelunky 2 for 2 months, play it off cool, it'll look a lot better. That said, I literally didn't know I had the world record until the person I was playing with told me, and then I was like, oh, okay. So maybe I didn't really play it off properly either, but do yourself a favor if you're going to be a world record holder. All right, back to the message that I was reading earlier. Yeah, what quality of life do I want in Astroneer? I don't even know where to start the list. Like, if you've watched any of my streams, which I don't know if you have, I do nothing but like incessantly complain about every issue I have with this game. But as far as the crafting menu is concerned, like, I don't want to be able to turn off a crafting option. I want the ability to open up a little UI and just click on the item I want immediately. Like, I want to be able to click here and open up a grid of every single backpack crafting menu, so I can just click on it and pick it immediately. Like, aim for the stars. Don't ask them to disable crafting recipes like glow sticks that nobody likes. Literally tell them I want to click on the tapper and I want that to open up a grid, and I want to be able to pick every recipe I want. And it's the same exact thing for like all the printers in this game. This do not love glow sticks in my chat. That is strictly forbidden. No glow stick enjoyers allowed in my chat. Glow sticks are everything that is wrong with this game's crafting system. This is how it looks, and just a friendly reminder for anybody who hasn't been following this game much, this used to be the backpack menu as well, as in it was a single line. You had to do this to find a recipe. I'm pressing right on my keyboard. This is how you would find a recipe in this game. They made it a grid. Now there's a bottom here, and there's a top here. The categories make almost no sense, but there are rows, and there are columns. And it's arranged like this, for anyone who doesn't know. It's arranged like this research catalog, which is also a terrible UI, where you can only see like 3 of your options here, and it's very hard to find things, and these holographic silhouettes are kind of hard to read visually. But they're arranged like this in the crafting menu now, which is better than what it used to be, but you'll notice there's a lot of stuff here. I don't have research. I have 642,000 bytes. I could research everything in the game like twice over at this point, and I haven't done it because I do not want to fill my crafting menus on my printers with garbage. They need to take another shot at this and fix it. Like, there is no reason why I can't just click on this printer, click on a button right here, and have that pull up another user interface that shows every crafting menu that I have unlocked in the game. Or even show every crafting menu in general and have like a red icon for the ones that aren't unlocked. Let me unlock it right there on the spot. Click on it and that becomes a crafting recipe for the printer. Nobody likes having to do this. This sucks. This is terrible. Especially if you're trying to figure out where the resource canister is. Chat, do you know where the resource canister is on this crafting grid right now? I know where it is. You would think the resource canister is going to be over here by the medium storage, right? It's not. The resource canister is actually where the auto arm is. It doesn't make any sense. Like, this is just bad. This is bad UI design. I desperately wish they would change it. That is my opinion on that. So Sir Avon, if you're still here, that is my thought on what you had to say there about the crafting menu. Like, aim for the stars. Don't let us lock blueprints. Let us just click on the one that we want, and then we don't need to lock blueprints. Stop talking about the glow sticks. Oh my god. And the reason why I hate glow sticks is because glow sticks are a recipe that you are forced to research for one of these missions. So if you want to 100% your mission log, you have to research glow sticks. And glow sticks are useless. They do nothing like worthwhile whatsoever. My tappables, yeah, my tappables are dying because somebody talked about the crafting menu and got me set off on a tangent to talk about that. The tappables are dying, I'm sorry. I got distracted. I'm very passionate about complaining about the crafting system in this game. But yeah, the problem with glow sticks is they're on the backpack menu, which is the worst crafting grid in the game, and they're just another slot that you have to scroll through to get to the thing that you want. The only benefit to glow sticks is that you can store organic in that slot if you pick them. I'm looking for them right now. There they are, glow sticks. The devil itself. Those are the glow sticks. I can't get rid of these, ever. But it wouldn't be a problem if I could click here and open up a grid and just select something. I wouldn't even hate the glow sticks if I could just pick on a grid and just have that work immediately. Then it wouldn't matter. That would solve the problem. Don't think they will do that based on what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't think they're going to do it either. Like, I critique this a lot, but there's somebody, or maybe it's the whole team collectively, but there's a design philosophy in this game that I vehemently disagree with, and it is the minimalist user interface for this game. I don't like it. I think it holds the game back. This game would be better, I think, if it just had a more traditional user interface, or at the very least, if they're going to do the minimalist user interface, let me have like little pull-out panels to interact with all the things that need them. Because right now, only a few things in the game actually have like little pull-out panels, like this for instance. They can add these to entities. This menu right here, this is fine. Honestly, this is okay. Like, this menu works, it's good enough, it gets the point across. Why don't the auto arms have that menu? Auto arms suck. Auto arms literally have a filter slot and nothing else. If auto arms had a little pull-out menu where I could configure the behavior of the auto arm, can or can't put items in my backpack, can or can't interact with the filter slot. Filter slot is a whitelist, filter slot is a blacklist. Maybe allow me to have more than one filter item. Auto arms would be so much better. But the minimalist UI for this game is holding it back. There's things that they could do to make it a much better experience, give us more power over these items. Like, this game doesn't have to be Factorio, it just needs to have something to make it easier to use these features, and they just haven't done it for whatever reason. And that is what I tend to complain about a lot in this game, because I think it would be so much more fun, it would be so much more enjoyable, and I don't think anybody would be upset about them like destroying the identity of their game by adding a better user interface to it. And don't even get me started on the camera. Like, actually don't. We've already complained a bunch here. Let's do our research. You put glow sticks in each active slot and spam it. Every cave is a rave if you try hard enough. You're a villain, you know that, right? Alright, so we're going to activate all of these at once. Let's see if we can figure out like what the tier list is for these. How fast do these produce? Are they all the same? No, there is very obviously a different... Yeah, there's very obviously a different rate. Okay, these two finished first. And then I think it's going to be these four. And then this one is last. Okay, we have a very well-defined, like, collection of these. Let's see. We're going to get Tapper Entanglement anyways. Alright, let's sort these. So these two are tied, it looks like. These are both very fast. Alright, so I should have disentangled my Tappers by doing that. Let's just go ahead and put those over here. So these are the best ones so far. I should make fake patch notes. I more or less have that. I have a grudge list against this game of just every like little thing that has bothered me about it. Like, it's not very coherent. I'm not gonna show it on stream, but like, I have a list of like things that I am consistently bothered by in this game. So I kind of have done that already. I could like format them into like miracle patch notes. But as of yet, I have not bothered to do anything of the sort, because I would probably want to format it like coherently and make it look like actual good patch notes. So, I don't know, maybe at some point I'll make something like that as a meme. Maybe some of them will actually get implemented. But like, I don't know how to properly complain about this game other than to hope Dev in chat is still here taking notes. I've talked about this before. The Reddit for this game is it's bad. It's not a good Reddit. It's full of kids. This game, unfortunately, has appealed to a lot of children who don't have like constructive critique about this game. And if I like make a big Reddit post about like well thought out changes that I think would improve the game as a whole, it's going to get drowned out by people asking for water planets and guns, and people complaining about losing their save files because they dug up too much terrain. And it just feels like there's no point, is what ends up happening. It just kind of feels like, why even bother, is kind of the attitude I have towards it, when that's just going to be like what the Reddit is focused on all the time. And they tell you, like, post to the Reddit for feedback and suggestions, and I'm just like, is that gonna work? Because it doesn't feel like it's gonna work. So I just feel like demotivated to do it. I posted a couple things on Reddit. Like, I posted me taking the Apollo lander from DeSolo all the way to here. This is not supposed to be here. We're on Calidor right now. Yeah, mental notes. I appreciate you staying in my chat, by the way. Like, again, as toxic as I act during this, I appreciate you being here, even if my ideas don't make it into the game. But this is all candid feedback about the game. But as far as like feedback is concerned, I put a video on Reddit of me taking this from DeSolo to Calidor. It got a little bit of attention, and then it fell off the page. I did the same thing with the space elevator that I showed earlier on stream. Again, it got a little bit of attention for like 2 days, and then it fell off the page, and nobody cared about it anymore. And then I look at posts of people showing a medium storage canister of nanocarbon alloy getting 400 upvotes. And I'm just like, why do I even bother? That's kind of like the attitude I have towards like the Reddit, and that's why I don't feel like posting feedback on it. It's because the feedback just gets drowned out by people who don't have the kind of passion for the game that I do. That's ultimately what it boils down to. Like, I love this game, but the things I want this game to be are not the things that like the broader community cares about. It's not so much that my ideas are going to make the game worse for everybody else. It's that they just don't care about the game the way that I do. By the way, I'm trying to think of how I want to like segregate these. Let me get some tethers. I want to mark these out so that I know like what the tiers are. We'll do like more precise measurements once we have like the contenders for all of these. You'd like to see more improvement? That's where I am with this game. I would be completely happy if they did not release like a major content update for a year, and instead they released a balance and fixing update that year instead. Like, little or no new content, just revisit like pain points and problems with this game and fix those instead. I would love it if they took the time to do that during an update. However, I don't know if that's going to bring in money. And at the end of the day, they are a company working on a live service game. Like, they have a shop that I haven't bought anything from because I haven't been terribly satisfied with the development cycle of the game. And also the multiplayer doesn't work correctly, so nobody would be able to see it except me and my stream chat. But the point is, I don't know if my desires for this game are profitable, and I'm totally willing to accept that, because at the end of the day, they cannot spend their time doing things for some asshole on Twitch who is complaining about the camera for an entire stream if that's not going to make them any money. Do I think that would make them money? Yes. Would it make them more money than what they're doing now? I don't know. Like, I think my desire would be if they could draw in the audience from like, actually I don't need to put the tappers there, if they could draw in like, say, the Factorio audience with a game that is like sort of an adventure-y game that has automation kind of like Factorio. Like, obviously this game is not going to be Factorio, but if they had like kind of like automation-y adventure, and it's a 3D game instead of a 2D game, and it has its own like style and feel to it, like, that is going to attract players that currently are not interested in this game, because they're going to be like, oh, it's not just like a childish, like cutesy looking adventure game, it also has automation. And there are like production systems that I could add. That is like the kind of direction I would want them to go with this game. I would like to see more content like that. I'd like to see better auto arms, better solutions for transporting materials, automated transport of materials from other planets. And Tristis, if you're going to take one mental note, make the auto extractors last forever and rebalance them based on the size of the deposit. So the bigger the deposit, the faster they produce materials, and then make them last forever. All of those things would be way more conducive to an automated gameplay experience, along with automatic shuttles between planets. Like, do all that stuff, and suddenly one of the end goals of the game is automate your factory. If you want to do that, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that to beat the game, but you can do that, and I would absolutely love it if I could do that. I need to pay attention now. So, round 2. Stationary hostile plants. Looks like we have this one here. Or the wheezeweed and the spine lily are looking pretty fast. I need to kind of like pay attention here. I'll look at chat in a moment. Okay, these 4 here. So the spine lily and then this group of 3 finished first. Alright, so there's 2 tiers. It's this group here, and then the spine lily, and then it was the dagger root, the bounce vine, and the pop coral. So let me do this in an organized and coherent fashion, and then I will go back to looking at chat. I don't want to like lose track of what I was doing here, or we have to do this again. So it was that one, and that one. So these are the low tiers. So I have to dig up the terrain to get these out, unfortunately, but this is flat terrain, so I could just smooth it back out again later. So this is not a big deal. Okay, we got those 2 and the pop coral. And I don't care about the extra seeds. I can farm up more of these if I need to. Alright, so I don't know how these all compare yet. But it's good to know that they didn't seem to pick like completely like random like off-the-cuff timings for this. They seem to have like sort of tiers of quality for these plants. So these 3 here are the low quality hostile like stationary plants, so to speak, and then the other 4 were the ones that finished a lot faster. I'm actually just going to dig them up like this. I don't have to pick off the tappers. I'm going to research sample out of that one. Okay, and then the other 4 is this one, wheezeweed, and lash leaf. I think that's what it was. So let me move those over now. Again, I gotta plant all these immediately or they're gonna despawn after a little while. Yeah, the 3D Mix Factory possibility is really good. The thing is, like, you could say, like, oh, go play Satisfactory, but not only is that game still in early access, I don't think it has deformable terrain, right? Like, it doesn't have, like, the same kind of, like, things you could do in this. Yeah, the plants from Aatrox are faster. That's not surprising. That seems like how they would probably want to do it. Like, the more, like, hostile, like, late-game plants are probably going to be the ones that are better in some way. But, like, I like the gameplay loop of this game. I like the general aesthetic. I like how it plays out. But if I could also have a factory game, like, kind of mixed into that, and if they would fix a lot of the bugs that make the current factory features, like, difficult to use, especially all the weird rail bugs that make it very hard to set up rail systems, I would love this game even more. Like, that's kind of what it comes down to. Okay, I think we're good on this. Let me set up an auto arm with... How do I want to do this? I'm gonna set up a cleanup auto arm, so let me grab that RPG that I had on this platform. And we're gonna set this up for organic, and I'm just gonna slap this on top of, like, whatever I'm doing and have it just pick up the organic for me automatically. That should help me deal with this a little bit. Okay, so we can just move that around every now and then. Let's see, I think that was actually most of my thought. I'm gonna race the fastest ones, do a gamble prediction. Honestly, we could. Maybe we could do that, yeah. Remind me about that if it looks like I'm coming up to that part and I forgot about it. I kind of want to do that now. We could gamble to see, like, which category is faster, because I don't really know. I don't know if this information is already in the wiki, by the way, but honestly, the Astroneer wiki is so bad that I didn't mean to click on that. The Astroneer wiki is so bad that I honestly wouldn't trust it, even if they had the timings. I would want to check it myself anyways. And then proceed to not put it on the wiki, because I don't know, it feels wrong at that point. I don't know, maybe I'll put timings on the wiki at some point. Maybe I will be the good person that actually updates that. I don't know if it's already there. Again, I literally didn't check at all before the stream because I'm so used to the wiki just having either wrong or no information on new content and old content alike. Probably because it's mostly kids updating the wiki, which that's always bad. Like they are not going to use proper scientific method on this stuff. All right, I think these are all on. Okay, so that turns them all off. I don't think you have to actually put them on these little flowers. I'm pretty sure the whole plant works. It's just those are just a visually consistent thing for the tappable plants. Now, if these end up being the fastest solution of this, then there's really no point in tapping any of the other stuff. But we'll see. We'll pick whatever's the most practical. If there's a tie, I'm going to probably pick whatever the smallest one is. But we'll see how that works out. And then we're going to tap these as well. I hope the fractal rose is at least worth something. Like, with how hard it is to get this, not the fractal rose, I hope this rose here is at least, like, really good, considering how hard it is to get these things. What's my plan on those plants? Once I figure out the fastest one, we are going to gather an enormous amount of organic and an enormous amount of scrap, and we're going to do the, like, whatever this event is called. The Exo Cares Initiative, sending whatever this stuff is, HANA or whatever it's called. It's like in leet speak. That's what we're going to do. And that's how we're going to get rid of all these. We're going to be shredding these. And I would like to multitask them, like I should probably be shredding these now. But the thing is, I'm already so distracted and disheveled by all this that I'm not going to be able to, like, do that all at once without, like, losing count of something or another. So we're just doing it one at a time. It's a little slow, but you know what? This is a good time to talk, chat. So if you want to talk to world-famous Twitch affiliate Cosine256, as he's complaining about Astroneer, now's your opportunity to do so. Just flatten that out. Hopefully we don't have to use the hostile plants for this, or anything I have to dig up. God damn it. Oh, here's another bug for your mental notes. If you flatten terrain underneath plants, even if the terrain isn't deformed at all, it just destroys the terrain. It just destroys the plants anyways, which is really annoying. Like, I wish that it had to be an actual terrain deformation for those to break. Because now I have to go get another fractal rose seed, or another hybrid rose seed, because that plant breaks into the normal shitty seeds that I don't want. And there goes another 3 minutes of my life to that mini game that I don't like. But I already complained about the mini game earlier. This is also the same bug, I think, that causes packagers to spontaneously detach from things if you dig the terrain under them. Even if you don't deform the terrain, it will break them anyways. Really wish it didn't do that. Alright, so that's the fractal rose. We gotta wait for the hybrid rose to grow. And then I will go ahead and sample this. I think I flattened out this terrain properly. It's a little hard to tell this time of day with the way the shadows are casting on it. I think I flattened it out. If not, it's not the end of the world. I can come back to it later. But I want my base to be pretty and true flat. Okay, that one's done. Those go really fast, apparently. Alright, so... let me point this tapper down a little bit so it's easier to see. Alright, I don't know what the hitbox is on that. I just want all these to be facing me so that it's easy to spot which one's finished first. Again, this isn't terribly scientific, but I'm doing the best I can with my complete non-existent planning. Okay, there is a noticeable difference in performance here. Okay, this one finished first. Yeah, it's the one on Aatrox. I think everything else except the Silva one finished in parallel. Yeah, I think the Aatrox was first. I think everything except this tree finished second, and then this tree is last. I'm gonna redo everything except the two that I already know are good. Or not good, but rather the ones I already know the results for. So let me turn these all off. Let me get my auto arm over here so I can start picking up the mess. Okay, so we know that the Silva's tree isn't dead last. I don't think that surprises anyone. And Aatrox is first, which I also don't think surprises anyone. These ones I can farm easily, so I'll put these on the road. I don't have to worry about deforming the terrain. Alright, so Aatrox was first. I'm gonna collect these seeds in particular. I don't want to lose them. That's just a normal rose seed. Those are not worth anything. I don't care if that despawns. Those are very low quality. Yeah, well, there we go. It despawned as desired. That's just a research sample I don't need. Alright, and then the Silva tree was F'd here. If anybody thinks the Silva tree is gonna win the race, I'm sorry to hear that. The Aatrox was like 4 times faster than the Silva tree. I'm hoping that we find a pattern like that they're all just like a multiplier of some base speed. That would make it much easier to catalog all these. But I don't know yet. I haven't compared these different ones. Alright, so I'm going to redo all of these ones now. Just pick all these up real quick. I really wish auto arms were faster. If I could get like a tier 2 auto arm that's just like way faster. If I could just get like a vacuum cleaner variant of an auto arm that just like would pull any number of items as fast as possible, that would be sick. Let's see here. Alright, so let's take a close look here and see if we can spot, like, do the photo finish here, see if these are all the same. They're looking to be the same. We'll know that they're identical if they all stop at the same time. Yeah, that is a oh, let me shut up, hold on. Yeah, they're all identical. Okay, so that is another gripe I have with a lot of the automation stuff in this game. It's really fucking slow. Like, it is so slow. Auto arms are so slow. These trains are so slow. Everything just takes forever. And there's only so much you could do to add like more auto arms. Like there are ways to stack multiple auto arms in one spot, but it's really janky and difficult to do, and it's hard to align them properly. I wish a lot of this stuff just was faster in general. I don't necessarily mean I needed the smelters to be faster. Like, I could just make more smelters, but like the intermediate like stuff that transfers things, canisters are also really slow at like outputting and receiving materials, and it's just a minor irritant that just, I wish they were a little bit faster. I need to turn all these off. If everything was just a bit faster, or if I had some way to make them faster, that would be like really sick. And let me finish these 2 tappers. I'm kind of disappointed in how slow the fractal rose is. Like, come on. Well, I guess technically these are the same thing. The hybrid rose seed just grows a random fractal rose, I think is what happens. So technically these are the same. The only difference is, like, you can get one that isn't native to the planet. Like, each planet, I think, has its own variant. This is the Calidor variant. This, just based on the color, I would guess this is the Glacio variant. We had one that had, like, a weird-looking base around it, and that might be a unique variant that doesn't, like, spawn naturally anywhere. I'm not really sure. But either way, I'm a little disappointed, but that's whatever. It's fine. I'll get over it. I was mostly just hoping that it would be good. Auto arm, can you stop for a second here? I want to delete these. Alright, let's see, what am I missing here? Did I not plant the Aatrox ones? God damn it. I think I didn't plant them. I think I placed the seeds and then I didn't plant them. Let's not lose track of what we're doing here. Plant it. All the way over here. Plant this one. And we should have 4 remaining ones. Which I'm missing one because I probably dug it up and then once again didn't plant it. But we'll figure out which one it is. Or wait, no, never mind. No, we have them all right. There were only 3 here and then the fractal roses. Alright, harvest them and then turn them off. A little weird that DeSolo and Novus don't have a variant for these. So these go here. Now, where are my tethers? How the heck did they get over there? Alright, that one goes there. Why would I want more variants? I don't know, they look cool. Look, to be completely honest, the amount of customization you can make in your base in this game is extraordinarily lackluster. You can paint the terrain. That's it. That's all you can do. So the fact that you have more plants that you could decorate your base with is nice, until they give us like skins so that we can like recolor platforms and stuff. Like it's pretty bland looking otherwise. I mean, you have to make do with like weird jank like this to make anything even remotely interesting looking. Now to be fair, I'm not a very creative person. I'm sure people have made way better Astroneer bases than I have, but I don't mind having more plants. This is just more stuff for people to toy around with. I'm sure people can make some really cool looking things there. But just because I don't have a use for it doesn't mean that it wouldn't be useful to somebody. I'm fully willing to address that not everything they add to this game is going to be made for me. Like, that is completely fine. I just wish they would add more stuff that was made for me. That's what a lot of these complaints have been based around. Oh god, these seeds are getting absolutely everywhere. I need to like clean these up at some point off stream. Because what happens here is that eventually too many of them accumulate in this pit and they kind of like just squirt out the sides. And we wind up with this situation where there's just seeds in the wrong pits. I should have made these bigger and deeper, but I did not. Maybe I'll put a platform over the top of them at some point. Knowing the physics engine, they're gonna like slip through anyways, but I'm just gonna delete these and let them sit there, and hopefully they wouldn't like get planted at any point. I don't think they will. They should just despawn. Alright, then the last thing is these. Don't really care about that. Don't believe these are worth researching for the amount of trouble it takes to get them. Okay, so this is our next like clustering for the tier list. And the silver tree is pretty bad. I felt like it was almost slower than like these low quality hazards. So I think all we have left are the pumpkins. We did not get the type of pumpkin that I was looking for. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a test with the ones that we currently have. And then from there, maybe I'll be able to figure out like how to get the last one to spawn in, or I could just harvest the ones down there. Honestly, I might just harvest the ones down there now that I think about it. Yeah, you know what? We have a purple pumpkin down there. Let's just do it down there. I'm trying to avoid accidentally detaching any of these, but the hitbox on these pins is very large. Actually, let me just stick this on top. There we go. Alright. Mock with the raid. Hello, Mock and Raiders. How you doing? What were you up to? You miss your wife, Tails. I feel like I should know what that's from. Like, I've heard those words chained together in a sentence, but I do not remember what that's from. Hello, Roach. Hello, Mock. Hello, Kiki. I think you were doing something with Spelunky. I think you were doing like Cosmic Co-op or something. I don't know what you were doing after that, though. I started my stream at that point. It sounds like you were doing a lot of things, though. So I hope you had a good stream. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got a constellation or something. I don't know. Did you win? Whatever it is you were doing, did you win? Co-op, then Among Us, then Lethal. Oh my god, you were doing a lot of stuff. Oh nice, and you did get a constellation. That's awesome. Congratulations. I hope most of your team was alive for the majority of the run. Because quite often in the runs that I've done, it's usually everybody perishes like kind of immediately, and then I'm just soloing Cosmic. It's part of why I stopped doing it. I much prefer the co-op runs where everybody's kind of on point. I'm trying to, by the way, I try to find all the pumpkin variants. We got a plump one, a knobbly one, a round one, and a curious one. So there's 4 of these that I'm gonna have to keep an eye on here. My camera is doing me no favors. Knobbly, round. Yeah, I think the only plump one is this one back here. Stick it right like that. Okay, that should be good. I think we could figure this out. Okay, let me catch up on chat real quick. I need to focus on this for a second, so let me read chat first. Got a deer constellation. The team was alive. Mock was not. You were morale. I mean, as long as you enjoyed it. As long as it was fun. I don't know if you, like, Roach or Mindy were there, then you probably got it one way or the other. I'm sure your squad had things under control. You gotta go, but you'll drop a lurk. All right, now thank you for the raid. Thanks for stopping by. I don't mind you like dumping raiders on me. Completely understandable. I'm usually exhausted after my streams. Here's the constellation. So that's not what I wanted to click on. Yeah, you know, no, I kind of see it. It's your deer's. I don't know what's going on with like the back end of the deer, but I mean, I assume that this is the head, like the left side, and then the back end of the deer kind of like the deer got hit by a truck, I think is what happened, but like it's got like the antlers on this side. Yeah, I see it. I mean, it's got like it's almost like got like a Rudolph nose. It's just the wrong star got picked for some reason. Definitely a squirrel. It does have a squirrel-like tail. You know, honestly, I think it looks more like a squirrel. I'm gonna have to agree with that. This looks more like a squirrel. This is like this is the ear, and that's the little nose. These are the legs, and then this is the big bushy squirrel tail, which may or may not have also been hit by a truck. But I think this is a squirrel constellation. That's gonna be my opinion on the matter. That's what I see in this. Now that you mentioned that. Either way, congratulations. So you got an eggplant too. What did you do here? Not very much money. It looks like you were speed running. Somebody had like 99 health. You didn't collect much money. You did eggplants. Is that the? That's Cali, right? Wait, how many Kapalos did you have? Imagine your Zodiac's being a squirrel. Isn't there like a year of the rat or something for like the Chinese New Year? Like we can have like astrological stuff related to like rodents. Nothing wrong with that. 2, 1 from Gist. Okay, so you didn't get very much else from Cali then. You didn't have a bunch of sacks. No, you farm blood on purpose. Just get as many stars as possible. I'll be completely honest. I prefer constellations that have fewer stars. I think they look better. Like the large constellations like this one. Here's a little bit of intel for how the game generates constellations for anyone who doesn't know. Like this is kind of mostly speculation, but I'm pretty confident. What the game does is it creates randomly positioned stars, like on like a 2D grid like this. However many stars you get in the constellation, it puts them on random spots. And then what it does is it picks an initial star, probably at random, and then it just selects the closest star geometrically and draws a line. So what happened here was, this is for the people from the Spelunky raid. Don't worry about it if this doesn't make any sense to you. I'm just explaining something because I love explaining things. It's an educational stream. But what happened was it laid out all these stars at random, and then it placed this star as the first one, and then it drew a line to the nearest star, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then it had to cut all the way across to get to the nearest star that wasn't already part of the constellation. So then it went to this one. I already lost count, but then to here, the nearest. These, I believe, are spawned as a special case, as like orbitals around existing stars. Like these are I think every million gold you get spawns one of these. These get generated after the fact at some point during the algorithm. I don't know how it picks where to put them. But the nearest star was then this one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. And then this is what always happens. If you do this kind of like nearest neighbor pathfinding algorithm to connect dots like this shit always happens. It will run itself into a dead end, and then the next nearest star that wasn't connected to the constellation was this one, because all the previous ones were part of a closer knit path. And so it cuts all the way across to here, and then it connects this one at the end. And that is what results in large constellations in Spelunky 2 looking like a jumbled mess. Because it doesn't actually like understand how to create like an interesting looking shape or pattern. It just draws a single line from the nearest star to the nearest star, like a very lazy algorithm essentially to connect the dots. And it results in constellations like this, where like, yeah, it looks like a squirrel. It can look cool, but I prefer smaller constellations because they're less prone to this, and you end up with constellations that look like single like letters or symbols. And I find that those look a lot more interesting because you don't end up with like jumbled messes like what it was doing over here, or a cut across like straight through the middle, instead of what a real constellation would have looked like to like ancient peoples, where they would have like connected these two lines right here, and then they would have connected these lines like right here to make their squirrel constellation instead, and they would have connected these two here. But Spelunky just doesn't do that. It just isn't designed to do that. So I prefer smaller constellations for that reason. Oh, nice time. I didn't even look at the time, by the way. That's a pretty good time, co-op or not. And what, way under Solaritas, so at least you got a spread out constellation. It'll look way worse if it's smaller and clumped together, because if you don't get Solaritas, the stars are closer together, and it will result in this just being an even blobbier mess. Either way, congratulations. There's a discussion about Spelunky during my Astroneer stream for anyone who is wondering how constellations work. Again, I don't know all the details, but I know at the very least, like, roughly how it connects the stars together. Let's go back to watching grass grow. Like we're literally watching grass grow right now. That's what we're doing right now. And it looks like the grass grows at the same speed on all 4 of those pumpkins. So we just need one pumpkin to be our our marker, and we don't have to really worry about any other details. Just wait for them to finish. Yeah, all at the same time. Okay, good. So I don't have to worry about getting special pumpkin types. It would have been kind of cool if a particular pumpkin type was better than the others, but I'm glad that that's not the case, because that would kind of be a pain in the ass to deal with. So I'm going to be happy with what I've got here. Just take the tappers off. We're almost done watching grass grow, chat. After that, I don't know if what I'm going to do afterward is more interesting, but at the very least, we'll not be watching grass grow. I think I got everything. Alright, so we just need one pumpkin. You tried having 3 triple crowns, but Beg died in ice caves. I assume that it was none of your faults, because that's usually how that ends up going. Thank you, Beg. Very cool. What the heck is going on with these? Huh. The target pins are kind of like... It's maybe a little hard to see this, but they're kind of like lagging behind the object that I'm dragging around. I don't know, maybe they always do that and I've just never noticed it. Whatever, that doesn't really matter. That's just a visual thing. So you got 4 Hedgets and 4 Eggy Crowns. Wait, hold up a second. What do you mean? Wait, did you get 2 clone guns? Did you have somebody cursed? You actually remember to curse somebody before going to Eggplant World? I also didn't know you could clone the Hedget. I've never tried to do it. I kind of assumed it was like the Ujedi and the Ankh, and it just doesn't let you do it for some reason. That's interesting. I don't know what you were going to do with 4 Hedgets, but I guess you were all royalty. Let me just grab one of these pumpkins. I'll clean up the other ones later. Let me just grab one of these seeds and stick it over here in its own category. It's pretty bright and Waddler's backlayering. Yeah, I guess that's true. Because the Hedget is the one that makes the player emit a larger light, and then the spectacles are the ones that make all emitted light appear brighter for the player wearing them. The difference between those items for any of the Spelunky lurkers who were wondering. So if you have both, not only do you emit more light than you would normally, but that light appears brighter to you on top of that. You basically see forever if you have both of those items on you. It's very nice. Alright, so we're getting close to the part where we need to like rank all of these. So let me think about how I want to do this. So we know what the best in class is for each of these plants. So these 2 are the best out of the mutant flora. And then these 4 here were all the best out of the stationary hostile flora. They don't like me very much though. This one from Aatrox is the best out of the new tappable plants. And then we don't know where the sturdy squash ranks in the tier list here. So I'm going to pick just one of the best of each, and let's find out which one is better. So Soviet, are you here to make the prediction if you want to do that still? I don't know who's going to participate, but now's your chance to gamble all those useless radians on something. Because my god, I'm never going to have any channel redeems that are worth spending those on. You might as well just gamble your life away on this. All right, Severin, you can do it. As long as you're not both doing it at the same time. Because I don't want you both to just repeat the work. What's the gamble? I'll tell you what the gamble is in a second here. Start typing it out. So we're going to be comparing... Let's see, what items do we want to do? Let me hydrate. We're trying to find the fastest plant out of the bunch here. So here's what you need to enter for the gamble. Let me... Alright, so you need to enter spew flower. Or mutant spew flower. So mutant spew flower is one of the items. Spine lily is going to be the second item that you enter. And the third item, I don't know what this thing is called. Alright, honey pot is the third item. And we're going to see which of these are fastest. It is possible that there's going to be a tie, in which case we're going to have to do a tiebreaker. So the winner is going to be the ultimately fastest one at the end. And then the last one is sturdy squash. Now let me get a different sturdy squash seed for that. It's going to take forever to grow, so you have plenty of time to write this down. No hurry. The last one is sturdy squash. Alright, so did you get all that? So it was mutant spew flower. I didn't plant these because I'm an idiot. Mutant spew flower, spine lily, honey pot, and sturdy squash. Those are the four things that are competing with each other to see which of these is the fastest tappable plant. And if there is a tie, I'm not sure what to do, if I'm being completely honest. I don't know what to do if there's a draw. I guess you could have a prediction item for that, but otherwise we're just gonna have to refund the prediction, I think, if there's a draw. I think that's what I'll do. If there's a draw, let me see what the prediction was that you made. Yeah, there's no draw. Alright, so if there's a draw, we refund the prediction. I'm not going to like just pick my favorite or anything like that. So throw your money in if you want. If you don't, or if you can't, that's fine. I know a lot of people don't care about predictions. It is completely understandable. But I want to see which of these is the fastest, and that is the plant we are going to get our organic from for the rest of this. And we know that all the other plants are slower than at least one of these. All in on honeypot. I'm not going to predict or anything. My prediction is that it's probably going to be the honeypot, which is this one right here, the Atrox plant. But I don't know that it's going to be that. I wasn't like really paying much attention. I think it's going to be the honeypot, but it could be one of the other ones. I'm not going to participate in the prediction. Severin, if you want to participate, I can resolve the prediction. And then thank you, Soviet, if you're still here for the idea of the prediction. This might be interesting. You're all good? Okay. You don't want to gamble your money. You got to save it for when I actually have something useful, so you can just spend it all. However many 100,000 radians you probably have by now. Probably because of the honeypot. Well, I mean, I don't know what organic is made of necessarily. I mean, some of you might know the answer. If you know what the answer is to this prediction, I mean, now's your chance to hit it big. I didn't look this up. I don't know how many people in chat have looked this up. If you have insider knowledge, you're allowed to predict. Like, that is literally the best kind of prediction, is the kind where the streamer doesn't know the answer, but you do. Go get yourself some radians. Now's your chance. I do not know what the answer is. Let's see, how long is the timer on this? Can I close this prediction soon? Or do we have to wait the whole time? Okay, I think we have the whole time. Now, you made it a little bit too long. Oh, you can close it? Okay, close it in like 15 to 20 seconds or so, I say. Because they're all grown in. Close it in like 10 to 15 seconds. Because it looks like everything is grown in except the spine lily, and it should be done pretty soon. Actually, no, the spine lily's already grown in. Yeah, so close it soon, so that we can go ahead and do our test here. I think anybody who was going to predict probably did it already. Okay, so votes are closed. I don't know why I wasn't able to do that for some reason. I think... Wait, they didn't cancel it, right? Hold on, I'm a bad streamer. How does this work? Let me see if I can find this UI. Manage prediction. Choose outcome. Okay, so I can choose the outcome now. So the prediction has been started. Yeah, you ended submissions. Okay, I found the menu to do that. I was looking at the wrong thing. I was looking at the one over the chat box. I'm a bad streamer, if you can tell. One of my mods is better at making predictions than I am. All right, almost everybody thinks it's the honeypot, and we got some spine lily votes as well. Nobody thinks it's going to be the sturdy squash. Or this. It is worth noting, this thing is also from Aatrox, so it is a viable candidate. Here we go. Let me get the camera so you can also see the spew flower. Actually, can I put this in a better spot? I don't know how underwhelming this is going to be. There we go, perfect. And they're off. Except for the spew flower. Alright, we're gonna have to redo it. I accidentally disconnected the spew flower. I mean, we know that it's either the honeypot or the spew flower, folks. But I need to redo this one. So you already know that you lost if you didn't pick the honeypot or the spew flower. But we're gonna do this again and see if I can actually do this correctly. We need to also turn this one on. So let me pull these off. They should all be plugged in now. Alright, so who's it gonna be? We've eliminated 2 candidates so far. Dude, Spewflower is pretty fast. Might be a tie. It's a tie, it looks like. I think we might refund this one. It looks like we got a tie here. That's what I was wondering. I was thinking this could be another one that's just as fast as the honeypot, because they're both from Aatrox, I think is the key point here. Let's see, how do I want to do this? I'm going to do it neck and neck, but if they're tied, we'll refund the prediction because nobody actually won, which is a little bit lame, but there's no way to pick 2 prediction outcomes. I wish there was. That'd be a cool feature if Twitch would let you distribute the winnings across 2 outcomes. But in this case, I don't think we have the ability to do that because Twitch just hasn't unlocked that kind of technology yet. They're a small indie studio, and they're just not like set up to do things like that. Oh, a bit of a lame outcome from the prediction standpoint, but we do know which ones are fastest now, and it appears to be these 2 by a landslide. So it's not the spine lily or this. I can get rid of this one. I'm just gonna plant this back over here. I have to dig up terrain to get rid of the spine lily, so we're just gonna leave it sitting in the middle. Yeah, all possible permutations. How many? I thought you can only have like 10 prediction outcomes, right? Yeah, honeypot wins based on how it looks. Yeah, honeypot is absolutely the one I'm gonna do this with, if they are indeed identical, which I think they are. I said I wasn't gonna resolve the prediction based on which one I liked the most, though, because that's not how this works. All right, I'm just kind of, let's see, how do I want to do this? I'm just gonna eyeball it. I think it'll be pretty obvious. I'm looking at the little green light on the 2 tappers. Yeah, it's identical. It's the same time. All right, so yeah, go ahead and just cancel the prediction, I guess. I wish that one of these had pulled ahead of the other, but go ahead and cancel the prediction because I'm not gonna win one. There's one more tier. Oh. Oh shit. So the only, okay. Well, I mean, that doesn't change the outcome of the prediction, so go ahead and cancel it anyways if you didn't already. The only thing we didn't test was these mutant plants in the field. Like out in the middle of nowhere, before you pick them up and they turn into mutant seeds. That is the only thing we did not test, because I can't bring them here. So we can take I guess we could take one of our contenders down into the caves and try it out. The other tier is irrelevant to your needs. Okay, so it's shittier is what you're saying. Well, I'm just wondering what I missed then. Okay, we're not gonna go look for it if it's worse. But I wonder what it is. Or is it the hostile plants? You know what? No, I got it. You know what? I don't care. We're going down anyways. Let's see it. Let's compare it. I didn't come this far to give up now. Let's be thorough about this. We're gonna go down and we're gonna put this, the fastest one, next to one of those hostile plants, just to see how bad it actually is. So what have we got here? I think I had an entangled tether or an entangled tapper there. I need 2 tappers a button repeater, and a honeypot seed to bring down there. I could free up a slot. Let me just take the drill mod off. Okay, snails are looking good. The other tier is not on your current planet, really. So then the hostile plants on this planet. Okay, never mind then. I'm not gonna waste everyone's time. I will actually make a note for myself to check on those if I decide to update this and put it on the wiki. Not on Caldor. Worse than honeypot. Okay, that's the information I need. Alright, so it looks like honeypot and spewflower are winners. So let's gather these up. And let's figure out just how overpowered these truly are. Where do I want to do this? We have a lot of stuff sitting around over here. I think I'm going to do all my manufacturing over on this side. So let's leave like our mess of plants and stuff over there along the wall. That might be something I clean up later or off stream. And let's go do our little honeypot experimentation here. The other tier is better, but you are committed to doing things in your base. Okay, so I am assuming that it is a hostile plant that I cannot move of some variety. In which case you are correct, this is not relevant to what I'm doing, but I will make a note, it's better. Alright, as long as I didn't miss anything, that's all the like spoilering I need here. As long as I didn't miss anything for the purposes of what I'm doing, because I'm not going to go out into the field. Or if it's not a hostile plant, I might be thinking of something else so you can't move, or like those giant mushrooms in Silva or something. Though it seems like none of those plants could actually be tapped. Whatever it is, I might be able to find it later. And if it's faster than the honeypot, I will probably be able to tell, like, when I find it. Really, that only dropped one seed. I thought those always dropped two. Yeah, whatever. Don't care. Alright, so we have a lot of work to do here. We need to do a lot of shredding, we need to do a lot of printing, and we need to do a lot of, like, plant suckling. So let's start the plant suckling right now, because we know that we can automate that. We are going to we're just going to let it loose and fill this. I don't know how many of these I need. I don't have, like, any plans. I don't have any layout in mind. I'm just going to put 2 honeypot seeds here. I'm going to, like, sprout a few new ones. I'm going to break them a bit. And we're just going to fill up this large resource canister, and that'll be for the next step of the process. So go ahead and lock that down. And I'm just going to put, like, as many of these as I can for this one auto arm. It'll probably be able to keep up. Well, while that's happening, let me check on this. Alright, so it's 50. We need 14,000. So what is that? 280? Now, hold on. Okay, 14,000. We need 50 of these. Yeah, that's 280 of these, right? I'm gonna double check my math anyways, but I think I need to send 280 Hana, or Hannah, or whatever, to finish this. Yes, 280. Okay, I was like, surely I could do elementary school division in my head, and I did it right, but then I'm paranoid. Because the thing is, I'm a human being. I am a creature of flesh, and we're not very good at numbers. So I don't want to, like, go into this with the assumption that I know what the actual answer is, and then just be wrong and have to do all this again. So I'm checking myself. I'm using a computer. Because ever since I learned about the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. And I've craved the strength and certainty of steel. Pretty sure I fucked up that line, but you get the point, chat. Check more honeypot seeds. I keep getting 1s for some reason. I'm pretty sure I can get 2. If not, we gotta go back to Aatrox to get more. In which case, there is actually a compelling argument for using spew flowers, because I can make as many of those as I want. But whatever, while that's going on, let's do the next part of the process, which is I have a lot of shredding to do. like a lot of shredding, like an unreasonably large amount of shredding to do for these capsule lids. Because I know it would be more efficient if I just sent these capsules into space, but I really want to make the event item because I'm an idiot, and it's new content. So we're gonna grab the Krusty Krab over here. We're gonna put a third one on this rover, and we're just gonna go ham. So this rover has storage on the back, which I think we'll be able to pick up all of the scrap that we're producing with this. You like Adept Mechanicus? What is it, a 40K thing? Is that what that quote is from? Can I drive over this? Come on, I know that this truck can drive over this. Let's go. God, I made a mistake. Oh, come on. Come on, get over there. I don't actually know anything about 40K. Like, at all. Well, basically nothing about it. Okay, this is probably as good as this layout's gonna get. You know, 40K jugs is tile and everything. Alright, well, anyways, while we're rambling about 40K, these are not close enough, are they? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I can shuttle all these out while I wait. I'm a little bit disappointed that it doesn't seem to be more efficient to do the organic versus just packaging these things and sending them, because they're worth so much more than the Hana. Because these are worth 3 scrap each, and they're worth basically, let's see, it's 50 points if I turn them into Hana, and it's 300 points if I ship them in a package. Is how the ratio works out for these things. So it's a fair bit more efficient to just package them and send them up instead. But I've decided to do it this way and essentially get half the value. And I'm doing it because I want to explore using automated printers, because that is something that I very rarely ever do. But first, I have a lot of these to shred, so I need to get started on this process like immediately. I may end up just sending the packaged ones up on their own anyways, because I may very well have enough here to do the whole thing. But we'll see. I think I'm probably going to do like a bit of each. Like maybe I'll send the ones that are already packaged, but I will shred the rest of these and turn them into scrap. I already have some scrap in this base, but not as much as I'd like. And we figured out that I need 280 scrap. So take 280, divide by 3, I need like 90 something of these things. So I probably don't have enough unpackaged like capsules in this pile to be able to cover like the 90 something that I need to shred. But it's better than nothing. And I want to turn them into scrap anyways. And I kind of like the idea of farming scrap manually. Like, I know I've been trying to automate a lot of stuff in this playthrough. Scrap is like the only thing in this game that I kind of feel it's against the spirit of what I'm trying to do, to automate scrap production. The only scrap I have automated is to get organic. And guess what? We have automated organic now, so there is a part of the factory downstairs that is using scrap trading to produce organic. That is at some point going to get replaced with this solution here, because we don't need to do that anymore. And this is much simpler. Yeah, these appear to produce 2 sometimes, but either I'm getting very unlucky, which is likely if you remember how many times I got the gather minigame on the Fall Finders earlier, or it's less likely to produce a second one than a lot of the other stuff in the game. Not sure yet. You basically can't trust my luck, because I like angered a witch doctor or something at some point in my life, and I basically have the worst video game luck imaginable, like under all circumstances, and I'm probably just gonna get trolled, like no matter what I do, trying to get more of those seeds. Yeah, sending them as a pack just gives you more points. Am I just quoting things I hear? Yeah, I have streamer brain. I hear funny meme, I say funny meme. But to be fair, being like a cyborg or something, or having like a mind upload would be kind of sick. Or it would suck, depending on like which like hypothetical like cyberpunk future you're living in when that happens. But it could be sick. Maybe you should send your save. I don't know. I've never like had a terrible interest in doing like save reviews or anything, unless you're trying to show me like how you solve this event. In which case, I specifically don't want to see that because I do like to solve these problems myself. Or if you're talking about your whole base, I don't know. You've talked about your base before, and you apparently have a different like scrap automation system. If that's what you're talking about, I could look at that at some point. Like, even if it's not as clean, if it's functionally good, then that's always nice. Right now, I don't plan on looking at that. But I'm not sure yet. I don't know if or when I would want to do that. It could be interesting. I would probably just pop over into creative mode and fly around it for a bit. I think I got most of these. Maybe then I'll understand like the layout you tried to describe for it that I'm pretty sure I completely didn't comprehend. Okay, I think we got all of them. Just compare what I want to do. What, like when I swap out my organic thing? Yeah, let me look at this right now since this is on the subject we're talking about here. Like, some people might not have seen this yet. I'm very bad at inferring context from chat messages, even if it's stuff that we literally just talked about. So this is how I've been getting organic before this update. Astronium, trade it. Solid fuel jump jets, shred them, scrap. I don't store the scrap anywhere. I immediately trade it for organic on the trade platform here. And then that is what goes into my sorting system. That is what I currently have, and that was the only way to automate organic before they added tappers. Because before that, the only other way to get organic was either to go out and dig or to use the soil centrifuge, which requires going out and digging. And that's the flow. That flow down there is what you could do for any like basic resource, not just organic. However, again, when I started this playthrough, I told myself I don't want to automate everything. That's boring. I want the logistic problem of using rails to like ship stuff in from auto extractors. Which may or may not have been a bad decision, but it's the decision that I made, and I'm sticking with it. And now we have one less thing that we have to use jank to get. Well, it's not really jank, but using like trade platform, almost exploitation, considering how easy it is to get everything from that, which is, again, why I didn't want to do it. Because it wasn't really in the spirit of what I was doing for this particular playthrough. Stop storing scrap. In my case, all the scrap that you see here in this canister is like naturally like a gathered scrap. I did not automate any of that. Yeah, I need to fix these floating rails. There used to be terrain under these. I have constantly expanded the base out from under them, and I have never bothered to move them. Like, bring them down to ground level. That's like on my like to-do list, and I've just never bothered to do it. Thankfully, floating rails are a thing, or else the space elevator wouldn't be possible. Yeah, yours was making a compact. Yeah, if I was making a compact factory, I would absolutely have like a scrap like trading line for it instead. So different problems, each of which has different elegant solutions. And that's the nice thing about this. There isn't just one way to solve the problem. I just picked the one that I thought would be the most interesting to stream. And I think it has been interesting because it means that I go to other planets. I do other things occasionally. I don't just hide in my dungeon, like underground, and just like make a scrap factory. Which for a single player, that could be plenty of fun by itself, but for streaming, that wouldn't be nearly as interesting as having just a big open air base where I constantly go around and do different things. So I'm happy ultimately with the outcome of how I chose to do this, even if it's definitely not as efficient. I needed to turn these on, these are gonna fill up really soon. So I just gotta remember to stop by this occasionally. Now we have 4 of these plants. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna break them like one more time to get a few more, because I want to have like a backlog of these just in case I accidentally screw up and like dig them all up and don't notice and lose them and then have to go back to Aatrox for more. That would suck. So where is my proximity repeater? That's the button repeater. Chat, where'd I park my car? It's going to be on screen. It's usually on screen when I have to ask this question. No, it's not on my backpack. Oh, there it is. It's all the way over here by the pumpkins. Got it. I think you got 30 plus of scrap on 400 container. A container? Okay, I think I'm not understanding your chat message. 400 containers. If you mean these things, it's going to produce way more. Or do you mean 400 scrap from 30 containers? That would make more sense, though. We know that they produce 3 each. Oh, there we go. All right, we got some extras from that. Okay, we have enough of these now. Again, this might be streamer brain, and I'm not understanding what you're saying. Please correct me. Let me move this just a smidge. 30 containers of this. Oh my god. So you've been hoarding scrap. Wait, are you saying you have an automated system for it, or have you actually been collecting them as scrap? Because that's insane. If you filled up 30 like large resource canisters with scrap, that is nuts. That is way more than I could possibly be bothered to get without automating it. I mostly just collect the scrap manually because it's kind of interesting to me. It's a fun, refreshing thing to do, even if it's not efficient, like, at all. Auto, okay, good. I'm glad you said auto. I would have been concerned if you had just manually, like, harvested this out of planets. Like, there is enough crap on all these planets to get that much scrap. I'm, like, almost certain about it, but my god, that would take forever. Alright, so let's get our tappers set up now. Yeah, I need to focus for a second here. Alright, so we want to just stick them on the top, I guess. Doesn't seem to matter where you put them. But this is obviously the spot that'll look the coolest. And there is no reason to put more than one tapper on one of these because they said that they produce slower. So honestly, maybe I should do that anyways. I kind of want to test that actually. Okay, hold on. We're gonna do a little experiment just to verify, because every now and then these games will have things in the patch notes that are not actually true. I'm going to put 2 tappers on this one on the side, and I'm going to see if it does anything differently from the others. I'm guessing each one's going to be half speed. That's what it should be. But I'm gonna hold the devs to it. Let's see if it's actually half speed or not. Oops. And I want the ability to turn these all on and off at once, and I can't use the proximity repeater because it'll just harvest the plants as well. Which is like the only advantage, I think, to using hostile plants for this is a proximity repeater will not, like, uproot them. So unfortunately, I have to kind of do it like this. Probably shouldn't have put those on the little green light. Whatever. This is all temporary. It don't matter. None of this matters. I'm going to move all this later. And let's put 2 tappers on this one. Just off to the side. I'm going to dig this one up once I do my little experiment here. Do a little QA. A little quality assurance. Only one will produce organic, and the other one halt till the first is full. That is an extremely weird way to implement this, if that's how they did it. Let's find out. Well, they're definitely slower. Oh, I need... Actually, no, I guess the auto arms are going to get out of sync, so that's fine. Yeah, I'm not sure what yours were doing. It looked like it was just half speed. Yeah, I think they were right, or close enough that I don't think it's mathematically advantageous to put more tappers on one of these. It looks like it basically took twice as long for these to finish. Now, I wonder if one of them is full. It looks like it runs at full tilt. Does it divide? I would assume there's no limit. Let me time this one with when the auto arm grabs another one. Let's see if they finish at the same time now. So I'm looking at this one in the back that I have my cursor over. to see if they're timed the same. Okay, so it's based on how many tappers are active, not just how many are on the plant. I'm trying to think, does that mean it would be worth putting 2 tappers on these so that the downtime from one of them being filled can be picked up by the other one? Like, they're not smart enough to take turns. They're gonna both try to run at the same time, but they might end up staggered in their timing. Yeah, buffer. I think that's actually better than, like, yeah, you could buffer with it. Because even if there's an arm for each of these, it is still going to have a delay before it can get picked up, because the auto arm just takes a moment to notice it and pick them off. So having a second tapper on it for that purpose would actually be advantageous. Alright, so these are going to get entangled, so let me break them. And I don't really care where it goes, this is temporary. So I'm going to just stick a second tapper on this. And we're just going to put 2 on each. And that means that we should not lose any productivity. I think what will happen here is that eventually everything will kind of like get into a rhythm and they should all work correctly. Okay, that was a very bad description. Essentially, the same thing that happens in like Factorio with auto arms should work, where the arms will eventually get into a cycle of taking turns, grabbing resources. That is what should happen here. Except the tappers will take turns finishing a product for an arm to grab, is kind of what's going on here, I think. I don't care where these go. Just turn that one on. And last one. Yeah, in this case, my auto extractors, the bottleneck is just the factory being able to process the materials usually. So I haven't had a need to do that. But in this case, we have the bottleneck we know is going to be tappers just sitting here waiting. This should allow us to have 2 auto arms as well. So where's my second one? I think I left it over here. I mean, the bottleneck is whatever we choose to make it. In this case, I think it's going to be the speed at which I can produce organic once I put the second auto arm in. Which, if I maneuver my camera, I should be able to just shove it like right under there and just have 2 auto arms stacked on each other. I actually got that pretty good for how I half-assed that. I actually got that aligned pretty damn well. I think I know now why people were saying these are overpowered on Reddit. These are... they might want to tone these down a little bit. Like, there's nothing preventing you from doing this with just like the shitty plants on Silva. It costs 1 aluminum to make these. It's like, literally, you could just take 1 trip to Aatrox, grab one of these, go back home, and you literally have solved your power problems forever. You just need to make a bunch of small generators and tappers to do it. Well, then auto arms, but all these things are stuff you can just get, like, immediately on Silva. It's interesting, but I mean, it encourages people to look into automation earlier on in their playthrough, so I mean, I can't complain too much about that. Okay, the throughput limit here is now the rate at which I can put things in the resource canister, and I'm not going to make a second resource canister, so I think we're good to go on this. Let's not worry about this anymore. Yeah, solar and turbines are not, like, nearly as useful. You mean wind turbines, I assume. RTGs are still going to be, like, the ultimate, like, power solution. In my case, again, I don't use RTGs. For anybody who hasn't seen this yet, I show this every now and then. I don't power my base with RTGs. I have a bunch of mini RTGs over here, but the reason why I have all these batteries is because this is what's powering my base. I have 1, 2, 3 large solar arrays, and a 4th one on the ground over there. I think 2 of these are from different planets, if I recall correctly, or maybe one of them. That one is definitely from Silva. Maybe that's the only one, but that is from Silva. I think 2 or 3 of these are from Calidor. I don't remember if I somehow got one from another planet. I don't remember if I would have done that. I probably didn't, so I think 3 of these are from Calidor, and the one over there is from Silva. And I believe that I know the location of another one on Silva that I could also bring over the space elevator to get 5. And I know I could have built this base on the North Pole or the South Pole and had power all the time. I didn't want to do that because it's boring, and instead this gave me a reason to make batteries and do interesting things. So again, I limited myself to a suboptimal gameplay to make the playthrough more interesting, both to myself and to chat. Because otherwise, like, why would anybody bother doing all this stuff? Why would anybody bother making all these batteries if you just have infinite solar power on Calidor because you brought solar arrays from Silva? So I thought this was the most interesting way to do it, and I'm happy with the outcome because I think it's really neat. Because again, we are not on the North or South Pole. We are on Gateway 3, which is one of the equator gateways right now. Put these over here. Yeah, just run on coal. Like, do something suboptimal just to make the run more interesting. Because RTGs are the no-brainer, and like I use RTGs. I use them for vehicles because using any other power source for vehicles sucks. Vehicles are where compactness starts to matter, where you actually want to do things in an efficient amount of space. So obviously you're gonna use RTGs for that. And speaking of vehicles, I actually don't have enough power to run 3 Krusty Krabs on this truck. Let's see, I should have another RTG sitting around. I don't want to use the mini ones. Yeah, I'll just grab a silo of minis. I just want to make sure these shredders are running at full speed. There we go. And I think I have one more RTG sitting around, but I might have already put it somewhere else. I might have already put it on the rover. Yeah, whatever. I don't really care that much. Oh, never mind. It's over here. Yeah, it's right here. If I gather those chest pieces, oh, you know it. Oh, we collect things in this playthrough. We got a full chessboard, and then almost all of a second chessboard, and then of course RNG gave me millions of pieces I don't need. What am I supposed to do with this many Jasper Rooks? But apparently the game wanted me to have those. But we got the chessboards. At least one. It took ages to finish the first one. I almost had a second chessboard by then because bless RNG. And I know that you can make figurines. There's like a plastic recipe for it, but professionals have standards. I have not played chess with anyone. I don't know if or when I'm going to do that. I'm also terrible at chess, so it's going to be embarrassing whenever it happens. So I gotta steel myself for that if I ever do that. But as of yet, I have not done that. I would probably want to set up like an overlay with like E4 and all that like labeled on it properly, so it's not something I could just whip up out of nowhere. Because otherwise I'm not going to know which square is which, because again, I'm not good at chess. I do not play chess. It's going to be a mess. It might happen someday. Yeah, I think we're throughput bottlenecks by the power here, because these are going to drain pretty quickly. Actually, I don't know. Maybe that last RTG was enough to bring it over. Yeah, they're not draining anymore. Maybe that, or not the last RTG. Maybe this was enough. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is a lot of power, right? This is 24 additional power, so that's probably enough. I think we're good to go. Everyone collects the chess pieces. I'll tell you one thing I do know about the chessboard. It's that the devs put it in wrong. The texture is backwards. Let me go back over here and show it. This corner should be black. Apparently that's the rules for this. This is the bottom left corner is supposed to be a dark corner, from what I understand. And you might be saying, cosine, you clearly put the chessboard in at a 90-degree angle. You're an idiot. And my answer is no, because the pieces actually default to facing forward or backwards, depending on what side of the board they're on. So this Jasper Knight, for instance, is facing upward, as knights do. And it flips to face the other way. Which means this is where the devs intended the midline for the board to be. So my board is not rotated 90 degrees. The devs rotated the texture 90 degrees. They did it, not me. The chessboard is wrong. Screamer is right. And I've seen people complain about that, and it's silly, but I mean, I don't know, I should probably fix that at some point. Here's my Pokemon cards, chat. You can't have my Charizard cards though. I only have 4 of those. I need those. I don't know what I need those for because they don't do anything yet, but I want them. They don't get copyright striked by the chess company. What the fuck? That's not a thing, right? There's no way. There is no way in the universe that the concept of chess is copyrighted. That can't be. That cannot be the case. How much organic do we have? A little over 280, I think. That's all we needed, right? Yeah, okay, we're done. Let me turn these off. We got all the organic while I was rambling. I didn't even set up the rest of it. I just need to snipe the correct auto arm. Oh my god, where's the hitbox? Is it on this side? Stop! Okay, there we go. Alright, we're done with that. Yeah, okay, these are overpowered. I was just rambling about chests. It's been like 5 minutes, and I almost have 400 organic. That is insane. Entire comment was in jest. Okay, good. Honestly, given our like just our post-apocalyptic society that we live in right now, I wouldn't even be surprised. Like, doesn't somebody have a copyright to the Happy Birthday song? Like, you cannot have like fun in our universe. We live in the worst timeline. Is it a 10 or just 9s? Wait, what are we? Oh my god, I'm a bad streamer. What are we talking about with 10s and 9s? Now, let me keep shredding these. We're actually almost done with these. I think I have like 4 or 5 batches left. Or is this? Oh wait, is this a joke about the Charizard card or something? I'm gonna come clean. I don't have Pokemon cards. It's a bad joke. So if this is something about the Charizard card, I just know that back in elementary school, when Pokemon like came into existence in the United States, Charizard was the card that everybody wanted. I never had a Charizard. My childhood was basically like just nothing but endless suffering because I didn't have a Charizard. Okay, Charizard grade. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have like trading cards in real life. Like I think I have some Yu-Gi-Oh cards in a desk somewhere, but like I don't actually know anything about that. Just repeating things. Look. All right, look, I'm trying to be relatable, okay? I spend all of my time indoors in front of a computer. I don't go out and interact with people. I don't like play Magic the Gathering like at a clubhouse like late at night. I'm trying to be relatable. I gotta do that relatable streamer thing. And sometimes I actually understand what I'm talking about, and then sometimes chat calls me on my bluff. And I got called on 2 bluffs today. I don't know anything about that quote or Charizard grade Pokemon cards. Though I do know about the concept of like card grades in general. And I know that some people spend way too much money on trading cards on eBay, or whatever platform you're supposed to buy those on now. I don't know if eBay is still where you should do that or not. Anyways, we need to get some printers here. I don't know how long it takes Hannah to print. Let me just grab these ones over here. Just grab a couple of these. Hopefully I have enough platforms sitting around to do this automatically. And hopefully I have enough room to do this. I think I do. I think I could probably cram it all into this tiny little space. Look, I don't need a license to know about everything that I quote, okay? Sometimes I just like to quote. Nothing wrong with that. Maybe I'm just a little uninformed. It's a good quote, though. Let's see here. Do I have another platform? Yeah, this one over here. Let's use this platform. So if I wonder if the printers can. No, there's no shot that the printers can automatically load that because they don't load anything else. Wait, I wonder if the printers can load it if they output onto this slot. I wonder if this thing will auto pull. I'll explain what I'm talking about in a moment for anyone who's not following. Let's do it with one printer initially. We want the printer to be able to output onto this platform, and then hopefully it'll auto slot onto the EXO request platform. You wish there were seed containers. I wish everything could go in a container. I wish I could put packagers in storage silos. Like, I want everything to go in a storage silo. It would make me so much happier. Seeds are definitely an item that should be able to go in silos. Like, if they're gonna do that for all these, like, weird, like, corruption update items, let me put seeds in silos. That would also be really sick. Like, that'd be a really useful feature. You can also put pumpkin goo in silos, I think, so it's hit or miss. I really don't know why they don't just let you put everything in. It's the future, it's magic. Just If I was able to make a silo of burritos, surely I can make a silo of pumpkin seeds and have that be functional, because the burritos came out just fine. And the silo wasn't even refrigerated. There were probably diseases festering in that silo full of burritos, because I think I had like 100 burritos in there. Silos, oh my god, no, don't be like that. Look, yes, technically this is a silo. I know, this is a silo. This is a canister. When I think of the word silo, I don't think of a corn cob covered in seeds. When I hear the word silo, I think about a grain silo in real life, where you put the grain inside of the silo and not outside of it. Alright? There's my argument. That is why I am calling this thing a silo, because this is a silo. They used the name for whatever this abomination is, and then they called these canisters instead. This thing is a silo as far as I'm concerned. And I wish I could put seeds inside of this thing. It would be very nice. Alright, now let's do this now. Scrap and organic. So, every single goddamn time I try to do anything with automated small printers, it results in crap getting placed all over the floor. I don't know if this is going to be any different or not. It usually doesn't work correctly. We'll find out. I don't even know which auto arm that is. I don't care. I'll just grab them both. There we go, got it. Alright, so we're gonna stick this here. Honestly, I didn't even need to store these. I was making them so fast. But let's see if this will work, or if we're gonna get stupid auto arms that will keep putting the wrong material in the slot, as they very often do, which is frustrating, and I wish they'd fix that. And if Dev in chat is still lurking, doesn't know what to fix, you might see it in a moment. So let's see, how do we want to deal with the scrap? How many do I have so far? Okay, I got 2 and like a half of these filled so far. Alright, still lurking. You don't have to respond. I just gotta say that just as a meme. Like you don't have to respond. Don't feel like I'm gonna be upset if you're like actually here but you don't say anything. And I don't look at the player list during my stream, so or viewer list during my stream, so I really don't know who's here. It's completely fine, whatever the case is. But as always, appreciate you sticking around. Maybe someday something that I whine about will get fixed. I mean, you already did fix the particle emitters being solid, so it worked once. You like to lean into this meme? Excellent. You like the dev in chat meme. I respect that a lot. Alright, let's see how this is gonna work. Alright, auto arms. How stupid are you feeling today? You gonna cooperate? Alright, so this print's really fast. As long as they stay staggered like this, I think we might be fine. However, it is not auto-slotting onto the request platform, so I am going to have to set up yet another auto arm to do this. Do I have any sitting around the base? No, that one's part of that assembly. I'm just gonna grab this because this is sometimes useful for this. And I need to go get one from my storage. I'll just grab one over here. Luckily, I print a bunch of these off stream, so you never actually have to watch me do this. Like, I just go get one. It would be nice if this thing would automatically pull materials that, like, qualify for the whatever mission you're doing, but, you know, whatever. I'll get over it. Alright, this should only be able to reach this. Okay. Alright, stop. I forgot about this. No, this one's my fault. This one's skill issue. I forgot that this is just gonna print forever if this is not full. I need to put a storage sensor on it to prevent it from doing that, or can I put them in a canister? Because if so, I don't have to worry about that at all. And this might actually work correctly in that case, and then I will not have to report a bug to dev in chat. I've had issues with this, but it usually has to do with printing a lot of these and trying to like store them at the same time that they're being printed. Let's see if we get lucky, whatever this stuff is. Now, let's read the flavor text. I haven't even like looked at this. Okay. I've had it up to here with these snakes. Someone's got to fix all this glitch business. And it might as well be old Frankie. Breaks over, back to work. Okay, so this is like continuing off of like this storyline here. There's actually a story in these trading cards, if you can believe it. I don't know if I looked at these last stream, actually. You know what? I'm going to read these. I don't think I looked at these last stream. I want to fix the sim as much as the next guy, but unpaid overtime ain't part of a healthy work-life balance. Maybe the suits can beam me up an apprentice. Yeah, unpaid overtime sucks. This ordeal has given me a chance to test the simulation's reprinting system. If I can run a wide range of scenarios, perhaps we will finally make headway in solving the larger ethical dilemmas. You can keep your scenarios, Nishka. Anything and everything can happen here. Even something as improbable as you having a little fun. This simulation is just full of possibility. Maybe I could even have myself a new body, but no sense in dreaming. I thought galastropods were supposed to adapt to their environment. This one looks lost, like me. At least now we have each other, or at least we have each other now. Well, I mostly didn't scuff that. I read all these items here during the stream, I think. Most of them are just nonsense. The gist of it is, apparently we're in a simulation, and the simulation is corrupt, and the breakdown update was the simulation getting more corrupt. There's actually like an underlying story to this game, which is kind of neat. Like, I don't know if they're gonna win an Emmy or anything. What reward do you win for a good story? It's not an Emmy, is it? Whatever the reward is, I don't think they're gonna win it for this game, but it's still it's an interesting story that doesn't get in the way of the gameplay. Oh, these don't go in canisters. They're one slot, but they do not go in canisters. Alright, well, we have to figure out how to automate this properly then. You do enjoy auto-stored items from small printers. Yeah, well, that always explodes in my face every time I try to do it. We might get to see it do it, because I can't put those in canisters for whatever reason. So what I need is a storage sensor to turn the printer off when there are too many things on that platform. Based on how fast it prints, the auto arm is probably going to be the bottleneck. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use a small platform, which I have a few in storage. Medium platform A. Yeah, we'll just use that. We only need like a couple slots probably. It should be enough. Boy, what a mess. I'm glad I expanded the base. I didn't even think I would need this much space when I was doing that off stream. Like, oh, I could probably make it fit. No, it wasn't going to fit. I'm glad I did this. Absolutely was not going to be able to fit all that crap. Alright, so let's see. You need to aim for, like, this. Did I not grab the storage sensor? Am I a big dummy, chat? I think I'm a big dummy. No, there it is. No, I grabbed it. I was like, I'm not that bad at this. Alright, so what we want to do here is we want this to turn on when it's not full. So full or not full is going to be our threshold. Stick that. Oh boy. Okay, hold on a second. Am I missing something with how this works? Or am I not hitting the... Okay, apparently you can't hit the little base under the printer. It has to be the printer itself. Oh, that's finicky. Yeah, whatever. Put that there. Turn this on. It doesn't have power. There we go. Alright, so I will toggle this in just a second here. If the auto arm prints too fast, wait, if the printer prints too fast, the sensor will skip a thing. You could pin it, you just had to look at it with a lower camera. Well, I mean, I did, I just stuck it on the top. God, I would love the update where auto arm stop putting things in my backpack. Please. Please, I beg you. I don't want auto arms to put things in my backpack. Nobody likes this feature. Alright, so we should have a value of 400. Alright. Alright, we're off. We're finally actually making these. Alright, so I'm going to toggle this now. Waiting for storage to fill. So it should be turned on right now, in theory. Alright, you gonna behave, buddy? Good, good, that's excellent. Okay, so it is off right now. It should turn on the instant this gets removed. And hopefully, both of these auto arms will behave and we won't get any double slots. I think this is how you make that not happen. The problem I've had is if I have a small printer on a platform where multiple of both of the resources it needs are available to it, it will pick two of the same resource, sometimes, randomly, and then drop one of them or get stuck in some way. The behavior was not particularly consistent. It looks like this is behaving, and I think this is what I determined was the way to get it to work correctly. The fixable problem. I think this is the fix. I think it's isolating the printer so that only auto arms can feed it. And even then, I'm not sure if they're going to break eventually. I need to pay attention to this. I need to send this a lot. Either way, hopefully we don't have to deal with that right now. And here's our last batch of lids. Beautiful. And by last batch of lids, I mean last batch that we didn't package earlier. I still don't know what I want to do with these. Do I unpackage these and shred them? I guess I'm gonna finish the event with these. I don't know if I have enough Hannah to finish this event. I think I do. If I don't have enough scrap to finish the event, which I'm pretty sure I don't, then I'm probably gonna need to start shredding more of them. Or I could just stop making Hannah, and I could instead just finish the event by sending these up directly. Because honestly, I don't think anybody wants to watch me do this for 2 more hours if it isn't enough. So I think that's what we're tentatively going to do. We're going to make as much as we can out of the scrap that we received from here. And then after that, we're just going to use the canisters for the rest of it by sending them straight up. Oh, right. I'm going to get a bunch of garbage I don't want. Okay, hold on. Let me go get a silo. I'm going to get care packages. I think I have some extra unused silos here. Yeah, here we are. Well, we already got shredders on site, so it's not going to be too difficult to get rid of these. Yeah, another auto arm might be good. Well, you think to load this or to unload the care packages, which is what I would usually do. I don't know, the bottleneck here is honestly how long it's taking me to launch this platform. I'm just going to unload all this stuff for now. I don't think I'm going to get the ridiculous number of care packages. Why can't I pick that up? I don't think I'm going to get the ridiculous number of care packages. You cannot auto-send this platform, which is very irritating. I wish you could. I think the reason you can't is because they need a player to like be associated with sending it, because this actually communicates with their server. So I think that's the reason why you can't automate this. I'm not sure. That's my speculation for it. Yeah, there's no negation filters. That's the other thing that's irritating about unloading it. The auto arm will just start pulling this off of the thing. Like, I wish these auto arms were more powerful. Like, the filter slot is nice, but it's not enough to do anything like particularly sophisticated with these arms. Instead, you end up just having to just make more arms to solve a bunch of these problems. Oh boy. Oh my god. No, I hate getting these. You can't shred trailers and tractors. You have to blow them up. If I want to get rid of these, like, these boxes, I have to open these up, blow them up with dynamite, and then shred the scrap that comes out. Because otherwise I have no way of getting rid of these. Which is kind of annoying. I think I actually want this. So I'm going to keep this one. Yeah, the bottleneck here by far is just going to be how long it takes me to do this. Like, I can just wait a second here. I've got stuff to shred. I've got things to move around. This is going to fill up, and then I got to notice it and come back over here and do it again. Okay, never mind. Maybe it's not by far. Whatever, I'm going to wait for it anyways. I'm too lazy to go get another auto arm. Maybe I'll get lucky and they'll send me a care package with an auto arm in it. Could have multiple platforms. Look. I know that's a thing that I could do. I'm just hoping that it's not justifiable to do it like that. I also actually don't know if you could send 2 of these at once. I would guess that you can. I've never like tried to do that really. You know what? Whatever. Why not? Let's make another one. Let's see if you could send 2 of these at once. I've never done that. Let's play a game, chat. Which category is the EXO request platform in? There it is. It's in the research chamber platform, obviously. I hate this menu so much. I gotta make sure I'm making the request platform as well, not the trade platform. So will this just pull out of my inventory? There we go. Could send multiple. Alright, well, we're printing another one now. I'll probably just like drop it to the side somewhere. Or maybe even on top. I could probably just put it on top of this one actually, and I figure it'll still work. Because I think they fixed the bug where the rocket had collision and would like knock the other platform down. I think they fixed that bug. Pretty sure they did. Because it didn't work one day after I tried it, even though it wasn't in the patch notes. Because apparently whenever I complain about something too much, they do patch it, but it's not in the patch notes, so I just find out like by surprise. I don't know how many care packages I'm going to get here. Let's see. I guess 4? We already got 1, so the care packages shouldn't be too bad. We also got the Captain's Coif, which if it's what I think it is, I'm pretty sure I hate it. Let's see. Yeah, I hate it. Yeah, it's this one. Oh, it's wretched. Oh, it's so greasy. Ew. Oh God. Yeah, no, I think I'm good on this one. We're going back to my honest living yeehaw farmer hat. Oh, it's so greasy and shiny. I mean, I guess if you want to look like Elvis, it kind of has that going for it. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good on that one. I just feel unpleasant just thinking about having hair like that. Okay, it should be done printing now. Let's get the other one. You're right. Yeah, it kind of looks like that too, doesn't it? Yeah, I guess the Captain's Coif. Okay, yeah, no, I see now. I see what they were going for with that. With your powers combined, you can sort of look like Captain Planet. Alright, I need to see if I can get... I'm trying to get this to drop, like, in the same spot so that I could just alternate between them. Oh, perfect. That is so clean. Astroneer. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see now there's a pattern. There's a pattern going on here. I never watched Captain Planet. Like, it just... I don't know, like, when, I think that was, like, a little bit before my time. Like, I'm a 90s kid, and I think it was, like, a little bit before my time. So, yeah, I don't always pick up on this stuff immediately. Let me see, we got plenty of time. When did Captain Planet air? Isn't it, like, late 80s? I mean, it probably rolled over into the 90s. Okay, early 90s, 1990 to 1996. I was a wee toddler during that time, so I think I just like I missed like the timing for it. I was a little bit too young to watch Captain Planet. Like it existed at the time, but I wouldn't have been like watching it actively. All right, let's see here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is probably a good idea. Thank you for convincing me to make multiple of these. I think we're saving some time here. Now that justifies getting a second auto arm. So let me go do that. Same. Yeah, well, at least I got to watch Ed, Edd and Eddy. It's not like every show that I watched was bad. It wasn't like modern Cartoon Network, which I guess occasionally has a good show on it. I don't know. I haven't watched cable TV in so long. Every now and then I hear about like really good cartoons coming out, and then most of it is just like, yeah, it's not that good. That's my understanding of it. That's my input on the situation, on the modern cartoon situation. Is there's some good ones, but I miss my classics. Teen Titans Go. Oh, that's not a meme. That's actually true. Because I've heard of that. I've heard of people complaining about Teen Titans Go. I just kind of assumed that was an exaggeration. Alright. Oh. I don't know what to make with all these packages. I'll just stick them here and deal with it later. Packagers, my beloved. We got some dynamite, of course, because why not? Why not have some dynamite? You know, just in case I accidentally set up a proximity sensor. We got a medium shredder. I am going to shred the medium shredder in just a moment here. I think that's everything. I'll send them both at the same time in a moment. For some reason, the network just shows reruns of it the entire schedule. Like a month long. Doesn't that show, like, isn't that show also bad? Like, it's not just like a meme that they show too much, it's just like not very good. That's my understanding of the situation. You're an anime human. I never got into anime. I didn't like anime. Like, it was around, like, Toonami was there. And I would look at the cartoons on Toonami, and they weren't like funny slapstick humor, and I just didn't want to watch them. I was like, nah, I don't want to watch this. I want to watch SpongeBob and Ed, and Eddie. I don't want to watch Dragon's Ball P. So I just never cared for anime. Probably appreciate it more as an adult, but I've already got so many things to waste my time doing. I just don't watch anime. Maybe someday I'll pencil it into my busy schedule playing video games all day. A person that generally likes everything, and that ain't me. I'm a very critical individual with very, very refined tastes, as I would say. And I very much hope the mod that's going to make fun of me for saying that isn't here. But basically I'm picky. I'm very picky about things. And if I don't like something on first impression, I just kind of like, whatever. Don't care. Not gonna look at it. And that was the case with anime. I'm better about it now as an adult, but like as a kid, I was definitely very picky about stuff like that. And I was just like, yeah, I don't care. Generally like anything popular. I like some popular stuff. I'm not one of those like edgelords that's just like, oh, I'm sorry, is this popular? I don't like this. This is too normie for me. I like a mix of popular stuff and like weird niche stuff. Like I like Helldivers too. But I don't like every popular game. I don't like Call of Duty or Battlefield. Like I like the correct games. Or at least the ones that I think are correct because they're my opinions. And then I also like niche indie games. Like, let's be real, Astroneer is not a super popular game. Astroneer is not like a niche indie game either, but it's definitely not like a big, like ultra popular game or anything like that. And I like this game. It's fun. Same kind of thing with like Spelunky. Like, it varies. I just find stuff that like genuinely looks interesting to me, and then I don't really care if other people like it or not. Alright, you gotta hop for real now? Alright, see ya. I will continue to make dev in chat jokes, most likely, while you're not here. But thank you for watching. You have a good night, I assume. You're in Canada, right? SES is in Canada. I'm not crazy. Hold on, system error. Make sure I know what I'm talking about. Oh, you don't have a Wikipedia page. Whatever, I think you're in Canada. Whatever, you have a good night, whatever it is you're doing. Hope to see you another time. Let's see, do I have anything else left to shred? We got all our capsule lids taken care of. Yeah, we're running pretty low on scrap here. We got like 1 or 2 more. And I'm gonna get a few sporadic like care package items, I think, but not enough to do much else with it. Because I can't shred these, I have to blow them up, so I'll do it later. Chill and relax, no fast-paced or killing enemy. Yeah, and I think there's people that want the storms back. I wish this game had, like, more threats, but sort of in the sense of like a game like Minecraft, where you could still control the nature of the threats. Like Minecraft maybe isn't a good example, because they refuse to give us like an anti-mob spawning beacon, and you have to make mob switches if you want to do that. But just the general concept of a game where you can go seek out like action and threats if you want to, but you don't have to. I kind of like that aesthetic. I do wish Astroneer like had a little bit more of an imposing danger or challenge to it. Like ultimately Astroneer is an insanely easy game. Like there's very, very, very little challenge to this video game. Like you're very rarely ever sitting there not sure how to do something or another, which is fine. I wish it had a little more of that, but I mean, I'm still playing the game for what I think are its redeeming qualities. Well, first night of Minecraft, you just go into a cave, or if you didn't find a cave in time, you dig a hole and you hide. I mean, unless you know what you're doing. Like, if your first Minecraft playthrough, you probably just dig a hole and hide. Like, the first night of Minecraft is a magical experience if you've never played the game before. But eventually, you get to a point in Minecraft where you can just kind of just hang out in your base and build stuff, and if you just place enough torches everywhere, you don't have to worry. Like, nothing's ever going to attack you. And I like that. I just wish that they had an anti-mob spawning beacon so that it wasn't such a pain to actually make a safe environment in Minecraft. Because like you've earned it by the time you've reached the end game, but you still have to worry about creepers spawning in that one tile of space on top of a tree that had a log with no leaves on it that a creeper can spawn on. And then it comes out and it blows up, like blows a hole in your base, and the house you had full of cats, it just gets like destroyed by it. Like inevitably it'll be something that you value. You accepted your fate and got tired from running and dying. And once you know what you're doing, as long as you're not fighting skeletons, you can deal with the zombies on your first night. Now let me focus for a second. I'm running around in circles here. So how far along did we get on the progression? Not as far as I would have liked, but I think we get the gist of it, like as far as this event is concerned. So I could make more ohana, or whatever this stuff is. But what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to stockpile a few of them for the museum, because I want to make a museum at some point with all this like event related stuff. And then we're going to ship these things to finish off the remainder of the event. Because my god, I have nothing else to do with these. They're just sitting here causing lag. So let me get a couple more scraps so that I can finish off my little display rack. And then we're going to finish off the event with the capsules. Have I tried Dragon Quest Builder? I genuinely do not know what that is, like, at all. No one told you the floor was diggable. Why did you actually go in that blind? I knew like a little bit about Minecraft before I went into it. Like I knew at the very least that you had to punch trees to get logs and that the ground was diggable. It's surprising if you had like an actual blind Minecraft experience, because it was so hard to go in blind when the game was like exploding in popularity. Like inevitably I was going to learn something about the game before I played it. I mean, to be fair though, I mean, I wanted to know something about the game before playing it, because you buy it. Though I think what I actually did was I played like survival test online, like the free version first. Like one of the versions, I don't even know if it had hostile mobs in it. I think it did, but they were like really stupid. I played Minecraft pretty early, like into its life cycle, before I eventually bought the alpha version. You saw a video of, was it the fireplace one? Like the classic, like the guy lighting his fireplace and just the whole house goes up in flames? That's a classic video right there. That is like an OG Minecraft video. Man, it's been a long time. 2010, I think, was when Minecraft came out. Boy, it has been a long time. I also don't know what dinkum is. I didn't really finish answering your comment there. Many snapshots ago, back before they had snapshots. I'm just gonna put this off to the side. If this falls to the ground, I can find it later. Alright, so, which I already had a couple extras of these. No, whatever, I'll just ship these. Alright, so we're done making that. Let's see how many more of these I need to send up to finish this. I can't use auto arms for any of this, so I'm just going to put them on manually. And hopefully we don't have another event. that produces millions of exo cache lids. Because, my god, there are so many of these. Like, please, I just need to get rid of them. Yep. Just chilling. Oh, we've been streaming 5 hours. I think I had something else on my to-do list. Probably do like one more thing during this stream before I end it. Once we're finished with the event here. Alright, so we got one care package full of garbage. Probably. Oh, good. DIY packages. Couldn't even be bothered to make the packages for me. He just gave me the graphite instead. Or dynamite. You know, whatever. I kind of need graphite. Speaking of graphite, I need to go reset the auto extractor. So, yeah, you know what? Maybe this is good. Maybe this is a good care package. Why am I fumbling my cursor right now? That one. These are at least a lot easier to place. I just kind of got to put my cursor over the bottom. It'll just work. Alright, up you go. Okay, so let's see here. What do I have? Got plenty. I'm just checking how much hydrazine I have. I need to get a better graphite like source. That's one of the things on my to-do list. The one I have now runs out too fast, and it's going to be years before they ever fix the auto extractors, if they do it at all. So I gotta just find a bigger one, probably underground. Dragon Quest Builder and Deacon, they're similar in Minecraft. I love Minecraft. I want to check them out. I'll put them on a list, but I mean, here's the thing: there are a lot of games that are like Minecraft, but fail to capture like exactly what it is that I would enjoy about Minecraft. And I'm not going to really be able to tell until I take a closer look at them. But I will put them on my to-do list, just to like look at the store page for them and see if they're interesting. Just like I say every time this kind of thing comes up, don't like feel bad if you suggest something to me and I look at it and I say I don't like it. I am extremely picky. So like there may very well be reasons that I don't want to look into something or really play it that just don't make any sense to you, and it's just how it is. It's just how I am. So just don't be like hurt about it or anything like that. I don't want to make people feel bad that I think their suggestions are bad. So don't take it too personally. I'm very picky. I'm just gonna take this thing off of the platform because they keep snapping to that for some reason. We pretty much now we wait. I think I need to send away like 4 more of these or something. I can start unloading some of this stuff in the meantime. It's gonna be a little bit before they get back down. And graphite is currently one of my resource bottlenecks because I've been like slowly producing my like 400 nanocarbon alloy, but it requires a ton of graphite, and I also need to make the canister of diamonds that I'm never gonna use. 100% cool, awesome. Thank you for understanding. I will look at the store pages after the stream, though, at some point. I just wanted to drop off like some basic resources there. I don't think I'm going to have too many more care packages, so I think 2 silos is going to be enough to hold all these. Is that a trading card I see? Is this one different? What, did I get a foil? What is this? Why? It's a little bit different. Oh no. Oh no, do I have to get all 5 of these too? Devs, why? No, why did you do this? No, they added more collectibles. Oh no. Well, I think I have something I'm going to be doing after stream. Yeah, it's different. It's just a little bit different. Oh, god damn it. Devs, no, I have to collect them now. You didn't know it's different? Yeah, no, it's different. I'll read the text on it in a moment. Let me send another one of these up. I'm gonna probably need to make another figurine platform as well, but I'll do that later. That's off-stream stuff that I can deal with. Oh my god, we have so many of these. Well, I don't think we're gonna have any trouble getting all the trading cards based on how many of these I have. And no, you cannot use a proximity repeater to send these away. It just doesn't interact with these. You can't interact with these at all except manually. You did ask why I want... Look, okay, here's the deal. I'm upset about this, but I'm also going to be very satisfied when I collect all of them. Like, it's kind of... Maybe, I don't know, what is that called? Masochism, I think, is what I would describe this as, because I'm still, like, happy to have these, even though I'm upset, and I'm in a state of agony now, because I need to deal with 60 more care packages. Hold the horn. Simulation's undoing all my patches, like, it knows what I'm going to do before I do it. Like, maybe it's doing stuff all on its own. No, that's just because you don't know how to use version control, Frank. Maybe you could learn a thing or two from Stack Overflow. I don't know, honestly, I don't know where you learn how to use version control. I learned it in my first job. The fucking university didn't teach me shit about version control. I had to figure all that out myself. And it's amazing how many people don't know how to deal with a merge conflict. Yeah, we're in care package territory now. Oh boy, we're probably not going to do all of this. It depends how frequent the care packages are, but I think most of you get the gist of it, and I will show you what's on the trading cards like next time I stream the game. But let me send like a couple more of these out and see how bad it is. Never got the 4 out of 5 bad RNG. I mean, I'm the master of bad RNG, and I was eventually able to get all the other ones. So by eventually, by the way, I think I got literally 30 care packages off stream. Something like that, 30 to 40 care packages off stream after the burrito update. And this is like what the result. And that was just me like burning off the extra crap that I got from that update. So I was forcing the RNG's hand pretty hard there with how much stuff I picked up. Here's another one. If it's anything like the other one, then I'm probably gonna get one of each card, like just in general, like a random card for every care package. And hopefully what that means is that I will just eventually get lucky and roll the correct one. But then again, I could get really unlucky. How many of these do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, let's finish this off. We don't have that many of these debris packs left, so let's go ahead and finish this off. See if I get them all on stream. I will read the text on the second one in a moment. Alright, so 2 out of 5 prime. Runtime error, failure condition, sync data corrupted, emergency virtual avatar offline. Please contact support. EVA. Emergency virtual avatar, by the way, is the name for that like box thing that's involved in the sunroom like mission line. It's all kind of tied together. There's like a story that they're building here. No, I'm not going to go back over there. I'm taking too long. Let me just wait for these to come back with more garbage. At this point, I suppose I could just use the auto arms to pull the stuff off of them. How do I want to do this? Probably like this. Yeah, that's, you know what? Yeah, that's actually just fine. Just put it there. They really need to fix the like slot reservation bug. If an auto arm is interacting with any of these individual slots on this 4-slot area, you the player cannot like put anything else on it. Like it just like locks up and it won't let you add or remove items from it for some reason. I don't know why. I feel like the game didn't used to do that. I could probably find a more coherent description for that bug if I ever decide to report it. But yeah, there's some jank going on with that, and it's kind of annoying. It happens with my storage slots a lot, where I'm trying to pull resin off of my main storage over there, and I pull 2 of them off, and then the slot gets reserved. And I can't interact with the remaining 2 resin, even though the auto arm's not trying to put anything in that slot. I don't know why it does that. It's finicky and weird. Should give us a sequence. Yeah, but I mean, how else are they going to get you to buy booster packs if they just give you your Charizard, like, on the first go? Like, come on. This is just basic economics. This is how you artificially inflate the rarity of dumb shit like this. You just make one of them more rare than the others, and you just get trolled the whole time. You just keep giving them the money. Except that in this case, it's the in-universe Exo Corporation or whatever, forcing us to keep giving them these packages. Thank you, Exo. Very cool. We're pretty much done here, it looks like. Alright, we got 3 more rockets. One of them's going to be incomplete. Yeah, this is a lot better than the Hana. I honestly think they should have made the Hana or Hana give more points. Because, I don't know, it's hard to argue that you should do that instead of sending these up. But then again, maybe I'm insane. And I'm the only person who actually collected all of these debris packs. So, I don't know, you know, maybe it is balanced. Because I'm forgetting how much time I spent picking these up out of the core off stream. Like, again, you watched me do like 2 trips to collect these out of the core of the planet. But there were like 5 times as many of them that I collected off stream before that. So I don't know, maybe it is balanced, that it's just me specifically who's enough of a lunatic to do it this way. So yeah, you know what, I take it back. It's fine. It's fine. The balance is okay. It's just there's not as much of a compulsion, but since I don't think you could send like raw scrap, I think what this resulted in was you basically had to... Okay, we're getting a lot of 2 out of 5s. All these rat-tatas I keep getting. But it looks like the way that they designed this, like balance-wise... Is that new? No, it's new. The way they designed this event balance-wise, it looks like if you have a bunch of debris sitting around, you could use that to finish the event. But if you only have scrap, like you've been doing trading or you shredded all of these too early, then you have to use organic in order to trade in your scrap. Which is honestly an acceptable kind of balance, I think. So yeah, I take it back. I think this is okay the way they did this. This blustery day would be perfect for tea. If only I could still drink it, or anything for that matter. I think Beatrice is the one that wanted to be like in the simulation. Yeah, that one right here. Anything and everything can happen here, except drinking tea. That is the agony of the simulation. Can you scrap those? I'm not gonna do it, but let me hover one over a shredder to see if it'll work. If it locks on, that means I can scrap it. Yes, you can scrap these. It locked on. I'm not clicking on it. Look, these things might be worth thousands of dollars on eBay like 10 years from now, and I don't want to take the chance of losing that. Alright, do I have any care packages waiting? Okay, so this one is at least not as unhinged as the burritos. Like, I'm not getting like an insane number of care packages from this. We got another 2 out of 5. It looks like I'm getting like 1 each. Yeah, I see the problem here. This one's gonna be very hard to grind. I'm gonna do the rest of that off stream. Like, I think the event ends a while from now. Let me actually see. When does this event end? 49 days. I will actually probably do another Astroneer stream before then, but I think there's a good chance I'm gonna grind this off stream. Like, I will get more scrap. I will make more Hana, and I will get at least one of each trading card. But like, you've seen it all, chat. Like, you've seen what I was doing here. It's just gonna be more of this, and I'm not gonna make a permanent like setup for it anyways. So you've seen what this update has to offer. That's the ExoCares initiative. That's the end of that show. I will do like one more thing during my stream before I call it here. It was interesting though. A little bit different. I had a reason to explore all the like tapper packager, or not packager. I had a reason to explore all the tappers and the new flora and stuff. At some point, I think I want to make like a garden or something and just like have like a couple of each of these plants. Most likely over in this big empty space here, but I'm not going to do that during this stream because that's going to take a very long time. And I don't have any ideas for it either, so it's just going to kind of be me like just like painting a big area green. Maybe I'll make like a biome themed thing or something. I want to plan that out. Like I want to have an idea for that before I do it during a stream. So for now, that's going to be the end of the Garden Warfare 2 section of our live stream. Let me just go ahead and clean this mess up real quick, because we're not going to be doing any more shredding. Let me just put the Krusty Krab back over here. Like, I'm not crazy, right? Like, this is the Krusty Krab. Like, I can't see anything but the Krusty Krab when I look at this. Like, it has the shape of, like, the treasure chest. It's kind of got, like, the pattern going on the roof. And it's got the doors, like, right here at the bottom. Like, this is the Krusty Krab. And I will never be able to unsee it. And I hope that none of you in chat can unsee it either after I ruin it for you like that, so that you can suffer as I have. This is what happens when you watch SpongeBob as a kid instead of Dragon Ball Z. Like, I'm not here trying to do, like, my Ultra Instincts or whatever it is they do in the Dragon Ball universe. No, I'm making SpongeBob jokes. I'm a SpongeBob memer. That's the person that I am. And nothing's ever gonna take that away from me. Alright, I think I cleaned up the bulk of the mess here. So again, off stream, I will deal with that over there. You're not going to miss anything interesting. Let me check my to-do list to see if there's any low-hanging fruit for the last hour of our stream here. Preferably something different that I'm not going to do in the base. We might go look for graphite. I think that's what I'm tentatively going to go do. Let's see here. Yeah, we dealt with the exolids. We explored the Verdant update content. Exo cares, we took care of that. Yeah, so I need to do graphite. I could get the solar array near Silva as well. Nah, I don't think we're going to do the solar array. That's going to be another space elevator trip. Yeah, I think let's do the graphite. Or, you know what? No, there's two things that we can actually do here. One, let's update our little factory down there that makes organic to use these instead. That'll be the first thing I do. Let's update our organic factory. That should be pretty quick, and then I want to optimize my graphite production. So, let's see, how do I want to do this? These produce so fast. I honestly probably only need one. Like, the bottleneck in my factory is and has always been the trains that ship the materials around. Again, like, I'm aware that that's not a good bottleneck to have, and I could have, like, designed it better in retrospect, but I was just flying by the seat of my pants when I was setting all that stuff up. But I think I can honestly just get away with having literally one of these with 2 tappers on it and a single auto arm. And let's replace our convoluted scrap exchange factory. Though I may leave automated scrap down here, depending on like what I feel like doing in the future, I may leave the Astronium to scrap here just in case anything comes up where I need a ton of scrap for some reason for like some event and I don't have an easy way to get it out in the field. But for now, I don't think we need to do that. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to build it in a new location, just over here where we don't have anything in the way. And let's think about what we need in order to set this up. So it's been a little while since we did this. Oh my god, the tappers fell off my backpack. Can I just entangle them? Y'all, let's go. Tapper entanglement. Again, for anyone who doesn't know what tapper entanglement is, if tappers are attached to a plant and you pick them up and put them somewhere else and then destroy whatever they were attached to, they drop as a loose item, but they remain in that slot on storage. And that's what this is. I have a tapper in my backpack right here, but the physical location of the tapper is where you see the little pop-up showing up over here. So if I pick this up, it gets pulled into my hand from wherever it is. This works literally anywhere in the universe. You could pull tappers between planets by doing this. It is unfortunately not particularly useful for anything except setting up like long-distance beacons. It's interesting, but we already have a way to do that with rail posts. It's just a slightly more controlled version of long-distance beacons that you could set up, because you can hover over the slot, and if it's on another planet, it will actually show the notification where the planet is physically located in the game engine. Not where it's orbiting, those are fake, where it is actually located in the game engine. So like if I had a tapper on Silva, and I picked it up right now, I would see an indicator over there. Like over below the horizon in that direction on Silva, I would see the tapper indicator, and if I picked it up, it would actually bring the tapper from Silva all the way down along the space elevator into my inventory right here. It's very silly. So anyways, what else do we need for this? So we're only gonna have the one honey pot seed. I really wish they would add planter pots to this game so that I could like move it around easily. So I'm gonna place it last. We need a logic gate to decide if we need organic. That is probably going to just require... Yeah, that should only require one block. So let me set this up now. I will explain what I'm doing here. I haven't set one of these up in a little while, so I'll explain what I'm setting up here as I do it. So just bear with me for a moment. I know I had a platform somewhere down... Not a platform. I had a medium storage somewhere down here. Did I use it? Yeah, oh yeah, I used it for to hold the Hana. I'll just make another one. Actually, I think I have one over here. Nice frame rate. The game gets a little crusty the longer I leave it running. Though my computer's already struggling to run this game as it is. Ah, whatever. I don't want to print one. I'll just steal one of these. I don't even use this platform here anymore. Really, I need to get rid of it. Going on with the packager ball. I'm glad you asked about that instead of the Amogus that I've had on that wall for 5 hours that like nobody has mentioned. I'm proud of you, chat. You just kind of accepted the fact that it was there and didn't say anything about it. This packager ball is surrounding a particle emitter. So there used to be a bug where particle emitters had solid collision. If you've ever played this game and you have like a tunnel in a cave or something, or you have a base on the surface and you're just like running into an invisible object that you just get stuck on sometimes, and I don't mean the floor being sticky, I mean a consistent spot where 100% of the time you get stuck on an object, it was a particle emitter. The particle emitter in question is one of those like brown dust clouds. They only spawn in sometimes, like there's like quote-unquote weather cycles and it's not spawning any dust right now. But there's a dust particle emitter here. This is the first one I found in my base because I ran into it with a rover. I don't remember if I hit it during a stream or not, but I realized it was solid. And so obviously I stuck a bunch of packagers to it. Since then, specifically because of me, from what I understand, they actually made them non-solid. So you cannot get stuck on particle emitters anymore, but I still have packagers on the points where the particle emitters are located. The packagers are solid, the emitters are not. Thank you, Dev in chat, for fixing that. Like, specifically for me, I'm pretty sure it's the reason they did that, because I complained about it so much, but you still can't get rid of the particle emitters, which means this thing is just going to spawn dust occasionally. Again, I don't know what weather cycle causes it to do that. Sometimes they're just turned off. There's one down in the basement that does it, like, way more frequently. Let me real quickly bring this down here while I do that. Alright, we need this. I'll continue my thought in a moment. I need to bring an auto arm down there. I need an auto arm. I probably need another platform, but I'll start with this for now and start laying it out. I'm going to show you one that's still active so you understand what I'm talking about with particle emitter. Okay, this one is usually active. Yeah, that right there. You see that? It's actually like just barely embedded in the floor in this particular case, but you can't get rid of these. That is a cave crumbler. Like, that's the ceiling effect where the cave debris like falls off the ceiling at 15 frames per second for some reason. Like, if I look up here, that right there, I don't know why the frame rate on the crumblers is so low. It's really weird looking. It's like I'm playing a game on the Nintendo Switch, but I'm on PC right now. That's what those are. Yeah, if I pick them up, I can't put them back, which means I lose track of where the emitters are, and I have to find them again. Because if the devs ever fix the particle emitters so that they actually just straight up can be removed, like you could dig them out and they just get deleted. Yeah, here's another one that's emitting dust. That you can see it right there. If they ever make it so you can remove them, I want to know where these emitters are so that I can go through my base and meticulously delete all of them. Except for the one with the packager ball on it, which I think at this point is a monument to my playthrough, and I don't know if I would get rid of the one with the packager ball on it. But I would get rid of all the other ones that are just sitting around here just like gassing me with like random smoke clouds that I don't want on my base because they're really annoying. Don't like them. But at the very least, they're not solid anymore. Alright, so what we need to do here is we need to set this up. This is super easy to do because of how fast these are produced. I could probably just honestly output from the honeypot directly onto the train Because again, the train is going to be the bottleneck here. So I'm going to get 2 more packagers, or 2 more tappers. And we're just going to put like 4 tappers on a single honeypot. And I'm pretty sure that will do the trick. That'll be enough organic that the train won't be able to keep up with it. Yeah, it's historic now. That's the thing. This is historic, and I can't get like the government council to allow me to remove that one anymore. Like this is a historic object. There's a story behind this, and it's the fact that if you complain enough about something, it actually gets fixed, which is probably not a good lesson. But they fixed it. And my understanding is it's because I specifically was complaining about it a lot. Which is funny, but also a little bit sad because I didn't like expect them to actually just fix it because of me. Like I was willing to go through like the bug reporting process for it, but like Dev in chat like apparently sniped in a hotfix to make them not solid. And it wasn't in the patch notes. And I feel bad about that because like I don't want Dev in chat to have to break their development cycle specifically for some idiot on Twitch. But I am at least grateful that that got fixed. And it's kind of funny. So let's see, we have our auto arm. I'm going to need another medium platform. And we're going to need a little bit of like circuit logic. Yeah, you set the survey as well. Honestly, you might have helped. Like there might have been a couple people that did that. But I complained about that stuff. Though on that survey, I think I didn't specifically complain about that. I just had a generic please fix the bugs like complaint when on that survey. Like that's what I was doing. I was like, just please fix the bugs, especially the multiplayer bugs. Like just take an update to fix the bugs. That is what I wanted them to do, which they haven't really done, and I'm disappointed. But oh well, make do with what you got. Maybe eventually they'll address some of this stuff. So I need this. I need a power sensor. They don't listen to the best streamer in the world. I know, wild, huh? Nobody could compete with the kind of quality that I bring to the streaming platform known as Twitch. It is impossible. I am the objectively best streamer with the correct opinions, and everybody should bend a knee to me and do what I want. It's absurd, really. I just don't get the respect I deserve. I don't expect them to do these things for me. I do appreciate it, however. But please fix the bugs. Yeah, you mentioned the particle emitters. I don't know, maybe you might have had a part in them fixing it then, honestly. Let's see here. I didn't get the 2 extra tappers. I'm kind of shuttling stuff down here while rambling with chat. So what do we need exactly? Let me set up the circuit logic just while I'm down here. I'm not going to put that there permanently. I just need to set up some circuit logic. I need tethers as well. So the tappers can go down here. I have to worry about quasi-connectivity. There's a pretty good chance these tappers are going to get disconnected because I have probably placed them on other objects somewhere in the world. I'm hoping that bug gets fixed, honestly. As much as I like the quasi-connectivity, it's kind of annoying, and I want them to fix it, like, more than anything else. Well, as in, like, more than I want them to keep it, I would like them to fix that bug instead. I'll grab this as the filter item. One last hurrah for the trade platform that just shoots the rocket through the ceiling over there. Okay, so I need tethers. How many circuit conditions do I have for the organic? Again, I will explain what this is when I build it. So for the organic in this situation, it looks like it is attached to this power sensor. This power sensor is checking for the train. It's checking for output, which I think is always going to be the case. What is that single train doing? I'll do that in a second. This is whether I need organic. So I don't care if there's anything in the output because we're going to use the tappers as the buffer, and they're always going to have something in them. So 2 power switches, small battery, that should be enough. All right, so this train, where's this train? There's actually 3 of them. It's 3 identical copies of the same train. This is a storage loop. So what this train is going to do when we set up the organic, and I will show the full cycle when I'm done here, is it's going to pick up the organic here. It runs all the way down this loop, and then it goes upstairs into my sorting area. And then it comes back down over there on that side of the base, and it loops back around and comes over here and repeats the cycle. I have 3 trains roughly evenly spaced, and that is how I am getting this abomination of a factory to eventually put the items in the storage silos. And I need to go up anyways to get some tethers. The storage silos are these here, and I'm going to keep calling them silos because they are silos. I don't care if the game called them canisters. But that's the auto sorter back there. You can see another one of the trains is on it. That is what that train is doing. That is my like storage solution. And unfortunately, they are very, very, very slow throughput. Like way slower than I realized they would be when I started this playthrough and I planned that out. So unfortunately, they're not as ideal as they probably could be. Okay, that particular tapper just really wanted to go somewhere, I guess. Oh, I thought the organic usually falls off if you try to pick them up. You know what? You know what's happening there? For one game tick, when I pick the tapper off of the plant, I think the game like starts gathering more organic and just like knocks off the first one or something. Like there's some weird interaction going on with that. I don't properly understand. Whatever, we got the tappers that we want. I don't have a way to see if there's anything like, if there's like a fraction of an organic on the output slot, but I'm guessing it's something like that. Like normally they just back up and they don't drop the organic off, but picking them up might cause it to like dispose of the organic that's on it or something and just drop it. But for some reason, if you destroy the plant first and then pick them up, they don't do that. I don't know, this game's weird. Yeah, but I can't put the organic back on it. Alright, so anyways, the reason why we brought all these here, the reason why I've gathered you all here today is because I think having 4 like tappers as a buffer, even though that reduces the like production rates for this single honeypot seed, should still be way more than enough to keep up with my train loop. And if it isn't, I will just make a second honeypot. Alright, so the last thing that we need to do here to set this up, this is so much simpler than what I had to do before. Just one auto arm and just one plant embedded in the ground somewhere. I don't really care if it's aligned or anything because nothing is aligned down here. This place is a mess. I kind of, well, let's see. It took like maybe 15 seconds. You know what? I'm gonna make 2. I'm gonna make 2 of these honey pots. So I'm gonna put it here. Let me get a second seed. I'm gonna make 2 of these. Just in case this ends up mattering for some reason. But this is most likely overbuilt at this point. But I just don't want to have to move them around later. Speaking of move these around, I should definitely not lose these seeds because they don't duplicate very often. So making more of those seeds is another off-stream activity. Like, I will probably just like farm a bunch of these while AFK watching somebody else do a stream, and then I will have like a full like platform full of these seeds if we ever need a bunch of them for anything in the future, so that we don't have to just sit around and watch me do that for an eternity. The fact that these don't even need power, they don't need anything. These are wild. 2 of 4 on each. I'm just gonna do 2 and 2 is what I was going to do. I can always change this. I don't have to like future-proof this build or anything. So I'm just going to give these an aesthetically pleasing spacing from each other. And then when they're done growing, I'll stick the tappers on them. And then meanwhile, I will go ahead and set this up and I will explain what this is doing. So, this is a logic gate. We are making an AND gate. I only want to put organic on the train if I need organic. And that's what this logic gate is going to do. So we have 2 conditions. These are power switches. They will be turned on and off depending on whether or not the necessary conditions are met. The 2 conditions that we have for this particular setup are whether or not the train is in the station waiting for materials and whether or not we need organic, which I have a segment line that I could grab and bring that signal over here. If both of those conditions are true, I want to turn on this auto arm, which will load organic into the train. Otherwise, the tappers will back up and stop producing, and that will essentially prevent me from overflowing with organic that I don't have storage for. And then what we do at the very end here is, first of all, we have a battery on a platform. So the battery is going to power these 2 switches, and if both switches are enabled, then they will power this power sensor. And this power sensor is going to be the thing that turns the auto arm on and off. That is how you make an AND gate in this game. it's not immediately intuitive or obvious, like how to do this. It can be confusing. It's not that bad. Don't worry too much about it. Or I've shown OR gates before. I'm not going to go into that too much. Generally speaking, for everything I'm doing down here, I've like only needed an AND gate. I don't think I have a single OR gate anywhere here. And if you need to add more conditions to your AND gate, you just add more power switches. All the power switches had to be turned on for this to work. If this one's off, well, auto arm should be starting off. So if this one is off, auto arm is off. If this one's off, it's still off. Still off. If they're both on, that is when the auto arm turns on. That is the concept behind an AND gate. AND gates are far worse in Minecraft. I'll be honest, like, yeah, conceptually, understanding logic gates in Minecraft is probably worse. But, like, compactness-wise, I think I prefer Minecraft logic gates better, like, for compactness. In this game, it's kind of annoying. But then again, I mean, I can put them on a platform, so I don't know. There's pros and cons to both games. Logic gates in Minecraft are something, to say the least. I like the logic in Minecraft, though. I'm not one of those people that have ever made, like, a supercomputer or anything, but I understand redstone logic well enough to do this kind of stuff. And in the case of Astroneer, what I dislike about this game as well is that they have a hybrid, like, steady circuit and pulse-based system. This is a steady, I don't know if steady is the correct word for it, but essentially this is a continuous, like, signal. There's a continuous power flow running through these power switches. But the power switch converts it into a pulse-based system, which is what Terraria does if you've ever played that game and used their, like, wiring logic. Where this power switch will send a pulse for one game tick if the power is gained or lost. And you have to also, on top of understanding how to use power switches to make logic gates, you have to also understand the pulse-based, like, power system that they have, where the power gets converted into, like, just a raw signal, which for a single game tick will trigger everything that's attached to, which in this case will toggle the auto arm. And the way this is set up is power gained or lost will both send a toggle signal, so that results in the arm turning off correctly, and then turning back on when the power is gained again. And if I were to turn the arm off manually, I get it in an inverted state where it's turned on at the wrong times, and it's turned off at the wrong time. So that's like kind of just what you have to conceptually work with here while you're doing this. Once you understand it, it's not too bad. It probably helps to have, like, programmer brain and like just have, basically I have, like, a computer science degree. Like, I am attracted to this stuff. I understand this stuff. I do this kind of stuff in Minecraft and Terraria. It's pretty confusing if you're just going into this game with no idea, like, how this stuff works, and you're wondering how to make two conditions trigger, like, a factory to turn on. But this is what you have to do. And ignore the tappers here. These are literally just filler. The tappers do not functionally do anything here. You only have to worry about the power supply into the power switches into this power sensor. That's all you have to actually do. And I could have just as easily done the same thing by putting the battery directly into these as well. This is what you would normally do. Or you would use your own base's power system. The reason I don't use the power from my base is because A, these tend to be finicky and they sometimes drain power from your batteries, other times they don't. And also this means that if my base has a power failure, it will affect the state of these power switches. That doesn't matter in this particular case because if I have a power failure, the auto arm's going to turn off anyways, but there are logic circuits that you need to be robust, and a power failure would actually break their state because all of your power switches would turn off if you have a power failure. So I use a battery, and the way that these power switches work is they have a power drain of 0 for this battery at the very least. Again, I don't know how the power drain conditions work for your main grid, but they drain 0 power from this battery. They just check to see whether you have any. Like, think of it as like a trickle charge. It's essentially 0 as far as you're concerned, but you can still use it to check logic conditions by using the power for it. That's the best explanation I could give for that. Yeah, only knots and ores. You have to use De Morgan's law. Oh my god, I remember hearing about De Morgan's law, but I couldn't say in words, like, what that was until you reminded me. It's something to do with, like, truth tables and how you can use knots and ores to, like, get other circuit gates. I think knots and ores are technically all you need, if I recall correctly, but this is going a little bit into, like, circuit logic theory, and I know less about that than just how to, like, use it in practice. I know about this kind of logic well enough to make use of it, but there's some theory behind it that I don't understand. I don't know off the top of my head how to make like an adder or anything like that either. I'd have to go look that up or like sit down and like work it out myself at some point. It's interesting stuff though, like way more interesting than like writing proofs. God, I hated proofs. Let's go ahead and turn these on now. They don't have to be synced up or anything. They're all going to be out of sync eventually. Alright, so let's see here. So this should be off. That should be on. Alright, so when the train leaves, this switch, yeah, good, it turns off. So we need the second power switch now. Let me finish reading chat. Yeah, pulse versus switch. That's essentially what we're doing. We're pulsing. Isn't conservation of energy? Yeah, I don't know how to break it to you, but this game violates very many laws of thermodynamics, to say the very least. So if you're worried about that, then this might not be the game for you. This game, there is no realism in this video game whatsoever. You could make something from nothing in this game, which is good for gameplay, but absolutely not good for realism. If you invert the inputs of a gate, it effectively becomes the inverted output of the other gate. And something like that. Is this a thing where inverting, like... Is this the thing where, like, not P and Q, like in parentheses, is the same as, like, not P or not Q? Is that De Morgan's law? I know I can't speak the parentheses properly, like, when I'm talking, but I think... Is that what De Morgan's law is? Is it that one? Like how you distribute the not operation among and or. Okay, all right, good. I remembered something from college. Let's go. Thank you, college. You did it. You saved me. I know all about De Morgan's law. And that's one of those things that presumably seems like obvious in retrospect, especially during the course. Like I had no trouble with that concept. I still know about that. I just didn't know the name for it. Yeah, there you go. Okay, yeah, that's the one. I think similarly, not P and Q gets inverted to not P or not Q. Like, I think that one also is the same thing. I don't know if one of those is De Morgan's law or not the other one, but I believe it's the same thing for both of those cases. You basically flip the two, like, the two variables, operands, whatever they're called, and then also you switch the or to an and, or vice versa. A funny name to remember. There are so many funny names in math. Because you got all these people that are like, just like Polish and Italian and like Arabic and Chinese. Like there are so many people, so many brilliant minds from around the world that have stuff in math named after them. Good luck remembering how to pronounce all of them. It's kind of nice though, and it's a nice indicator that English is not the only language in the world that matters when you have absolute geniuses figuring this stuff out all over the world from all eras of time. Like, there are brilliant people from all over the place. Like, it is not just an English world that we live in, and math is a great example of that. Just people contributing from absolutely everywhere on the planet, from across the human timeline. That's always a good thing to remember. And I, for one, I like it that way. The world doesn't need to revolve around English. It doesn't need to revolve around America. There are billions of people on this planet. And it's great that they figured out all this math stuff for me so that I don't have to do it. I think there's some other fields that are like that, but I think math is like a really, really big one where that has happened. Where there are honestly probably more non-English speakers that have figured out, like, that have like math stuff named after them, because the English language literally didn't exist when half of this stuff got discovered. Like, what a nice history math has behind it. I'm just glad I don't have to figure out all this stuff. So thank you, Euclid. Thank you, De Morgan. Thank you, Euler. Thank you, all of you lunatics. You gotta go. All right, thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the follow. Were you the one that got the random gift sub? No, it wasn't you. That was somebody else. I don't know if either of them are still around. If they're still lurking, then I appreciate that. But I understand that the oddity of getting 2 random gift subs for like a streamer that you have like never seen, and in the case of one of them, a game you've never even heard of before. It's amusing. So again, my future advice for anybody who wanted to give me that much money, first of all, you don't have to, but if you're gonna do it anyways, do it like half an hour into the stream to improve the odds of like a regular or like a lurker getting it instead. Because like I appreciate when people like just show up to my stream out of nowhere who have like never seen me or the game. But as far as like people who are most likely to get enjoyment out of receiving a follow like that, I think it's better to give it to people who are already familiar with the stream. And the best way to manipulate Twitch's gift sub system into doing that is to do it after like a decent number of people have already shown up, and then give out the gift subs instead of making it awkward. And I don't know if everybody there like even understands why they got that, because again, I've gotten like random follows for like Fortnite streamers that I've never watched before that are presumably very popular and receive like a lot of viewers, and they ran out of people to give gift subs to, and they just like gave it to me instead for some reason. Like Twitch just starts randomly like handing them out, and that's never going to be as good as giving it to people that you know are probably interested in the stream. So that's my professional recommendation on that. And again, you do not have to give me gift subs. You don't have to give me regular subs. Everything here is voluntary. I stream because it's fun and I like to share the experience with people. I don't expect to make a living off of streaming. I'm absolutely not playing my cards correctly for that. If I wanted to become a partner, that's when I would start doing like follows, like 24-hour like follow streams and whatnot. But you notice I don't do any of that, and it's because I just don't care enough. It doesn't matter enough to me. I'm happy to have people here watching what I do. And as long as enough people are interested, I will likely keep doing this. Albeit very infrequently. By the way, what I'm trying to do right now, running around in circles, is I'm trying to figure out which of these is my organic. Yeah, it should be hooked up already, so I should be able to pick out the organic signal. What that signal is connected to is whether or not my organic is full. And that's the second thing that I need to check on my AND gate. And that is this segment pin right here. So this has 4 available, which I think we'll be able to make it. So I'm not going to have to retire the old one just yet. I will eventually get rid of the old organic factory because it's obsolete, but I will leave the scrap. And maybe at some point I'll do something with the automated scrap. Not sure yet. I don't know if I want to automate scrap or not. But for now, we can hook this up. And this is telling us whether or not we need organic once my camera decides to hold still, which it doesn't want to do. Is there a reason why I put the target pins at that exact spot? No, it doesn't matter. Literally doesn't matter where I put them. They just have to be somewhere on the power sensor. But I like having a visually consistent like design scheme when I make these things, because it makes it much easier for me to come back to it later and figure out what it does. This is also a very good bit of advice for programming. Be consistent in how you do things, because it'll make it much easier for future you or whatever like sucker has to look at your code down the road if you're working on a project with other people. So it looks like we are full on organic, so that means that power sensor should be turned off right now. And if we were to ever run low on organic, it would turn back on. Now, for the purposes of this test, I'm probably going to want to turn it on for a short period of time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for a train to come along. I'm going to pretend that I need organic. No, not that train. That's the ammonium train. I'm going to pretend that I need organic, and I'm just going to make sure that this auto arm is capable of unloading onto that train. I have a little bit of a buffer for overflow. I can handle up to like 33, I think, like units of overflow. 32 or 33. Before it'll start backing up the storage line because there's nowhere to put the resource. And if I discover that that happens, I can just manually flush these out. It's not perfect. It's very hard to like elegantly deal with this stuff without making even more logic gates. And I already have hundreds and hundreds of these like cables just running all over the place. I prefer not to add more. They lower my frame rate, and eventually they're going to probably cause instability if I make like way too many of them. So far, so good on that. So this is what it looks like if we need organic. This is what the loop train is doing. It looks like it really wants to grab the organic off of the tappers. Oh, there we go. Grab the one on the ground. Yeah, it has time to, I think, drop off like 3 or 4 of them. So this is essentially our buffer right here. It's just these 4 tappers, and this allowed me to reduce the number of auto arms I need. Auto arms cause a lot of lag. I'm much happier to have it like this. I think we're pretty much good to go. And the only reason that we have these tethers here, these are filler. These are essentially to prevent the game from ever accidentally putting something on these empty slots that I don't want them to. And in the future, if I need a second logic gate, I can use this side here with these tethers. Because you can see I've been doing that here. This is actually Oh, sorry, this is actually 2 logic gates right here. One for the input conditions for the chemistry lab, and then one for the output conditions. This one here is the outputs, and then this one over here on the right is the inputs, and they're both feeding off the same battery. That's why I set this up the way I did. Not the most elegant thing in the world, but it works. We're about done with that. Let's see, am I gonna... I think we might end stream in a moment here. I think we're about done. I think I'm not gonna do the graphite today, because that's probably gonna take like another hour. And I tend to do a lot of like 8 or 9 hour streams, but I don't like to do that. I would rather do 6-hour streams like a little bit more often. So I think we're probably gonna end stream here. Let me wrap things up. So we got our organics set up. Let me make sure I actually turned this off like I was supposed to. I don't want to have too much of this off stream later. Oh yeah, this is supposed to be off because we have plenty of organic. But anyways, we now have a better solution for organic. I have an obsolete factory over here. I will just remove this at some point off stream. I'll keep the scrap just sitting here, not like feeding into anything in case I need it in the future. But all in all, I'm glad with how things went here. We got to see all the new plants. We got to mess around with the tappers for intended game mechanics and not tapper quasi-connectivity. And I have more trading cards that I have to collect off stream. I think I've gotten lucky that I've gotten 1, 2, and 3 in that order. But that might also be unlucky because I think the later ones are just less common. I don't know like what exactly the rarity is here. You can see from 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 2 was the most common based on my RNG. The others were kind of mixed. It's looking like 2 is also very, very common, even in this situation. I wonder if it's actually the same distribution. In which case, we'll find out how lucky I got. I will provide an update next time I stream the game on whether or not I had to grind out 1,000 care packages or just a dozen. I mean, at some point I'll give up on it, but I hopefully won't get trolled by RNG that badly. And at the very least, it'll give me plenty more dynamite, I guess. We'll get more dynamite out of the deal. That's definitely worth it. Not like we don't have infinite dynamite right now on the planet with free sulfur and organic, which I could turn into carbon for free to make the dynamite. Yeah, in other words, this is going to be a waste of stuff, but whatever. That's a me problem. Future me will deal with that problem. Current me is going to go ahead and end stream now. Yeah, 90% of everything was discovered by Euler. Yeah, I missed that message. I keep reading chat messages out of order because I'm a bad streamer. Yeah, additional tappers is also good. Like, even though there's diminishing returns and they all ultimately won't make these produce any faster, you could use them as a buffer. At least, I think having at least 2 tappers is always going to be optimal because it guarantees, once you get them staggered with one working and the other one waiting, there's always going to be a tapper producing organic if you have a single auto arm, like picking it off. So that's, I think, probably the optimal way to do that. And I think it will automatically just kind of like just shift itself into a staggering behavior based on how the auto arm would grab something off of the full one while the empty one's not there yet. And then if you have more auto arms, having more tappers and more plants would also help. I mean, ultimately, you can have more plants instead. Like, there's a lot of solutions here, but the plants take up a lot more space than the tappers. So instead of having 2 plants with 1 tapper, 1 plant with 2 tappers is probably the optimal way to do it. It's not the rate limiting step. I mean, there's a lot of things that could be the rate limiting step. Auto arms are very slow. Tappers don't have to be rate limiting. It's pretty easy to make more of them, but auto arms are slow. Storage containers are probably going to be the next thing that rate limits you if it's not the auto arm, because you cannot put things in the storage container faster than it's willing to receive them. And 2 auto arms are faster than a single storage container can receive. So realistically, you need either more like resource canisters, assuming that you have a constant factory. Organic is getting used the instant that it's needed by the factory with no downtime. Your bottleneck is going to be your storage canisters if it's not your auto arms. Like, 1 auto arm is the first bottleneck, 2 auto arms will make the storage canister a bottleneck, and after that you just kind of gotta like improvise on the ratios. And throughout all of that, I mean, tappers will become a bottleneck, but you just add another plant and a tapper like right next to each other in a tiny little space, and as long as you have like 2 tappers on each plant, or maybe even 3, you're probably not going to have any downtime from the tappers specifically. because the tappers will operate at 50% speed until one of them is full, and then the other tapper will start operating at 100% speed until it also becomes full. So you don't lose anything by having multiple tappers. It's not like the existence of a full tapper slows down the other one. That is my assessment if you are going to try to optimize a system like that. It is hopefully correct. But yeah, I think that'll about do it here. So I'll do my usual spiel while I stall and see if there's anybody I want to raid. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for all the subs, bits, viewers, everything that everyone does during these streams.